Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Technology, a podcast exploring the latest in computers, networking, home automation, mobile computing, and all things technology related. Our hosts will take a deeper dive into the latest and greatest in tech trends and give you the information you need to enable your tech-centric world.
This is Insights into Technology, episode 20. Scammers, spammers, and AI auditors. Oh my. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and this is your tech news of the week. Our first article comes to us from Security Affairs. They tell us an apple a day won't keep these hackers away. The U.S. Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency has expanded its known exploited vulnerabilities catalog to include critical flaws affecting Apple iOS and iPad OS, as well as Mitel SIP phones. The Apple vulnerability, identified as CVE 2025-24200, involves incorrect authorization that could allow attackers to disable USB restricted mode on locked devices, potentially exposing sensitive data. Apple has released emergency updates to address this issue, noting exploitation is, quote, extremely sophisticated targeted attacks. The Mitel vulnerability, CVE 2024-41710, pertains to an argument injection flaw in SIP phones, which could be leveraged for unauthorized access or control. CISA's inclusion of these vulnerabilities underscores the necessity for prompt patching to mitigate potential security breaches. So what are the implications of this for enterprise security? Well, unpatched Apple iOS and Mitel phones, the vulnerabilities pose serious risks to enterprises, including data breaches, operational disruptions, cyber espionage, and compliance violations. So depending on what your organization does and what they have to be compliant with depends on where your risks really lie here. Organizations must apply patches immediately, monitor network activity, and implement zero trust security to mitigate potential exploitation. Challenges in vulnerability management mean to detect and prevent sophisticated attacks of this nature, organizations should deploy behavioral-based threat detection, endpoint protection, and network monitoring while enforcing zero trust security principles. To ensure timely updates without disrupting operations, enterprises can use automated patch management, phased rollouts, and redundancy planning to minimize downtime while keeping systems secure. What are the broader implications of this? This and really any other type of critical vulnerability like this. CISA's inclusion of these vulnerabilities in its KEV catalog signals an active and urgent threat, emphasizing the need for implementing immediate patching to prevent real-world attacks. Organizations can balance security and end-user convenience by enforcing adaptive security policies, such as context-aware access controls and device management tools, ensuring protection without overly restricting productivity. And before we move on from this particular story, the one thing that I kind of feel compelled to point out is that while prompt patching is important, it's also important to make sure that you test these patches out. All too often, a patch that's put in by one manufacturer can interfere with the functioning or the connectivity of existing software on the system. So it's always best to have a sandbox environment that you can go in, put these patches into, simulate what a day in the life is in your regular environment with all your regular applications and database access and network access. Make sure everything is working there and not broken, and basically have a smoke test plan available to you to go through and do these basic tests to make sure nothing breaks. So I always recommend that before putting patches in place, regardless of how critical those patches are. Testing is very important to make sure it doesn't cause any widespread issues. Zealous no more. This comes to us from Bleeping Computer. JP Morgan Chase Bank has announced that starting March 23rd, 2025, it will block Zelle payments to receipts identified through social media platforms. This decision aims to combat the significant rise in online scams, as nearly 50% of reported fraud cases between June and December of 2024 originated from social media interactions. Zelle, a widely used digital payment network, facilitates quick transfers but lacks purchase protection, making transactions with unfamiliar parties risky. This policy change underscores the challenges financial institutions face in balancing user convenience with security. By restricting payments to known and trusted contacts, Chase seeks to protect customers from fraud, but may also impact small businesses and individual sellers who rely on social media platforms for commerce. This move follows increased scrutiny from regulatory bodies, including a lawsuit filed by the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau against major banks for inadequate fraud protection measures on platforms like Zelle. So Chase's Zelle ban for social media sales could significantly hurt small businesses by eliminating a fee-free instant payment option, thus forcing them to adopt pricier or less convenient alternatives like PayPal or credit cards. Sellers may need to adjust by offering secure payment methods and building customer trust to maintain sales. There's a number of different avenues out there that you can go for your online payments. Most of your online e-commerce platforms already have ready-built systems that you can lean on. It's also important to focus on user education when you have situations like this. Educating users about peer-to-peer payment risks is crucial. Most people don't realize it. They just assume if it's a payment system, it's secure, and you can't always assume that. As platforms like Zelle lack fraud protection, making transactions with unknown parties is very risky. Awareness of scams, verifying recipients, and using secure payment methods can help prevent financial loss. In the end, they're trying to protect the consumer here, but in protecting the consumer, you may inadvertently wind up hurting businesses. There's also regulatory pressure surrounding decisions like this. Legal actions and regulatory scrutiny push banks to strengthen consumer protections by enforcing stricter policies, such as Chase's Zelle restrictions. Increased oversight from agencies like the CFPB can lead to safer financial transactions, but may also limit payment options for consumers and businesses. We've talked about this many times. Security and convenience are mutually exclusive. The trick is finding a balance of one to the other. The more secure you get, the less convenient you are. Users invariably will always lean towards convenience. So when you have restrictions like this in place, you have to be mindful of people that are going to try to work around some of these enhancements. And, it's not just nefarious people that are trying to game the system here. People that find it too inconvenient are going to kind of work their way around it and probably break the system even more. There are a number of alternative payment solutions out there. For secure social media transactions, you can use PayPal Goods and Services, Venmo for Business, or Square, which all offer fraud protection and dispute resolution. Platforms like Stripe or Shopify Payments also integrate with online stores, providing added security for both buyers and sellers. And as with anything with cybersecurity, it's a cat and mouse game. Every time we try to patch one thing, something else is going to be exploited or taken advantage of. The advantage here is this is a policy choice that Chase is making as a preventative measure. So kudos to them for being on top of things from that respect. Our next article comes to us from Krebs on security. Fish and chips cyber criminals serve up stolen mobile wallet. Cyber criminals in China are revamping credit card fraud by turning phished payment data into mobile wallets on Apple Pay and Google Pay. Victims unknowingly provide their payment details through phishing scams, which criminals then link to digital wallets on attacker-controlled devices. These devices are often loaded with multiple stolen wallets or sold in bulk, enabling fraudsters to make contactless payments in physical stores, bypassing traditional fraud detection. The scheme poses major risks for businesses, leading to increased fraud, chargebacks, and reputational damage. Because transactions occur through legitimate mobile wallets, detecting fraud becomes more challenging. The large-scale sale of compromised devices also highlights supply chain vulnerabilities. To mitigate these risks, enterprises must strengthen fraud detection, enforce multi-factor authentication, and again, educate consumers on phishing threats. So every week there's a new increase in fraudulent transaction warning we seem to hear about on the news. Businesses may experience a surge in unauthorized transactions, leading to financial losses and chargebacks. So be mindful of, obviously, all the security procedures in place for handling these types of transactions. The other downfall to this is while most institutions already have fraud detection systems, when you have a massive dump of material or means by which to commit fraud, you run the risk of straining the fraud detection systems that are already in place. The use of legitimate mobile wallets by fraudsters can make it challenging for existing security systems to identify and prevent fraudulent activities. And the supply chain threats, again, almost every week we've got a supply chain story here that we talk about. The sale of compromised devices in bulk suggests organized operations that could infiltrate legitimate supply chains, posing risks to businesses and consumers alike. This boils down to better authentication. Enterprises must implement robust multi-factor authentication and educate consumers and customers on recognizing phishing attempts to mitigate these threats. I can't say enough about that. One, authentication, obviously, multi-factor, multi-form authentication, secure authentication. The days of using SMS as a second form of authentication should be behind us. Unfortunately, they're not at this point in time. A lot of people still use it. But using secure keys, YubiKeys, time-based one-time passwords, there's a number of techniques out there that are more sophisticated than SMS. That's all we had for cybersecurity. We're going to take a quick break, but before we do, I want to invite our listening and viewing audience to, if you don't already do so, subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Technology. And you can find audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things anywhere you can get a podcast these days. I would also encourage you to reach out, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us your thoughts on some of the stories that we're doing here. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can also call into us and leave a voicemail. You can reach us at 856-403-8788. That's 856-403-8788. And you can find links to that and all of our social media on our main website at www.insightsintothings.com. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Technology. Our next article comes to us from The Intercept. IRS ups the ante with NVIDIA tech. The Internal Revenue Service has announced a significant initiative to combat corporate tax evasion by integrating advanced artificial intelligence systems into its auditing processes. Partnering with NVIDIA, a leader in AI hardware and software, the IRS aims to enhance its ability to analyze complex financial data and identify discrepancies in corporate tax filings. The move comes in response to growing concerns over sophisticated tax avoidance schemes employed by large corporations, which traditional auditing methods have struggled to detect. By leveraging NVIDIA's AI technology, the IRS expects to process vast amounts of financial information more efficiently, enabling auditors to pinpoint irregularities and potential evasion tactics with greater accuracy. This collaboration signifies a broader trend of governmental agencies adopting cutting-edge technologies to enhance regulatory enforcement and ensure that corporations contribute their fair share to public finances. So they talk about the enhanced detection capabilities here, and sure, that's one of the things that's touted about AI. The integration of AI allows the IRS to sift through massive data sets, uncovering patterns indicative of tax evasion that may be imperceptible through manual analysis. Enterprises may need to reassess their tax strategies, ensuring transparency and adherence to regulations to avoid detection by the IRS's advanced systems. Operational considerations would include preparing for more frequent and detailed audits by companies, potentially allocating additional resources to manage compliance and reporting requirements, which obviously, there's a cost to that. So in addition to the cost of finding fraudulent tax practices, you may now have to pay additional fees or salaries to people to prep for these audits more thoroughly. Of course, anything with AI brings up data privacy concerns, and this is no different. And there are very few things other than perhaps medical records that are more private than finances. The use of AI in financial scrutiny raises questions about the handling of sensitive corporate information and the measures in place to protect it from unauthorized access or breaches. Is this going to affect the future of regulatory practices and technology? Well, this initiative could set precedent for either regulatory bodies to adopt AI, signaling a shift towards more technology-driven enforcement mechanisms across various sectors. Anyone who listens to this podcast knows that I'm a big proponent of AI and what it can do, but I'm also very cautionary when it comes to AI. It's in its infancy right now. Its capabilities are increasing exponentially, and the dangers of unauthorized exposure of information as a result of that are increasing significantly as well. And I think in a situation here, we have to be super cautious about what information gets put into the system, how that information is protected. But we also need to be very vigilant about hallucinations, about inaccuracies that come out of an AI system that may have inherent biases built into them, that may have data sets that are fraudulent or data sets that are inaccurate. So I wouldn't put too much faith in this. Right now, to me, AI is a helper tool. It's not going to take over any functions that people already do. It's not going to take over the IRS's job. This is one of those things, it's like having a calculator. You can do the math by hand and you can show it on a piece of paper. That's great. Then you pull out the calculator and you double check it to make sure it's right. I think using AI to help identify potential fraud in these cases and then going and doing a proper audit after it's identified is probably the best way to go rather than relying entirely on the AI. Bleeping Computer tells us that Microsoft puts location history on the map to nowhere. I don't know if anyone was using location history previously. It's kind of an old service. Microsoft has announced plans to deprecate and remove the location history feature from Windows 10 and 11. This feature, primarily utilized by applications like Cortana, allowed access to 24 hours of device location data stored locally. With its removal, location data will no longer be saved on the device, and the corresponding settings will be eliminated from the operating system's privacy and security page. The Location History API enabled applications to retrieve historical location data collected when location services were active. Microsoft advises developers to review their applications that utilize the Windows Device Geolocation API and transition away from relying on the Get Geoposition History Async function to prevent potential functionality issues in the future. So, it bears a bit of scrutiny to take a look at application dependencies. We've ran into this system, or not the system, but this problem at my employer several years back, probably 2017, 2018, I would say. We had a proprietary in-house sales tool that was written, a custom tool that was written that relied heavily on Microsoft Office products for its infrastructure. Ran an Access database and, several other functions in Access. And what we discovered was that as Microsoft continued to progress in their Office suite and advance the technology there, they started deprecating functions that our application was dependent on. And as a result, we had to come up with some workarounds and kind of kludgy fixes to get by some of the stuff, or we'd stick some alternative code in to compensate for it. But ultimately, we had to move away from it because the infrastructure that we were relying on just wasn't reliable anymore. Users should identify which enterprise applications rely on the location history feature and develop a migration plan to alternative solutions. Use this change as an opportunity to review and strengthen data privacy practices. Anytime we have a chance to crack open code, I try to encourage my developers So always do some code review. Invariably, every time you touch the code, you have a chance of breaking it. I'd like to kind of turn that into a positive and say, all right, every time that you crack open the code to make a change or put a patch in or a feature update, take your time, divide it in half, spend half of that time doing code review of the code that you're working on to see if it can be optimized. A lot of times it can. You also need to communicate these changes to your users. Proactively inform users about how this change affects them and what steps are being taken to maintain or improve their experience. You may lose functionality as a result of this, and that loss of functionality may be in place for some time until the software can be patched. Just make sure your users are aware of this. The last thing you want to have happen is for the users that rely on this functionality to see it go away and start putting in tickets and panicking and be unable to actually do their jobs. So communications is important. You can also look at third-party services. Investigate third-party location services that offer compliant and secure storage solutions to replace the deprecated feature. Obviously, there's going to be a cost involved in that in most cases. So you have to kind of weigh the cost benefit there and make sure it's a right fit for you. This also is a great opportunity to look at updating security protocols. Revise security protocols to address the shift from local to potentially remote storage of location data, ensuring robust protection against unauthorized access. It's inconvenient when you have a situation where a library or a third-party component that your application relies on either changes or breaks or goes away. It's hard to really write your entire code from scratch anymore without using shared libraries. So this is a problem a lot of people wind up facing, and it's important when you embark on writing your application and you start using these third-party tools and libraries, it's important to keep a list or keep a software bill of materials so that you know everything and all the components that you touch. And when one of the components is deprecated or stops working, at least you know where you have to go to make those changes and you have a plan moving forward. It's important to have a plan. The last story that we have, I think this is our last story. Yes, our last story today comes to us from Financial Times, which we've never used before. They tell us that test tubes and transistors, Google's AI co-scientist accelerates discovery. Another AI story. We can't get away from AI these days. Google's introduced an AI-powered laboratory assistant designed to accelerate biomedical research by automating routine tasks and analyzing complex data sets. This, quote, co-scientist tool leverages advanced machine learning to process vast amounts of data with precision, helping researchers focus on innovation rather than manual data handling. The AI assistant is expected to improve efficiency in drug discovery, diagnostics, and other life sciences, potentially shortening the time required for breakthroughs. Google aims for this technology to complement human expertise rather than replace it, positioning AI as a powerful collaborator in scientific advancements. For commercial and enterprise computing, this development holds major implications. Pharmaceutical and biotech companies can use the AI assistant to streamline research and development, reduce costs, and accelerate time to market for new treatments. Enhanced data management and analytics capabilities could lead to more precise decision-making and predictive modeling. However, enterprises must navigate integration challenges, ensuring compatibility with existing workflows and upskilling staff to maximize AI's potential. Companies that adopt this technology companies that adopt this technology early may gain a competitive edge in innovation and operational efficiency. So AI, again, this is probably the first time we've really seen it used from a scientific research perspective and what the potential could be. Enterprises in the pharmaceutical and biotech sectors can leverage this AI assistant to streamline research processes, reduce the time to market for new products. And anytime that you can reduce time in the development of pharmaceuticals or reduce cost in the development of pharmaceuticals, there's a very good chance that the impact, the positive impact of those things will trickle down to the end users eventually. So that's something to be excited about. Not only should we get more breakthroughs, hopefully they'll be less expensive when they come to market. The tool's capability to handle and interpret data sets, large data sets, offers businesses improved data management and analytics, leading to more informed decision making. So the impact of this is significant across the board. You could use this for forecasting, logistics control, policy making, security analysis, anything that deals with large chunks of data. You can potentially use an AI bot like this to help process that data. I know from a cybersecurity standpoint, log parsing is one of the areas that I'm eagerly awaiting to see how AI can help improve that, because pouring through security logs is exhausting. Early adopters of this technology may gain a significant edge in innovation and operational efficiency over competitors. Anytime you're early to market with some new technology, there's a chance that you're going to get a leg up on people. AI obviously isn't that new. It's been around for a few years now, but using it in new and creative ways is new. And who can use it the most creatively stands the most to gain from it. There are, of course, potential for integration challenges with existing systems. Companies must assess the compatibility of this AI assistant with existing systems and ensure staff are adequately trained for a seamless adoption. And I think that's probably the biggest holdup you're going to find. Companies don't seem to have a problem investing in AI. They see the potential. I think where you're going to see any roadblocks, it's going to be the people that have to use this. You've got, a lot of people are ingrained, we'll say, in the routines and the work habits that they have now. And it's just human nature to not embrace change. And AI is a major change. A lot of people are afraid of AI. So educating your people, one, on what the potentials are, the benefits, but two, how to use the tool. You hand somebody a hammer, everything looks like a nail to them. So you have to teach people how to use this technology to ensure that they're going to use it properly to the benefit of the company and to their own benefit. People are afraid that they're going to lose their jobs to AI. We have to show people AI isn't any more than the internet caused people to lose their jobs when that hit the mainstream. This is another tool, and it's a tool that can make your job easier. It's a tool that can make you more productive, and people need to know how to use it correctly. That's all we had for the news today. We're going to take our last break, and when we come back, we're going to talk about passwords in our second Principles of Strong Passwords segment. We'll be right back.
Are you tired of your favorite gaming podcast finishing with a play?
Oh, no!
Well, check out No Credits Rolled, where we play the games but rarely finish them. How's it going, folks? I'm Sam Whalen, your friendly host at No Credits Rolled, the ultimate gaming podcast, where we dish out the latest scoops and reviews on all your beloved video games.
Hey, listen!
Not only that, but we spice things up with some guest interviews and even give you, yes, you, a chance to have your say. Tune in every other week for a fresh dose of No Credits Rolled, available on all major podcast platforms, and hit us up on social media at No Credits Rolled. So why wait? Let's dive into the gaming world together, where finishing games is optional, but the fun is guaranteed.
Welcome back to Insights into Technology. We are going to talk a little bit about passwords. We talked last week about the history of passwords, where they came from. We talked about some password myths, common myths. We talked about some of the breaches that we had with passwords and what some of the common password attacks are. This week, we're going to talk about the principles of strong passwords. What makes a strong password? What some of the downsides are. Ensuring strong passwords is a critical aspect of cybersecurity, helping to protect sensitive accounts and data from unauthorized access. Today, we'll give you a breakdown of key principles that define a strong password and best practices for maintaining password security. So what makes a strong password? Well, a strong password is one that's difficult for attackers to guess or crack through brute force attacks, dictionary attacks, or social engineering attacks. Some of the key characteristics of a strong password include sufficient length, typically between 12 to 16 characters minimum, a mix of uppercase and lowercase letters, numbers, and special characters, unpredictability, avoiding common words, phrases, and patterns, and uniqueness, not reusing passwords across multiple sites. Now, a good password follows all of these, not any one of them. So password strength is a culmination of all of those. So there's a debate, there's traditionally been a debate about password length and password complexity. Which one is more important to password strength? While complexity, mixing different characters and character types, is useful, length is the dominant factor in preventing brute force attack. A long password, even if it consists of simple words, is generally stronger than a short password. A short highly complex password, because it increases the number of possible combinations an attacker must guess. The best way to look at this is password cracking is directly proportional to computational requirements and power. So the longer a password is, the more computation power is needed to calculate each field. You could have the entire password be A through Z, 26 characters, and that would be theoretically harder to crack than having a 6-character password that's completely random gibberish. Every iteration of a character in a password requires additional computational power, and the way that encryption and passwords work now is they're defined by the length of time it takes to crack them. And when we get to the point where our encryption and our passwords are taking years of computational power at the current rate to crack, that's secure by our definition. The password may be cracked eventually, but by the time that password is cracked, as long as that time to crack is long enough, the password may no longer be relevant, or the account may no longer be active, or the data that's encrypted with it might not be relevant anymore. So increasing the amount of time to crack a password is really what we're shooting for. Now, when you talk about quantum computers, there aren't any quantum computers out there that are being used for cracking now, but we recognize the potential for the computational power that quantum computers can bring to us. So policy recommendations for passwords may change dramatically when the capabilities of quantum computers have come along. The role of entropy in password strength. That's always an interesting topic that we have to discuss. So, entropy in the context of passwords refers to the level of randomness and unpredictability in a password. The higher the entropy, the harder it is for an attacker to guess or crack the password using automated tools. Entropy is influenced by a number of things: the number of possible characters used, the total length of the password, and the presence of random elements to prevent predictable patterns. A password with high entropy is significantly harder to break through brute force techniques. How often should you change your passwords? This is a debate that's raged for quite some time now. And it's one that I don't know if there's been a definitive answer. I know CISA had put out a recommendation. NIST put out a recommendation of password changes every 90 days minimum. And it came to light later on, the person that came up with that policy just thought it was a good idea. There was no statistical analysis. There was no corroborating proof. There was nothing to say that frequent password changes increased your security. So conventional wisdom suggested that you change every 30, 60, or 90 days. Well, recent best practice studies from organizations like NIST have advised against forced periodic changes. Instead, passwords should be updated conditionally. If there's evidence of a compromise, if the password's weak or reused across multiple accounts, if an organization requires a change for compliance reasons. They found that frequent, arbitrary changes often lead to weaker passwords, which can be counterproductive. People like to keep things simple. This goes back to our security versus convenience factor. My password might be puppy123, and I'm forced to change it every 30 days. So by the end of the year, my puppy123 is, puppy123456789, however long it needs to be. That makes the passwords less secure because people have to remember them. So it's important to not force that artificial change rule on your users there. Let's see, passphrases. So this is a fairly new concept. Passphrases. Passphrases are a sequence of words or longer phrase that's easier to remember but difficult to guess. Now, the example that my research gave is purple banana drives slowly. You might be able to remember that a lot easier. It's kind of gibberish words stuck together that a dictionary attack probably wouldn't get all at one time. It's long, and if you want to make it more complex, you can stick some special characters, a $sign or an exclamation in there to make it more difficult. Adding random character strings, on the other hand, consists of seemingly unrelated letters, numbers, and symbols. And a lot of people, when you use password managers, this is kind of what password managers generate. Uppercase, lowercase, random letters, random numbers, random symbols, high entropy, almost impossible for the average human being to remember. So you need a mechanism from which to remember it. Passphrases are easier to remember, reducing the need to write them down. Random character strings provide high entropy, but are difficult for humans to recall without a password manager. Combination of both, a long, random passphrase with some added complexity, offers the best balance of security and usability. So a couple of things here to finish the topic out. Use a password manager to generate strong and store and generate strong passwords, and so that they're unique. Enable multi-factor authentication whenever possible. Try to avoid SMS. It's literally the least secure multi-factor available. Avoid using personal information or common words or phrases. Don't use your dog's name or your wife's name or your kids' birthdays or things that there may be public knowledge of you want to avoid using. And be cautious of phishing attempts that try to steal your passwords. So now we know how to build a secure password and how to manage that. Let's talk about some of the password management tools to help us with these. With the increasing number of online accounts and the need for strong, unique passwords, password management tools have become essential for cybersecurity. These tools help users generate, store, and retrieve complex passwords securely, reducing the risk of weak or reused passwords that hackers can exploit. Password managers are applications that store and encrypt login credentials for various accounts, allowing users to access them with a single master password. Some of the more popular password managers out there are Bitwarden, which is an open source cloud-based password manager with end-to-end encryption. LastPass, a widely used password manager that offers free and premium plans, but it's faced some security breaches in the past. 1Password is a premium password manager known for its strong security features and family and business plans. Dashlane is another. It's a password manager with a built-in VPN and dark web monitoring for credential leaks. And KeePass is another example. It's a free offline open source password manager with strong encryption, but requiring manual synchronization. Each of these tools has unique features such as secure password sharing, multi-factor authentication, integration, and different storage approaches, cloud-based to local storage. I've used LastPass myself in the past. LastPass is great for an individual to use, not so much an organization. It's fewer authentication options and user management options for LastPass. I'm sorry, for KeePass. I'm also familiar with LastPass. LastPass has had some security issues in the past. The advantage of LastPass post-security breach is that they are hyper aware of the security issues that they thought weren't an issue before. So what you'll find now is that LastPass is much more secure than it was prior to the breach. Unfortunately, the breach did happen. People's password vaults were leaked, and some people did not encrypt their passwords. So there are certain issues. The one advantage of using a cloud-based one is you take it with you wherever you go. You log onto a website anywhere, and you have your passwords with you. The other advantage is, from a business standpoint, for instance, if you have a finance department, your finance manager may have full access to the passwords, but your AP and AR staff, you might not want them to have the passwords, but they still need to access some of the financial accounts. So one of the advantages a password manager gives you is you can give them access to autofill the passwords, but they never see the passwords. So if they have to log into your banking site, it'll automatically drop the password in. The password itself is masked. If they go into the password manager, the password's masked there as well. So they never see it. So if that person leaves, you never have to worry about going through and changing your passwords and stuff like that. But you can still grant access, which is very convenient. So what are some of the pros and cons? You get enhanced security. They encrypt and securely store your passwords and protect them from hackers. There's the convenience factor, autofills like we talked about, reduce the need for the number of passwords. So the advantage here when you have a password manager is you have one master password to get into the password manager. Every account that you store in the password manager should have its own unique password. And passwords that you can't remember. You don't want to be able to remember these passwords. All of these password managers have the ability to generate high entropy, random passwords at set lengths that you can define. So if you let these define your passwords, you don't have to worry about making secure passwords. They give you the strong password generation. You'll also find multi-device syncing. It allows access to credentials across multiple devices, the cloud-based ones do at least. You also have secure sharing, where you can enable encrypted password sharing with trusted users. So if I need to give an employee a password, I can make it available to them through the password manager. Now, there are cons, obviously. Not everything is a plus. You have a single point of failure when it comes to a password manager. If your master password is compromised, all your stored passwords could be at risk. Cloud-based vulnerabilities, obviously, you have to worry about. Some cloud-based managers have suffered data breaches. There are subscription costs to some of these. Most of them all have a free version, but if you're going to get into the team side or the business side, you're going to have some costs. Some of the premium features are also behind paywalls as well. And there's some usability concerns. Some users find setting up and managing a password manager complex, and it can be. This is where you need to have an IT team that's willing to sit down and, one, help you get set up, and two, train you how to use it. Password managers without training, generally, I find, fail miserably. So to mitigate risks, enabling multi-factor authentication for password managers is also highly recommended. All of these password managers, at least the cloud-based ones, all have multi-factor functionality built in, either Authenticator app or YubiKey or the dreadful SMS. I think that's all we're going to do today. We're kind of running up against the clock here. We can save the rest of this for another session here. Before we do go, though, I want to take a moment to once again invite you to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of the podcast listed as Insights into Technology. You can find audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Blue Sky, LinkedIn, Facebook. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch, which, by the way, I didn't do my shout out. So I did want to have one shout out for a Twitch follow this week for Apex IC. Thank you very much for your follow. I appreciate that. We would also invite you to give us your feedback. Tell us how we're doing. Give us your own commentary. I'd love to hear your take on some of the stories that we talk about here. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com, or you can call us and leave a voicemail for us at 856-403-8788. That's 856-403-8788. That's it for this week. Another one in the books.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Technology, a podcast exploring the latest in computers, networking, home automation, mobile computing, and all things technology related. Our hosts will take a deeper dive into the latest and greatest in tech trends and give you the information you need to enable your tech-centric world.
This is Insights into Technology, episode 14, Cyber Trust or Bust. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, And this is your tech news of the week. The record tells us that CyberTrust marks the rollout in 2025. In a move to bolster consumer confidence and cybersecurity, the White House announced that smart devices in the U.S. will soon feature a, quote, CyberTrust label, akin to the Energy Star efficiency mark. Launching this year, the program aims to certify that devices like baby monitors and security systems meet rigorous federal cybersecurity standards. Participating companies will undergo cybersecurity audits, and certified products will display a distinct Shield logo, helping consumers identify safer options. This bipartisan initiative, supported by the FCC and backed by major retailers like Amazon and Best Buy, also sets the stage for a 2027 mandate requiring federal agencies to purchase only certified devices. With the average U.S. household owning 21 connected devices, the risk of cyber attacks on everyday tech is high. Experts highlight the need for stronger security, citing vulnerabilities that have enabled hackers to exploit IoT devices for botnet attacks. The CyberTrust mark addresses these concerns by testing devices for robust security practices, such as changeable default passwords and software update policies. The hope is that this label will not only guide consumers, but also encourage manufacturers to adopt secure by design principles, marking a significant step forward in the fight against cyber threats. So this is definitely a new era in IoT security. One of the problems that we've run into is so many of these Internet of Things devices that people purchase, and you can purchase cameras, baby monitors, door locks, home security systems, sensors, whatever it is, your digital assistants and all of those things. You buy these things, you put them in place, and they just work, and people tend to forget about them. And when flaws are found in these systems or their cloud providers, for instance, I know several companies that provide these IoT devices. Almost all of these companies use a cloud interface or a cloud backend to process all of this information. When these things become compromised, people don't necessarily even think to go back and patch. Who patches a camera, right? Your light bulbs. Who patches a light bulb that's an internet connected light bulb? Most people don't even think of doing that. So this idea of pushing this standard forward that will have the government kind of oversee security authentication and security certification is definitely a step in the right direction. There are a number of flaws, I think, in this system, the way they're envisioning it at this point in time. One of those being the cost. Every time you have to go get a certification for a new device, there's going to be a cost associated with it. And that cost inevitably is going to be passed down to the consumer. Whether it's a retail consumer, a commercial consumer, or the end user. Someone's got to pay for the certification. The federal government's not going to do it for you. This does help to protect your digital home. A lot of people have multiple devices. We talked about average households having 21 connected devices. Each one of those potentially is a vector into your home network and could compromise your network. The other thing that this is intended to do is to bolster consumer confidence and awareness by having this symbol, this icon, whatever you want to call it, on a device when you go to Best Buy or Home Depot or wherever you buy your devices. When you see that on there, that's supposed to provide some level of comfort and assurance to you, but it's also supposed to make you, as the end user, mindful of the security concerns. And part of the philosophy that they're running with here is that if it's more in your face and at the forefront, people will start thinking more security-minded themselves in their deployment of these devices and their maintenance of them. The one problem that you run into here is you're getting these certifications are basically getting commitments from manufacturers that they adhere to certain cybersecurity standards and that they're going to provide ongoing maintenance and patches for a certain period of time. The vast majority of companies can do that, but the problem you run into is a lot of these companies are smaller, consumer specialized niche companies that may not necessarily be here a year, 2 years, 3 years from now. So you may buy a product today that has this Shield logo on it saying that it's going to be secure. And for all you know, that company could be bought up, go out of business tomorrow, and there's really nothing to ensure that those updates continue to happen. And that's just market conditions themselves. So it's definitely a step in the right direction. I think the federal government needs to be careful about how they portray this. This is not the end-all, be-all of cybersecurity for the home consumer. And I think we need to be very careful about how we go about employing this new system. Bleeping Computer tells us that CISA says the government hack was limited to the Treasury. The U.S. Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, confirmed that the Treasury Department was the sole federal agency affected by a cyber attack attributed to Chinese state-sponsored hackers. The breach disclosed last week was deemed, quote, a major security incident after attackers exploited the stolen API key to compromise a Beyond Trust remote support instance. The hackers targeted sensitive offices like the Office of Foreign Asset Control, likely to gather intelligence on U.S. trade sanctions against Chinese entities. Have to change the article. It doesn't work that way. There we go. And that's not where we go. There we go. Okay. Sorry about that. While the full impact is under assessment, officials reported no evidence of continued unauthorized access after the compromised system was shut down. CISA emphasized the importance of federal system security, assuring ongoing efforts to mitigate further risks. This high-profile incident underscores the vulnerabilities in critical government systems and strategic objectives behind state-sponsored cyber operations. So again, you take this in line with the last article that we talked about, where the federal government wants to dictate what cybersecurity standards are, and the federal government itself is being hacked multiple times over and over again because of their own lack of cybersecurity standards. So, you kind of have to take some of this stuff with a grain of salt here, because I think the government, because of the scale and size of bureaucracy, is not capable of reacting at the speed needed for cybersecurity and technical upgrades. Therefore, they should not be the ones that are dictating what other companies should be adhering to if they themselves can't resolve their cybersecurity issues. The interesting thing here is that they were targeting the Office of Foreign Asset Control and Strategic Cyber. The hackers focused on this, which suggests a deliberate attempt to gather intelligence on U.S. sanctions policies, which, given the discussions about tariffs and what the incoming Trump administration is interested in doing to offset what it thinks is an imbalance, this is kind of telling. There's obvious purpose with their actions here. It also raises questions about the geopolitical implications of the ongoing, what's now being called a cyber Cold War between the U.S. and China. It's definitely a situation that's escalating quickly. We also look at this and we realize that there are vulnerabilities with APIs. A lot of companies rely on APIs for back-end interfaces and opening doors to private systems so that you can have access to data. The breach leveraged, in this case, a stolen API tied to Beyond Trust software as a service remote support. And it highlights the critical need for stronger API security practices and monitoring. As APIs become a growing attack surface in cybersecurity, this is going to come up in the news much more often than we've seen in the past. China's cyber espionage playbook kind of showed us some of its tactics here. It fits into a broader pattern of state-sponsored espionage aimed at economic and political advantage. So as the political side of things moves, you're going to see cybersecurity evolve very quickly with it. The one good thing that came out of this, though, was the interagency coordination and the transparency. CISA's overall role in this entire incident speaks to the importance of that interagency collaboration. And we kind of saw that after 9/11 when we had all of our intelligence apparatus sort of operated in their own siloed environments. And then after 9/11, those discrepancies were analyzed, and they came up with the Department of Homeland Security to bring the intelligence organizations together. CISA's kind of trying to play that role now by keeping communication open, flowing information where it needs to go, and trying to coordinate defense against these things. And as the adversarial relationship between the U.S. and China continues to evolve, that level of coordination, I think, is going to be key. So it should be interesting moving forward. I think this is something that's going to evolve very quickly. We are probably going to see this escalate within the next 3 to 6 months once the new administration is in place, assuming they follow through with a lot of the, I'll say threats, because they weren't promises, they were threats against China. I think if those threats start to come to pass, you're going to see this more aggressive posture from China from the cybersecurity side of things. Bleeping Computer also tells us that Washington is suing T-Mobile over a data breach. In a significant legal move, Washington State has filed a lawsuit against T-Mobile over the 2021 data breach that compromised the sensitive personal information of over 2 million Washington residents and 79 million people nationwide. The breach, which began in March 2021, went undetected for 6 months and was only discovered when stolen data appeared on the dark web. Attorney General Rob Ferguson alleges that T-Mobile played down the breach's sensitivity, failed to notify impacted individuals properly, and provided misleading or inadequate information, particularly to customers whose Social Security numbers were exposed. The lawsuit highlights T-Mobile's alleged failure to address ongoing cybersecurity vulnerabilities despite previous attacks and accuses the company of misrepresenting its cybersecurity capabilities, giving customers a false sense of safety. The state is seeking penalties for violating consumer protection laws, compensation for affected individuals, and court orders requiring T-Mobile to improve its cybersecurity practices and transparency. In response, T-Mobile expressed disagreement. Of course they did. So the extended detection gaps in enterprise security is something that is becoming more and more apparent. We saw this certainly with all the carriers that had this. The breach in this case went undetected for 6 months, and there's a lot of damage that can be done in 6 months, whether it's data exfiltration or discovering additional exploits and backdoors, or just simply planting software in the system itself to trigger at a later date. This also underscores the challenges that enterprise face in monitoring and detecting advanced threats. There's a lot of technology out there targeted for this. But again, this cat and mouse game with cybersecurity means that every time a new advancement comes out for detection, it almost immediately follows that there's some sort of workaround for that or some way to get past it. It also begs the question of, are businesses investing adequately in continuous monitoring and proactive threat detection? A lot of times you try to do this yourself with a homegrown solution, and you don't have the staff to monitor this, or you don't have the hardware or the automated systems that are strong enough to do this. The problem that you run into is a lot of the monitoring and detection that is relied on in these cases is automated. So it's pattern recognition. And when those patterns start to differ, or you get different signatures in some of the activity that you're looking for, the systems themselves are slow to adapt to it. Until a breach happens, it's very difficult to discern what that signature actually is to feed back into the monitoring system. The failure of security in high target industries is a big key here. We know that they hit the telecom industries, which is obviously a massive issue. These telecom industries span across pretty much everything that we do as a country. T-Mobile serves as a cautionary tale for enterprises about the risks of underestimating their attractiveness to cyber adversaries. And this speaks to small and medium-sized businesses as well, where a lot of the philosophy of the business ownership and management is that, well, we're too small. They're not going to attack us. There's no reason for them to attack us. They're only going to go after the big fish. And that's not necessarily the case at all. A small, medium-sized company that happens to be doing business with the Department of Defense is ripe for attack because it's a vector into larger industries and a larger pool of resources. And a lot of companies don't realize that and have to understand that. An inadequate incident response is another thing that we saw here. There was a delay in their response. And then when they did respond, their response was inadequate. Their customer notification was lackluster. They were deceptive in what they were trying to portray. And we talked about this last week. It's one thing to not have evidence pointing directly to personal identifiable information being breached. And when you make a statement of, we have no evidence that this has been breached, that's true. When you have evidence that has been breached and then you make a statement contrary to that evidence, that's falsification of records there. That's fraud. And you have to be very careful. You certainly don't want to alarm the public, nor do you want to embolden the attackers by making announcements of significant breaches, but you also don't want to violate the law and commit fraud by misleading people either. If I, as a user, know that my personal information has been compromised, I can then take action. I can freeze my credit reports and various, change passwords, whatever it is I have to do to mitigate any potential dangers from that. But when you're not forthcoming with that information, you as a company have robbed me of the opportunity to combat your own incompetence. Then the last thing to discuss is the regulatory and financial ramification for businesses. This particular lawsuit from a state government illustrates how breaches can lead to long-term financial and legal repercussions, and it signals a warning to enterprises to prioritize compliance with consumer protection and data security laws. Now, again, these compliance regulations are being dictated by the government, and the compliance regulations are months to years behind where the industry is. So while compliance with these regulations can be costly, they're not particularly arduous or difficult to achieve. But if you're not making the effort, you're not going to achieve them. So we'll see where this goes. T-Mobile last week had talked about the fact that they had mitigated the telecom breach itself. This week is a different story. So it just goes to show you how the news cycle can evolve very quickly when information of fact can come out. We're going to take a quick break. Before we do that, though, I want to take a moment to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find all of our podcasts, both audio and video, listed as insights into things on your favorite podcast outlet, software, distributor. We're available on Apple Podcast, Stitcher, not Stitcher. I keep saying Stitcher, but they're not around anymore. Google, iHeartRadio, Buzzsprout, Amazon. I actually listened to it on Amazon the other day, which was interesting. We also invite you to reach out, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing. What do you want us to talk about? What do you not want us to talk about? You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're available on Twitter or X at insights_things. You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. You can also call into us now. We don't have a live person answering the phones, but you're welcome to leave a voicemail on the line, and we can integrate that into one of our future shows as appropriate. You can call in to 856-403-8788. That's 856-403-8788. Or you can find links to all these and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. We'll be right back.
Are you tired of your favorite gaming podcast finishing with a play?
Oh no!
Well, check out No Credits Rolled, where we play the games but rarely finish them. How's it going, folks? I'm Sam Whalen, your friendly host at No Credits Rolled, the ultimate gaming podcast, where we dish out the latest scoops and reviews on all your beloved video games.
Hey, listen.
Not only that, but we spice things up with some guest interviews and even give you, yes, you, a chance to have your say. Tune in every other week for a fresh dose of No Credits Rolled, available on all major podcast platforms, and hit us up on social media at No Credits Rolled. So why wait? Let's dive into the gaming world together, where finishing games is optional, but the fun is guaranteed.
Welcome back. We are talking tech today. Next up is an article from The Verge, and they tell us about Samsung's smartphone subscription. Samsung is set to expand its AI subscription club to its Galaxy smartphones and the upcoming Bally AI robot starting next month. Initially launched in South Korea last December for home appliances, the subscription model offers consumers access to AI-powered devices with optional repair and maintenance services, allowing lower upfront costs, while Galaxy AI features will remain free at least until the end of 2025. The subscription option adds flexibility for users. The rollout will begin in South Korea with Bally, also slated for a subscription-based launch in both Korea and the US. It's unclear if this model will expand globally, but more details will emerge as Samsung's Galaxy Unpacked event on January 22nd, where the Galaxy S25 series is expected to debut. This marks a notable step in Samsung's strategy to integrate AI capabilities across its product lineup through flexible payment models. So the emerging hardware as a service trend, this is right up that alley. Samsung's subscription model for smartphones and AI-powered devices highlights a shift towards hardware as a service. And in the commercial and enterprise industry, this is fairly common. You know, people lease printers, they lease servers, they lease network equipment. This isn't really something new. This is an interesting twist on consumer device usage. And they're now pushing this towards businesses for their smartphones. Let's face it. I mean, smartphones are well over $1,000 a pop at this point in time. And every 2 years, if you rotate your phones out to maintain your security and update status on them, that gets very costly for companies. And a lot of companies can't afford to do that constantly. We're looking at probably tens of thousands of dollars annually to maintain this type of arrangement. And the idea is the AI devices, the AI powered devices are even more expensive than what you're looking at for a standard phone. It's a cost-effective way to maintain your inventory as a company. The regional trial and scalability raises some questions, with the initial rollout limited to South Korea and Bali launching in the U.S. Businesses may question when and how such subscription services will scale globally. Companies that do have staff around the globe wouldn't necessarily apply to this until it's a full rollout. The other concern here is vendor lock-in. We run into this issue already with mobile device management, where they're not necessarily, depending on which model you go with, they're not universally compatible between Android and Apple devices. In this case here, enterprises need to consider the implications of relying on a subscription-based device, including the vendor lock-in. The need to address privacy risks associated with the AI-powered data processing is also a concern. I don't know how much AI people are going to be using on their smartphones for business use. Most of that, I would assume, would happen on a more robust computing platform. A lot of what we see from an AI standpoint on smartphones now is kind of gimmicky and personal stuff. So I don't know how much of a business application these types of services will have. But if nothing else, the concept itself offers another option for people. It offers a way basically to finance your maintenance in your smartphones rather than stealing from Peter to pay Paul with your upgrade plans and things of those nature. That can get almost cutthroat in some companies when you have to deal with, Susie got a new phone, how come I didn't get one, and stuff like that. With a lease program here, you may see some of those problems go away. Our next article comes to us from Wired. They tell us that Meta's new free speech is a gamble. Meta's recent decision to abandon its partnership with fact checkers and overhaul its moderation policies signals a shift in its approach to content management, drawing comparisons to Elon Musk's X. The company plans to replace its fact-checking programs with a community notes model, similar to X's crowdsource system, citing, quote, free speech as its motivation. Critics argue this move could open the floodgates to misinformation and hate speech, as Meta loosens its hateful conduct policy and aligns itself with conservative narratives. With 3 billion monthly users across its platforms, Meta faces significant challenges in scaling a crowdsourced moderation system, raising concerns about the potential for unchecked disinformation and bigotry. These changes, coupled with political appointments, like the Trump ally Dana White to its board, have sparked debate about Meta's direction, particularly as it seeks to reconcile free speech with responsible content management. Experts warn that such shifts might lead to an ecosystem rife with misinformation, diminished trust, and further polarization. Meta's path appears to mimic X's, but on a much larger scale, with consequences for the global information landscape. The content management shifts here tend to cause some concerns for enterprise brand safety. We saw this with X after Elon Musk took over and started making wholesale changes. You had a lot of sponsors decide that they were not going to stay on the platform, and they bailed. And you're going to see something similar to that probably with Meta, but you're going to see it on a much larger scale. They have a significantly larger market share. The transition from fact-checking to community notes raises concerns about your brand. Do you want to be associated with some of the things that are going to be coming out on Meta now without these fact checks? Do you also have to worry about enterprise communication strategies? A lot of companies have now turned to social media platforms such as X and Facebook to communicate with their customers. Meta is loosening its hateful conduct policy and embracing its own unique idea of free speech could impact that. Businesses using the platforms may face increased scrutiny over their association with controversial or harmful content appearing alongside their ads. And then we mentioned the scalability for crowdsourced moderation. Implementing a community note system at scale poses significant challenges. And a lot of this is theoretical because no one's ever tried to do it at this scale. An inability to effectively moderate content could impact enterprise use of the platform. You could see a lot of companies moving away from Meta and advertising and communication and their public presence because it's damaging to their brands. And I think Meta may have, in their effort to gain political favor with the new administration, may have overlooked a lot of these risks. The political alignment and enterprise trust don't necessarily align with each other. Meta's policy changes and board appointments suggest a shift toward a politically aligned strategy. And it's worthwhile mentioning that I don't disagree with their approach to it or their need to take this approach to it. We have an incoming administration that has openly stated its hostile policy towards anyone that doesn't adopt their philosophy, and quite blatant threats of retaliation for it. And a company like Meta is, their first and foremost concern is their investors and the company itself. And they're trying to protect the company by aligning themselves with the new political infrastructure coming in. That's probably right for the company from a defensive standpoint. I don't think it's right for the industry. I don't think it's right for their clients. It might or might not be right for their advertising partners. I think the problem that you're going to run into is as they fall over themselves to align themselves politically with the incoming administration, that short-sightedness will likely result in commercial and enterprise damages. Certainly financial damages are a high risk to the company in general as they take this tack and they start losing advertising customers. This is also going to impact their push for AI adoption. One of the biggest problems, one of the biggest fears that people have right now is that AI is too powerful and AI is uncontrolled and it's a beast that's waiting to be unleashed. When you have Meta as one of the companies that's developing a widely adopted platform for AI, and they are openly politicizing their corporate actions now, they're removing or highly mitigating their hate policies. They're doing away with fact checking. That seriously draws into question any AI product that they might be putting out on the market. And I think it's going to seriously jeopardize the adoption of their version of AI. Enterprises that were looking to adopt it may need to reconsider their dependency on Meta platforms for credible and trustworthy customer interactions. I mean, overall, my personal opinion is it's dangerous. It's dangerous to want to cater to a point of view that is anti-fact and pro-rhetoric. And that seems to be exactly what Meta is doing here. I think they're doing a disservice to their users. They're certainly going to be doing a disservice to their enterprise customers. And I think the entire industry as a whole suffers from these types of short-sighted, politically motivated decisions, which is unfortunate. And in the realm of unfortunate, our last unfortunate article of today is Microsoft Workforce Makeover. This comes to us from GeekWire. Microsoft's workforce continues to face periodic layoffs, with the latest round targeting employees whose performance falls below company standards. While the tech giant did not disclose the number of job cuts, it emphasized its focus on high-performance talent and a commitment to employee development. These layoffs follow the trend set in 2023 when Microsoft announced 10,000 job cuts as part of a broader industry-wide cost cutting. Since then, smaller scale reductions have occurred across various divisions, including the Xbox team, following the company's $69 billion Activision Blizzard acquisition. As of September 2025, Microsoft's workforce stands at approximately 232,800, down from a peak 2 years prior. This ongoing pruning of roles reflects Microsoft's strategic focus on maintaining agility and operational efficiency in a competitive tech landscape. So, the strategic workforce optimization. Sounds like a very fancy way of saying we're just laying people off. They're billing it as a focus on high-performing talent, and they're using periodic workforce reductions as strategic shifts towards efficiency and agility. Given the size of Microsoft, given the age of the company and how big it is and how many employees they've had in the past, it's kind of hard to argue with the need for efficiency and agility. You can't claim Microsoft as a cutting-edge company anymore. When you get to a certain size, your ability to adapt and evolve and come out with groundbreaking products becomes compromised just from corporate bureaucracy. The impact this might have on cloud, where Microsoft is working diligently to become a leader and maintain that leadership in cloud enterprise services, could be significant. With Microsoft operating across diverse sectors, layoffs in underperforming divisions could affect service continuity and innovation. We've seen this with Google in the past. Google almost whimsically does away with certain products, certain services. They throw something out there almost as a test, and then if they don't think they can make money off of it, they shut it down despite what impact it has. You may start seeing that kind of practice with Microsoft in the name of agility. And I don't know if that necessarily makes you agile as it does make you erratic and unpredictable, which tends to make a lot of enterprises shy away from you when you can't provide a consistent and quality service or product. The post-acquisition workforce restructuring that Microsoft assured federal regulators wouldn't happen obviously is happening. Everyone knows that. A company comes in, they acquire your company, and the first thing they tell you is, well, nothing's going to change. Well, everybody knows everything's going to change. So it's doing a disservice to your employees by trying to pretend that nothing's going to change. The layoffs in the Xbox division following Microsoft's Blizzard acquisition underscores the challenges of integrating large acquisitions. When you pick up a company the size of Activision Blizzard, you're going to have redundancy. You're going to have a lot of redundancy because both companies likely already have redundancy in those areas to begin with, and then you're acquiring a company that has redundancy. So changes have to be made. You can't continue to maintain that level of workforce and maintain profitability. And I think everybody is smart enough to understand that. I just wish companies would be more honest about that moving forward. Employees are okay understanding that their jobs are going to go away if they have some level of understanding, some advance notice, and can make preparations for it. The talent management and retention becomes an issue when you have a company that is laying employees off on an almost annual basis, it's very difficult to promote employee loyalty. It's hard to be loyal to a company that's not loyal to you. By publicly emphasizing performance-based layoffs, Microsoft's approach may raise concerns about employee morale and retention. Enterprises might consider balancing high standards with robust talent development programs to foster loyalty while maintaining performance expectations. One of the questions that an employee might ask is, well, if you're going to let me go because of performance reasons, what have you done to improve my performance? What have you done to invest in me as an employee? How have you as a company made me a better employee so that my performance level meets your expectations? And I think employees are perfectly justified to ask those questions. I think employee development is a responsibility of both the employee and the company. And if the company fails to follow through on their obligation, you can't blame the employee if the employee is trying to do their part. So we'll see. Obviously, this is going to have some impact on product releases. We'll take a look at this and see how it's going to affect those schedules. Quality, Microsoft already has a quality issue reputationally with their software products. This may have an impact on that. And you may have some brain drain, some knowledge loss during this, which is always a risk that people have to keep in mind when you start doing layoffs. So we'll keep an eye on it. I'm sure it won't be the last announcement of this nature that we will see in the near future. We're going to take our second break, and then we're going to come back and finish up our discussion, our multi-part discussion on cybersecurity frameworks. We'll be right back.
Are you tired of your favorite gaming podcast finishing with a play?
Oh, no!
Well, check out No Credits Rolled, where we play the games but rarely finish them. How's it going, folks? I'm Sam Whalen, your friendly host at No Credits Rolled, the ultimate gaming podcast, where we dish out the latest scoops and reviews on all your beloved video games.
Hey, listen!
Not only that, but we spice things up with some guest interviews and even give you, yes, you, a chance to have your say. Tune in every other week for a fresh dose of No Credits Rolled, available on all major podcast platforms, and hit us up on social media at No Credits Rolled. So why wait? Let's dive into the gaming world together, where finishing games is optional, but the fun is guaranteed.
Welcome back to Insights into Technology. So in our sixth and final installment on cybersecurity frameworks, I wanted to briefly touch on what the future of cybersecurity frameworks and standards looks like. Now, this is based on today's standards, today's requirements, and today's risks. That is not to say that these frameworks and these requirements won't evolve moving forward, which obviously they will. So the future of cybersecurity frameworks and standards, as the technology continues to evolve, so does the field of cybersecurity, and with it, the frameworks and standards that guide organizations in protecting their information systems. The future of cybersecurity frameworks is shaped by new regulations, advancements in technology, and an increasing need for adaptability. These frameworks help organizations navigate the complex landscape of digital threats. And as the landscape changes, so must the frameworks themselves to remain effective. One significant trend is the increasing regulation and development of cybersecurity standards, with frequent updates to ensure that they remain relevant. Governments and industry bodies worldwide are recognizing the need for stronger cybersecurity practices and are updating regulations like the Federal Information Security Modernization Act to address the latest threats. Additionally, with the rapid growth of Internet of Things devices, there is a growing demand for standards specific to these devices, which often have unique vulnerabilities due to their network nature and their often limited security features. Future frameworks are likely to incorporate more specific guidelines for these emerging technologies, ensuring that they are designed and maintained securely from the outset. Another trend in the evolution of cybersecurity frameworks is the integration of artificial intelligence and machine learning. AI and machine learning can enhance cybersecurity efforts by analyzing large amounts of data to detect unusual patterns, predict potential threats, and respond quickly to incidents. By incorporating AI-driven tools into frameworks, organizations can automate and enhance their threat detection and response capabilities, allowing for faster and more efficient management of cyber risks. Future frameworks may include specific guidance on using AI and machine learning, helping organizations to deploy their tools responsibly and effectively. Finally, there's a strong push for frameworks to become more adaptive, scalable, and risk-based. Traditional frameworks often provide one-size-fits-all approaches, but organizations today face diverse challenges that require flexibility. Adaptive frameworks allow organizations to adjust their security practices based on their size, industry, and specific risk profile, providing tailored guidance that meets their unique needs. A risk-based approach, which prioritizes security measures according to the level of threat and potential, is becoming essential as organizations seek to allocate resources effectively. Future cybersecurity frameworks are expected to emphasize this adaptability and scalability, helping organizations manage risk more efficiently in an increasingly complex digital environment. In the future, cybersecurity frameworks and standards will likely become even more integral to organizational resilience. They'll be built to address specific emerging technologies, incorporate powerful tools like AI, and adapt to the needs of a broad range of users. By staying aligned with these evolving frameworks, organizations can better protect themselves against the sophisticated threats that lie ahead. So, we've spent quite some time talking about cybersecurity frameworks here. Cybersecurity frameworks are the basis for guidance when you're talking about employing cybersecurity. They are customizable. They need to be adaptable enough for different organizations and different industries and different needs. One of the downfalls is that because cybersecurity frameworks are designed to operate at a higher level, they tend to evolve slower. I mean, you're seeing CISA evolve, make modifications every, 10 years now to theirs? And technology moves too fast for that. The frameworks themselves, for the most part, are designed and built with the cooperation of both government and commercial and enterprise entities, which I think is crucial and needs to continue. But I think you need to mandate more frequent evaluations of these frameworks as the technology evolves. With groundbreaking technology like machine learning and artificial intelligence, it completely has it has the capability to completely upend cybersecurity frameworks. You're going to see other revolutions like this come out. We're seeing now cybersecurity used as a warfare tactic between government agencies and government political entities. That's going to make cybersecurity frameworks evolve faster. You're going to see quantum computing have an influence on it. So everything that comes out from a cybersecurity standpoint, whether it's technology, whether it's more aggressive actors, whether it's state-sponsored cyber attacks, all of these things are going to have an effect on the cybersecurity frameworks that we have. And the frameworks that we have need to be more adaptable because the frameworks are the basis from which we defend ourselves. So if you're not adhering to a cybersecurity framework at this point in time, you need to do a little research, find out what one best suits your needs, your industry, and your company. You need to roll it out. You need to continuously monitor it, and you need to make your own adjustments as technology and requirements change. So that was all we had for today. Before we do go, I do want to once again invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to Insights into Things. That will get you all of the network's podcasts, both audio and video. We're available anywhere you get a podcast these days. I would also invite you to give us your feedback. Tell us how we're doing. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can call in, leave a voicemail for us, and we'll get you on one of the future podcasts. Our call-in number is 856-403-8788. That's 856-403-8788. We do stream on Twitch 5 days a week. If you have an Amazon Prime subscription, you do get a free monthly Twitch Prime credit. We would appreciate it if you threw that our way. You can also find high-resolution videos of all of our podcasts on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings, where you can get links to all of that and more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the books.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Technology, a podcast exploring the latest in computers, networking, home automation, mobile computing, and all things technology related. Our hosts will take a deeper dive into the latest and greatest in tech trends and give you the information you need to enable your tech-centric world.
This is Insights into Technology, episode 12. United Health takes another hit. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and this is your tech news of the week. Our first article comes to us from TechCrunch. United Health's AI-driven insurance claims chatbot left exposed to the internet. United Healthcare's Optum recently restricted access to an internal AI chatbot after a security researcher discovered it was publicly accessible online without password protection. Dubbed SOP Chatbot, this tool was designed for employees to query the company's standard operating procedures, SOPs, related to handling patient health insurance claims. Although no sensitive data was found in the chatbot, the exposure raises concerns as United Health faces ongoing scrutiny and lawsuits over its use of AI to allegedly deny patient claims. The chatbot, described as a proof of concept tool, was used hundreds of times by employees before being secured. Its functionality included referencing internal documents and offering insights into claims processing, including denial reasons. While Optum maintains that the chatbot was never intended for production use and contained no protected health information, the incident highlights the cybersecurity risks of employing AI tools in sensitive industries like healthcare. And not to draw a parallel between this and the tragedy of their CEO being shot, but the chatbot itself the AI tool itself that's causing some of these denials, it's been suggested might have been one of the driving factors in that assassination. However, looking at this strictly from the technical side of things, the AI deployment and governance risks that are inherent in this type of thing are pretty obvious. Companies often develop AI proof of concepts rapidly. In fact, we're doing that at my company now, as a matter of fact. That rapid exploration of new technology can often lead to security issues and security concerns. Even proof of concepts require strict security measures, regardless of how experimental they might actually be. You need to have access controls, password protection, dual factor, or you need to lock it down. You need to only allow IP addresses from your internal network. Why this was even on a public IP that was accessible to the outside world is kind of mind-boggling in today's world. What it tells me is that the security procedures that are being followed internally at the healthcare giant probably need to be audited and taken under a serious microscope to find out where else they're lacking. Having a single machine especially if it's proof of concept and not production, having that exposed to the internet is a huge security hole that may belie other problems that they have on their internal security. You also have to ask yourself, is AI really to a maturity state where you want it handling sensitive things like medical insurance claims and questions and answers about medical insurance that it's, by its very nature, a highly sensitive industry? So I have to question how far their proof of concept went and whether or not it was well thought out to begin with. Ultimately, this is going to impact public perception, not only of the healthcare company, but also of AI tools in general. Incidents like this fuel public skepticism of AI, especially when it involves entities that are already facing criticism over ethical issues such as claims denials. So this is not going to help their case at all. I think in the grand scheme of things, the broader implications on AI and machine security, it's not going to be a lingering negative. In fact, if anything, this might be the warning sign that a lot of companies out there who are really just playing around with AI at this point need to see to wake up and realize that they need to take the technology more seriously than they are. And in doing so, they need to make sure that they ensure that it's secured properly. Hopefully, that's the positive that will come out of this. Next up, Ars Technica tells us big losses for ISPs as Supreme Court won't hear a challenge to the $15 broadband law. The U.S. Supreme Court has dealt a significant blow to internet service providers by refusing to hear their challenge to a New York law mandating affordable broadband for low-income residents. The law, which requires ISPs to offer $15 per month plans with 25 megabit speeds or $20 a month plans with 200 megabit speeds, survived the industry's appeal and remains in effect following a federal court ruling. The decision highlights a broader issue, with the Federal Communications Commission stepping back on broadband regulation during the PI era. Net neutrality repeal, states like New York are stepping in. ISPs argue this could spark a wave of state-level price regulations. But courts have consistently ruled that when federal oversight is absent, states have the authority to regulate. The ruling sets a precedent, leaving ISPs worried that more states will follow New York's lead in enforcing affordable internet options for consumers. So, state-level regulation could reshape broadband pricing nationwide. And it's kind of funny when you say it like that state-level regulation could have an effect nationwide. But this is sort of the same kind of desired effect that shot down Roe versus Wade, where they want it ruled at the state level. This push towards states' rights after 100+ years of a strong federal government is kind of an interesting take. And I think from a technology standpoint, it's going to have interesting effects. With the Supreme Court declining to hear the challenge, New York's Affordable Broadband Act sets a precedent for other states to regulate ISP pricing. If more states adopt similar laws, broadband pricing for both consumers and businesses could drop, which, aside from the ISPs, everybody would benefit from that. For small businesses and enterprise, reduced broadband costs could translate into savings on overhead, particularly in undeserved areas. However, ISPs may push costs onto enterprise plans to offset revenue loss. It's the old adage of business. You always pass the buck down. You always pass that expense down. And ultimately, the industry doesn't bear it. The consumers bear it on one level or another. In this case, it may be enterprise consumers who wind up bearing the burden here. Broader access to affordable internet could close the digital divide, and there's a lot of people that speculate whether or not there is a digital divide. I think if you look or you talk to people in lower income areas, it's very clear to them that there is a divide. Low-income households gaining access to affordable broadband can foster economic participation and digital literacy. For enterprises, it means a more connected and skilled remote workforce in traditional underserved areas as well. So even enterprises would wind up benefiting from bridging that digital divide. There will be potential higher demand on ISP infrastructure and network capacity. Mandatory low-cost plans could increase broadband adoption, potentially straining ISP infrastructure. Let's face it, there is a set amount of bandwidth that ISPs have at this point in time. That bandwidth has a fixed cost to it, and that fixed cost ultimately gets passed down the line as it increases in order to provide more bandwidth. Reduced federal oversight raises compliance and standardization challenges as well. The Supreme Court's ruling reinforces states' ability to regulate broadband pricing in the absence of federal authority. For multi-state enterprises, this patchwork approach could introduce compliance challenges and inconsistencies in broadband pricing. So there's a lot of questions that still need to be answered on this, and there's a lot of speculation as to where things are going to land. For instance, ISPs may reprioritize enterprise clients to offset revenue losses. ISPs argue that price caps on consumer plans could disrupt their business models, and that's a very valid point. To compensate for lost revenue, they may focus on premium enterprise plans and reduce incentives for affordable commercial packages, which ultimately will impact businesses. And then those businesses, in turn, thanks to our economy of scale, push those costs on those individual businesses down to their customers. So ultimately, somebody has to pay for this. And I think that's really the key takeaway here. The federal government doesn't seem to want to be on the hook for it at this point in time. And even if they were, that's ultimately the American taxpayer who's paying for it. So we all pay for it eventually. It's just which pocket it comes out of and who's taking it out of that pocket. So we'll see how that plays out. So Cyberscoop gives us our next article, which is the first time we've actually gone to Cyberscoop. CISA delivers new directive for securing cloud environments. CISA has issued binding Operational Directive 25-01 to federal civilian agencies, outlining new cybersecurity requirements to secure cloud environments. This directive mandates agencies to inventory cloud instances, deploy assessment tools, and align the Secure Cloud Business Applications, or SCUBA, baselines by mid-2025. This initiative is part of a post-SolarWinds strategy to centralize and strengthen cloud security practices across federal systems, responding to evolving tactics used by sophisticated threat actors and cyber criminals. CISA Director Jen Easterly, for now, emphasized the importance of the directive in mitigating risks to cloud environments, urging organizations to adopt these practices to ensure resilience. Developed after pilot programs with 13 different agencies, the directive reflects the maturation of the SCUBA program and includes tailored standards for platforms like Microsoft 365. CISA will monitor compliance and provide support to drive risk reduction across federal enterprises. So this is another example of the one issue with the federal government that I rail against quite frequently, and that is their infamous unfunded mandates. However, setting a new benchmark for cloud security in enterprises isn't necessarily a bad thing. CISA's Secure Cloud Business Applications, which they call SCUBA, the guidelines create a standardized framework for securing our cloud environments, which could influence private sector practices. Now, I'm not against frameworks. Obviously, I'm not if we're doing deep dives into them on the last few episodes. What I am against is the federal government falling down quite spectacularly when it comes to cybersecurity within the federal government, then mandating industry standards or inventing, in some cases, new standards for cybersecurity that they want to impose on the private sector. And they're going to mandate that by penalizing you if you don't adhere to it. But they're not going to incentivize you in order to do it by providing tax incentives or funding or anything else or services themselves. I mean, there's no reason the federal government can't provide a lot of the services that they're mandating. Vigilance against advanced cloud threats is a necessary thing moving forward. I mean, pretty much every article or every other article we talk about here is some level of threats from the cloud. So there's no argument against that. But you can't expect, businesses that have fixed fiscal budgets to incorporate these new mandates into their operations in a timely manner. And that's a huge problem. Cybersecurity is a very expensive part of IT infrastructure, and I don't think the federal government really appreciates that. Pushing for proactive cloud security is something that everybody should be doing, not just the federal government. It's unfortunate that it took a SolarWinds level incident for anyone to kind of wake up to this, but that's kind of how the ball rolls, I guess. The commercial implications for cloud vendors and third-party providers can't be ignored either. Vendors providing cloud services and security tools may see increased demand, and agencies and businesses alike as they adopt these SCUBA-aligned configurations. Cloud service providers like Amazon, Microsoft, and Google will need to ensure their offerings align with these new standards as well. Now, these standards are not industry-based standards. They've not gone through any rigorous testing. This has all been stuff that's been done internal to the federal government and various agencies. So the fact that these standards haven't really seen the light of day in a commercial and enterprise environment is one that leaves me rather skeptical of how effective they're going to be. So that's it for the first couple stories. I think we're going to take a quick break. But before we do, I want to take a moment to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio and video versions of all of our podcasts listed as Insights into Things. And we can be found anywhere you get a podcast, Apple, Spotify, TuneIn, etc. I would also encourage you to contact us. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. You can also call in, leave a voicemail for us. We don't have anyone live on the phones, but if you leave a voicemail, we'll be happy to incorporate your contents into the podcast in whatever way is appropriate. The dial-in number for that is 856-403-8788. Again, that's 856-403-8788. You can also find links to all these and much more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.
Continue to rise with a staggering 76% increase in publicly reported incidents from 2022 to 2023. Projections indicating a further 5% growth in 2024. Recorded Future's State of the Threat Intelligence report reveals that the most heavily impacted industries are insurance, healthcare, and manufacturing. They face not only operational disruptions and legal risks, but also significant churn from eroding customer trust. As the breaches increasingly target third-party software vulnerabilities and exploit administrative accounts, companies are grappling with risks moving beyond their direct control. The average cost of a data breach reached a record of $4.88 million in 2024, highlighting the financial toll on businesses. To combat this, the report emphasized the proactive measures like creating a vendor catalog for third-party risk, leveraging risk management software, and implementing tokenization or encryption to safeguard sensitive data. Cross-departmental collaboration between incident response, legal, and compliance teams is also critical for mitigating long-term fallout. As threat actors exploit supply chains and cloud-based systems, the findings underscore the urgency for organizations to think or rethink their security strategies and adopt a holistic, forward-looking approach to resilience. So a lot of times we talk about very common sense things when it comes to cybersecurity. In this case here, the rising costs and operational impact of data breaches is very quickly reaching a critical mass. With the average cost of a data breach at nearly $5 million, this is causing severe operational disruptions. Examples like a 4-day outage costing $6 million highlight the immediate impact. beyond direct cost, third-party risks in the expanding attack surface. The reliance on third-party software and cloud providers has expanded the attack surface, with vulnerabilities increasing outside organizational control. For the longest time, you basically minded your own house. You housed your own data, you housed your own servers, and everything that you did and everything that you had was maintained by you. So if there was a problem, if there was a hole, it was usually because you didn't do the maintenance yourself. Nowadays, so much of our infrastructure is cloud-based, whether it's data warehousing, web applications, even your VoIP phone systems are all cloud-based now. So instead of putting all your eggs in one basket that you control, you're now putting them in multiple baskets that are all outside of your control. So it requires a significant level of trust in order to engage in that type of activity. The report also highlights the targeting of highly sensitive industries. When we're talking about insurance and healthcare and manufacturing, these are all industries that are critical to our infrastructure. They are industries that could potentially lead to further breaches of confidence with personally identifiable information, healthcare information, financial information, all being compromised in the process. The risk to manufacturing, we're seeing this kind of hit us in the form of supply chain attacks at this point in time, where industries and equipment are being compromised further downstream, and that's allowing for additional embedding of malicious forces inside of networks and equipment moving forward. So the report certainly highlights a good deal of that. It does give credit to the advanced threat intelligence and risk management services that are available. Effective use of threat intelligence is becoming critical for identifying and mitigating risks before they escalate in the breaches. So there's some hope out there. It's not all doom and gloom. But as always, cybersecurity is a cat and mouse game, as every time the attackers enhance their ability, defenders are playing catch up, and there's a brief period of parity there that happens before the escalation happens again. There's no chance that these threats are going to get any less sophisticated anytime in the near future. There's also worth mentioning the cross-functional collaboration needed to manage breach and the fallout. Effective breach responses require close collaboration across forensics, incident response, and your legal and compliance teams, not to mention your marketing and communications teams as well. I think one of the biggest things that has been the saving grace for a lot of companies that have been breached has been their transparency and their forthrightness with information. The companies that you see that are playing it too close to the vest or playing a little coy with the information, almost invariably, every time they have a breach and they try to limit the exposure of information, it winds up backfiring in their face, and the breach escalates or the information is released some other way, and it makes those companies look deceitful. So there's a lot to be learned from the report itself, but I think probably the biggest takeaway here is business as usual, and that's not going to change anytime soon, which is job security for those of us working in the industry, I guess. Tom's Hardware gives us our next one. This isn't cybersecurity. I was tired of dealing with cybersecurity, so I wanted something a little bit more positive. Seagate launches 32 terabyte Exos M hard drive. Seagate has officially launched its 32 terabyte Exos M hard drive, marking the first general release of a hard drive based on heat-assisted magnetic recording, or HAMR, H-A-M-R technology. After over a decade of development and delays, Seagate's new Mosaic 3 Plus platform enables these high-capacity drives, positioning the company at the forefront of storage innovation. The Exos M lineup includes both a 32 terabyte model using shingled magnetic recording and a 30 terabyte version with conventional magnetic recording, offering compatibility with existing hardware to encourage widespread adoption. Seagate's closest competitor, Western Digital, also recently launched a 32 terabyte ePMR-based drive, keeping the two storage giants neck and neck in the race for higher capacities. However, Seagate's HAMR technology could give it a long-term edge, potentially unlocking even larger drives in the future. The introduction of HAMR represents a major milestone for the storage industry, promising scalable solutions to meet growing data demands in enterprise and cloud computing. So, as most people are probably aware, one of the biggest difficulties facing increases in storage capacities and drives right now is physics, basically. Areal density on drives for magnetic recording is rapidly reaching the point where the technology can't get any smaller because the physics of magnetism don't allow it. Now, in this case here, the increased storage density of the drives will help address data center efficiencies. With 32 terabyte capacity per drive, Seagate's HAMR technology allows data centers to significantly increase storage density while reducing their physical hardware footprint. This is particularly critical for enterprises managing large-scale data storage, such as cloud providers, financial institutions, and research organizations. Fewer drives are needed to achieve the same total storage, leading to reduced rack space and power consumption. Lower operational costs for power and cooling might offset the increase in the initial upfront cost of the drives themselves. One example given is hyperscale data centers could upgrade to 32 terabyte HAMR drives and reduce rack count by nearly 50% to the current 16 terabyte drives. Will that cost outweigh the long-term savings? That's yet to be seen because we haven't seen these drives come out in any great capacity. It's certainly not enough volume to lower costs at this point. The compatibility with the existing hardware streamlines the adoption. Unlike some emerging storage technologies, Seagate's Exos M drives are backward compatible with existing hardware systems. Enterprises can adopt these high-capacity drives without significant infrastructure overhauls. Now, it's worth noting that technology itself isn't perfect, especially when you're talking about a mix of the storage types. Shingled magnetic recording, for instance, overlays tracks on top of each other, which is relatively slow, and it can cause errors in the recording of the data, which is why when you look at the conventional magnetic recording version of the drives, they tend to be a slightly lower capacity. So it's not without merit. It's not without its risks. It's nice to see that there is still competition when it comes to storage. It's nice to see. Well, I don't want to say it's nice to see, but for an old school guy like me, it's nice. It's nice to see that they're still using magnetic storage. Everyone's been pushing towards solid state, but the price on solid state per terabyte's just prohibitively high right now still. And durability is not quite there with the writes and so forth. So we'll see. This new technology is certainly encouraging. I'm curious to see when these hit retail, if they hit retail anytime soon, what kind of performance you get from these. I'm also concerned when you're talking about capacities of this level, maintenance-wise. I mean, it takes a very long time to format drives this size, or to check disk them, or to disk doctor them, or spin write them. It's going to take quite some time to do that. And how sensitive are they to shock? I remember back in the day with Mac Store, when they would come out with their ultra high capacity drives that were, twice the capacity of most conventional drives. If you so much as walked past the computer running them, and that vibration could induce errors on the drive platter. So I'm curious what the durability of this is. We'll see. That's the beauty of technology. We get to see how it evolves and how it gets better. MSN tells us the U.S. weighs banning TP-Link router over national security concerns. U.S. authorities are investigating Chinese router manufacturer TP-Link for potential national security risks. I was going to say National Geographic risks, but there's no risk to National Geographics. Citing vulnerabilities in its devices that have been linked to cyber attacks by Chinese hackers, TP-Link, which holds 65% of the U.S. home and small business router market, has faced scrutiny over shipping routers with unpatched security flaws and lacking engagement with cybersecurity researchers. Federal agencies, including the Defense Department, rely on TP-Link routers, intensifying concerns about their widespread use. If a ban is implemented, it could mark the largest removal of Chinese telecom equipment from the U.S. since the Huawei ban of 2019. Critics argue that supply chain security issues require systemic solutions, as similar vulnerabilities have also been found in U.S.-made routers. The probe underscores growing tensions between the U.S. and China, with TP-Link facing accusations of undercutting competitors through low pricing and concerns over its ties to the Chinese government-linked entities. So here's a little bit more of our fear of China coming through again here. That's not to say the TP-Link routers have not been traditionally a major security hole. They have. I don't know how much of an exposure it is. If the Defense Department is relying on these routers, that's a major problem right there. That probably needs to be looked at. I would never run a TP-Link router just because of their reputation. The supply chain and national defense implications are fairly concerning here. Since TP-Link routers are widely used in federal agencies, including the Department of Defense and NASA, and allegations of unpatched vulnerabilities linked to Chinese state-sponsored cyber attacks highlight the risks posed by foreign-made networking equipment, which begs the question to be asked, why are we using Chinese routers in our federal agencies? That seems to be a very simple fix right there. With TP-Link controlling 65% of the U.S. router market, a ban could create significant gaps, offering opportunities for domestic players like Cisco and Netgear to regain market share. Or it could create a glut in the market where you can't get a router for quite some time. It's also going to see the overall price of the equipment go up. The reason people buy TP-Link is because it's made in Chinese factories by people that make pennies on the dollar. When you have Cisco and Netgear producing your equipment, you're paying real U.S. wages there, so the cost is going to go up. And I think people need to be prepared for that. The vulnerabilities in network and hardware across manufacturers probably needs to be addressed. And if anything, this attention the TP-Link is getting may be enough to point a spotlight on some of these sensitive pieces of equipment. The investigations underscore systemic issues with unpatched routers regardless of their origin. Companies like Cisco and Netgear have also faced vulnerabilities. Do we feel more comfortable exposing ourselves to a domestic vulnerability rather than an international one? I don't know who draws that line or sets that standard there. This also highlights the geopolitical tensions that are driving policy and market shifts right now. We're obviously going through a administration change here. We've got a lot of tough talk towards China. We've got China coming across as an adversarial nation, teaming up with Russia and North Korea in what George W. Bush had probably once would have referred to as an axis of evil. So is a lot of this political? Is it technical? Is it political? There's certainly technical merit to it, but not enough to single out TP-Link, since these vulnerabilities are in a lot of routers. So I think a lot of this is probably more politicking than anything. Again, we'll see how this one plays out. We've got a short period of time before we see any impact from this, so we'll see how well things play out. We're going to take our second break now, and when we come back, we're going to continue our talk on cybersecurity frameworks as we take a look at some emerging specialized frameworks. We'll be back in a minute.
Are you tired of your favorite gaming podcast finishing with a play?
Oh no!
Well, check out No Credits Rolled, where we play the games but rarely finish them. How's it going, folks? I'm Sam Whalen, your friendly host at No Credits Rolled, the ultimate gaming podcast, where we dish out the latest scoops and reviews on all your beloved video games.
Hey, listen.
Not only that, but we spice things up with some guest interviews and even give you, yes, you, a chance to have your say. Tune in every other week for a fresh dose of No Credits Rolled, available on all major podcast platforms, and hit us up on social media at No Credits Rolled. So why wait? Let's dive into the gaming world together, where finishing games is optional, but the fun is guaranteed.
Welcome back to Insights into Technology. We are going to beat the dead horse of cybersecurity frameworks a little bit more this week. So this week we're talking about emerging specialized frameworks. Emerging and specialized cybersecurity frameworks are developed to address new and evolving threats that traditional frameworks may not fully cover. As technology and the digital landscape advance, so do the methods used by malicious actors, which creates a need for specialized guidelines that can respond to specific tasks. The Cybersecurity Advisory Committee, or CSAC, is an advisory group working with the Cybersecurity and Information Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, has recently put forward several recommendations to address some of the most pressing and unique cybersecurity risks. These recommendations are aimed at improving national security by addressing the vulnerabilities of critical infrastructure, enhancing network security, and promoting safer practices in digital environments. One of the important focuses of CSAC's recommendations is memory safety, and we've talked about that quite a bit on the podcast as well. Memory safety refers to techniques and practices used in software design to prevent memory-related vulnerabilities that hackers often exploit. Many security issues arise because software inadvertently allows unauthorized access to memory, which attackers can use to manipulate data, cause system crashes, or gain control over devices. Memory safety initiatives encourage the use of safer programming practices and memory-safe programming languages that reduce these risks by preventing software from accessing or modifying memory it shouldn't. This focus on memory safety helps make software systems more resilient to attacks, particularly in critical infrastructure and national security applications, where reliability and security are paramount. Another key area is the implementation of encrypted DNS. DNS, or Domain Name System, is essentially the address book of the Internet, converting user-friendly domain names, like example.com, into IP addresses that computers use to locate each other. Traditionally, DNS queries are not encrypted, which means they can be intercepted by malicious actors, revealing which websites or services a user is trying to access. Encrypted DNS prevents this type of interception by using encryption protocols that shield DNS queries from prying eyes. This added layer of security plays an essential role in protecting privacy and preventing man-in-the-middle attacks, where attackers intercept or alter communications between users and websites. Encrypted DNS helps secure user data, safeguard online activities, and bolster overall network security. Cyber hygiene, another important area emphasized by CSAC, refers to the routine practices and procedures that users and organizations can follow to keep their systems secure. Just as personal hygiene helps prevent illness, cyber hygiene practices help prevent cyber attacks. CSAC's recommendations on cyber hygiene focus on creating habits that reduce system risks across critical infrastructure. This involves routinely updating software, using strong passwords, educating employees on security practices, and implementing multi-factor authentication. By adopting a strong cyber hygiene practice, organizations can protect their systems from a range of threats and reduce the risks of attacks that target vulnerable points in critical sectors such as energy, healthcare, and transportation. Together, these emerging specialized frameworks help to create a more secure digital environment by addressing areas of cybersecurity that need more specialized attention. They provide the tools and recommendations that organizations, especially those within critical infrastructures, can use to respond to the changing threat landscape. By adopting memory-safe practices, encrypted DNS, and robust cyber hygiene, organizations can better protect themselves and their users, creating a safer and more resilient cyber ecosystem. So all of these help with compliance and strategies and dealing with common challenges. So it's worthwhile for us to take a look at some of these strategies as well. So implementing and maintaining compliance with cybersecurity frameworks is a complex task that many organizations face, especially as regulations and standards evolve to address new threats. Compliance requires organizations to follow specific guidelines designed to protect data and systems, but achieving this can be challenging. There are several common obstacles, effective strategies, and technological tools that organizations can use to manage compliance more efficiently. One of the biggest challenges is dealing with resource constraints. Compliance efforts often require time, money, and skilled personnel, which can be difficult for organizations, particularly smaller ones, to provide. Many businesses also rely on legacy systems, older software or hardware that may not easily support modern security standards. These systems can be difficult and expensive to upgrade, but they are often necessary for business operations. As a result, organizations must find ways to secure these outdated systems while still meeting compliance requirements, which can be both technically and financially demanding. To manage these challenges effectively, organizations benefit from prioritizing their security controls based on risk management principles. Risk management involves identifying the most critical assets and understanding which threats could have the most significant impact on them. By focusing resources on the areas with the highest risk, organizations can make the most of their limited budgets and staff. This approach ensures that even if an organization cannot implement every control or requirement at once, it can protect its most vulnerable and valuable assets first, providing a balanced approach to compliance and security. Automation is another valuable tool for simplifying compliance. Compliance processes often require organizations to monitor and document numerous activities, such as access logs, software updates, and vulnerability scans. Manually managing these tasks can be overwhelming and prone to human error. Automation tools can handle much of this work by regularly checking systems for compliance, identifying issues as they arise, and generating reports to document compliance efforts. This not only saves time, but also helps ensure accuracy and consistency in compliance practices. Automation tools can also integrate with other systems, allowing organizations to streamline their compliance processes and focus their human resources on more complex security issues. By addressing resource constraints, prioritizing based on risk, and adopting automation tools, organizations can better manage the demands of cybersecurity compliance. This approach allows them to protect their assets more effectively while keeping pace with evolving cybersecurity frameworks, ultimately helping them maintain a strong security posture in a cost-effective way. So that was all we had for our insights into technology this week. I think next week we have our last segment on our cybersecurity frameworks. We're looking to line up a few interviews, and I'm working on our next deep dive, which is going to be zero trust architecture in the next few upcoming podcasts, I guess I should say. But that's it for today. Before we go, I do want to once again invite our listening and viewing audience, if you don't already do so, to subscribe to the podcast. You can find both audio and video versions of all of our podcasts listed as Insights into Things. You can find us on Apple, Spotify, Google, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast. I would also invite you to write in, give us your thoughts. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you happen to be an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free monthly Twitch Prime subscription. We'd appreciate it if you threw that our way. It helps us keep the lights on around here. You can find high-res versions of all our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Or you can find links to all that and more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. We are on Blue Sky now, by the way. I just don't have the link right now, but I will put it in the show notes and hopefully get it into these credits at some point in the very near future. Anyway, that's it. Another one in the books.
Insightful podcasts. by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Technology, a podcast exploring the latest in computers, networking, home automation, mobile computing, and all things technology related. Our hosts will take a deeper dive into the latest and greatest in tech trends and give you the information you need to enable your tech-centric world.
This is Insights into Technology, episode 22. No Cyber Command, no Cyber Control. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and this is your Tech News of the Week. Our first article comes to us from Martin Matuszak at The Record. Digital détente or security sabotage? Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has directed U.S. Cyber Command to halt all planning against Russia, including offensive cyber operations. This order, which does not affect the National Security Agency's signals intelligence activities, aligns with the administration's efforts to normalize relations with Moscow following its 2022 invasion of Ukraine. The duration of this directive remains uncertain, with Cyber Command instructed to assess ongoing missions and potential threats emanating from Russia. This strategic shift may have significant implications for the cybersecurity landscape affecting commercial and enterprise sectors. By pausing offensive cyber operations against a major cyber adversary, there could be an increased risk of cyber threats targeting critical infrastructure, financial systems, and corporate networks. Organizations need to bolster the defensive measures, reassess risk management strategies, and enhance threat intelligence capabilities to mitigate potential escalations in cyber attacks. With U.S. Cyber Command standing down on offensive operations, could Russian cyber actors become more emboldened to target U.S. businesses? Well, the absence of offensive cyber deterrence could encourage Russian state-sponsored and criminal cyber groups to ramp up attacks on U.S. businesses. Historically, adversaries test boundaries when they perceive a reduction in defensive or retaliatory actions. Russian-linked groups such as APT-29 or Cozy Bear and APT-28 or Fancy Bear have previously targeted U.S. government agencies, financial institutions, and infrastructure. So what should businesses do in this case? With Cyber Command being largely taken out of the picture at this point in time, I think there's an overall loss of vision of what Cyber Command does and the role they play, not just in protecting the federal government systems, but also commercial and enterprise systems in the country. With the absence of U.S. Cyber Command's role in this, you're going to want to secure your own organization. You're going to want to subscribe to cybersecurity threat intelligence feeds to monitor emerging threats. A couple of the ones that I recommend are Alien Vault's Open Threat Exchange, CISA's Automated Indicator Sharing, or AIS. US CERT puts out a list as well, as does Dark Tracer. So these are some resources that you might find helpful in at least being aware of the threats out there and how you can mitigate some of them. You also want to implement zero trust security models, which if you haven't done so already, you probably should do. Even with Cyber Command in play, it's worthwhile going zero trust. This ensures strict identity verification and least privileged access to anyone inside your network. Obviously, patching. We talk about this and we harp on this all the time. Keep your software and systems up to date to reduce vulnerabilities. Training is another one that we harp on a lot. A lot of our mitigation strategies rely on educated users. So educate your employees on the latest phishing, social engineering, and advanced persistent threats, how to spot them, what to do when they think they might have spotted one. And finally, you want to invest in proper endpoint detection and response, your EDR solutions. Advanced tools can detect and mitigate sophisticated cyber threats as they're happening or before they happen. So, what's going to happen with the resources that Cyber Command currently has? Because as far as I know, I haven't seen anything yet, but they've not fallen victim to the purge of Doge at this point in time. They could shift their focus. They've made mention of strengthening their U.S. Government and critical infrastructure to prevent attacks from other attackers, such as China, Iran, North Korea, basically round up the usual suspects. They also may be allocating resources to disrupt ransomware gangs that often operate with state support. I don't know if any of that's going to actually happen, given some of the other decisions that are being made as far as cybersecurity goes. Could this lead to enhanced operations against other cyber threats, such as those from non-state actors? It's possible. Cyber Command may prioritize countering threats from financially motivated groups, hacktivists, and espionage operations by other nation states. China, we talked about, has increased cyber espionage operations. North Korean actors frequently target financial institutions to fund state operations. What implications, and I know with our new America First mentality, we probably aren't thinking too much of this, but what are the implications for international cybersecurity? Potentially, if the U.S. reduces cyber offensive operations, other nations may view this as a de-escalation signal or an opportunity to act more aggressively. The decision might also encourage diplomatic efforts to establish clearer international norms for cyber conflict, but adversarial nations likely won't adhere to such agreements. How might other nations perceive and react to the U.S. altering its cyber posture? Well, our allies, if we have any of those left at this point in time, like NATO and Five Eyes, may worry about decreased deterrence and could increase their own cyber operations. I don't think they have much choice. They kind of have to. I suspect a good portion of what we do to protect ourselves involves sharing intelligence on cyber threats. Russia might view this as an opportunity to expand its cyber espionage efforts with less fear of U.S. retaliation. That's almost a guarantee at this point. China may interpret this as a sign of reduced U.S. cyber engagement and could ramp up its own operations. I don't know how they could ramp them up much more than they already are because they're hammering us on a daily basis. And then really the area I think of the most concern right now is that cyber criminal groups will take advantage of the lull in offensive actions to increase ransomware attacks and data breaches. I think you're going to see a significant increase in attacks coming forward. So I'm not really sure why they made this decision here, but combined with several other decisions, which we'll talk about later in the show, it doesn't bode well for cybersecurity, and it's actually kind of scary at this point in time. It's almost like there's a deliberate attempt right now to cripple our ability to defend ourselves against cyber attacks, and I don't know what the motivation is behind that, but it's not good. Our next story comes to us from Dark Readings' Elizabeth Montalbano. Sharing is scaring. A sophisticated phishing campaign is exploiting Microsoft SharePoint to compromise Windows systems. Attackers send emails prompting users to open a documents.html file, which instructs them to execute a malicious PowerShell command. This command deploys the open source Havoc command and control framework granting attackers full control over the compromised systems. This attack underscores the evolving tactics of cybercriminals who leverage trusted platforms like SharePoint to bypass security measures. For enterprises, such sophisticated phishing methods pose significant risks, including unauthorized access, data breaches, and potential operational disruptions. The use of legitimate services for malicious purposes challenges traditional security defenses, necessitating advanced threat detection and comprehensive user education. By embedding malicious content within legitimate services, attackers exploit the inherent trust that's in those services, making it difficult for standard security protocols to detect and block such threats. Anytime you trust something, when that trust is broken, it takes a while before most people tend to pick up on it. Requiring users to execute commands circumvents automated security measures, placing the onus on individuals who may not recognize the threat, thereby increasing the attack success rate. This goes back to the NAG screens that everyone's familiar with Microsoft User Account Control, where Microsoft had flooded people with these security prompts to the point that people trained themselves to ignore them. So you're seeing similar things similar methodologies when it comes to these types of attacks now. With users actually executing the commands themselves, you don't have a chance to let your automated defensive systems actually detect these and stop them because it's user initiated. The advanced obfuscation techniques conceal malicious code within seemingly benign operations, evading traditional signature-based detection methods and necessitating behavioral analysis for identification. The one advantage we have right now, or maybe the silver lining in all of this, is that current security systems and security infrastructures that are implementing artificial intelligence as part of its defense mechanisms they're very capable of detecting these types of attacks and mitigating them, where traditional security, where we're using signature-based, obviously they're not performing very well with these threats. Organizations should adopt multi-layered security approaches, including advanced threat protection and detection systems, regular employee training on phishing recognition, and strict access controls to minimize potential impacts. It sounds like a broken record, I know. It's the same things over and over again to defend against these things. They're not foolproof techniques, but if you're not doing these, then you're simply ramping up the percentage chance of being attacked and breached significantly. Open source tools do provide attackers with customizable and cost-efficient resources to develop sophisticated malware like this, thus lowering the barrier to entry for executing complex cyber attacks. That cat and mouse game where when they make it easier for the attackers, they make it harder for the defenders. And there's really, unfortunately, no way to get around that. AI is becoming one of the leading sources of some of this malicious code, and we have to be very careful about that. So be aware of this. My note to my users was to at least let them know about this threat, what to look for, and what not to expect. Like, we're not going to send out emails asking you to run scripts and so forth. So a lot of times it's just a matter of common sense at this point in time, and as long as the users are aware to look for these things, you're usually okay. But make sure you communicate these types of threats to your users so that at least when they see something, they know to question it. They don't wonder if they need to question it. Our next article comes to us from Dark Readings. I'm going to say this wrong. I apologize in advance. Vijayan, I want to say. I think that's correct. VMware's Virtual Vault breached. VMware has released patches for 3 critical zero-day vulnerabilities affecting its ESXi, Workstation, and Fusion products. These flaws, currently under active exploitation, allow attackers with administrative access to a virtual machine to escape the VM sandbox and execute code on the host system. This escalation can lead to unauthorized control over the host environment, posing significant security risks. The exploitation of these vulnerabilities threatens the foundational security of virtualized environments widely used in enterprise settings. Successful attacks could result in unauthorized access to critical systems, data breaches, and operational disruptions, the usual suspect of, or the usual result of these types of things. Organizations relying on VMware's virtualization solutions must act promptly to mitigate these risks. And again, we're going to harp on the typical stuff that we talk about here. Timely patching is crucial for preventing exploitation. Implementing robust access management policies can limit potential attack vectors. Continuous monitoring can help identify and respond to exploitation attempts. It's worthwhile to take a moment to talk about this for a second. Continuous monitoring isn't just running a firewall. Continuous monitoring is running internal threat detection systems themselves that look for anomalies. They look for unusual access requests. They may look for elevated data transfer rates. They may look for users who are accessing areas that are outside of their area of responsibility, or users who are putting request access to areas that they don't normally have access to. These are all the types of automated systems that you need to be running internally. No one person has the time to go through logs and dig through all this stuff to try to find it. So these types of monitoring and detection systems need to be in place. Staying informed with your vendors enables proactive vulnerability management as well. Again, being on one of these vulnerability lists to see when these threats come out. Preparedness ensures swift action to mitigate damage. You see a lot of these advanced persistent threats penetrate networks and start exfiltrating data or compromising internal security precautions, and they could be in your network for 6 months to a year in some cases, but they're not doing anything malicious other than gathering information and prepping the system for a future attack. And these are the types of things that throw up red flags when you have processes that are running that you can't identify, or high bandwidth utilization times, or slow system performance periodically throughout the day, or your database starts to grind to a halt. You have to be aware of these things. Don't discount them because they happen to go away after a period of time. Understand the patterns, understand what the threats are. It's a dangerous world out there in cyberspace, and we have to be vigilant, we have to be educated, and we have to be persistent in our pursuits. That's all we had for this first segment today for our cybersecurity segment. I did want to take a moment to invite you to reach out to us, give us your feedback. I'd love to hear your thoughts on the articles we discussed today. I'd love to hear your take on our opinions on things. You can call in, leave a voicemail for us. The number is 856-403-8788. That's 856-403-8788. Or you can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com, or you can get links to all of our social media and contacts on our main website at www.insightsintothings.com. We'll be right back.
Are you tired of your favorite gaming podcast finishing with a play?
Oh no!
Well, check out No Credits Rolled, where we play the games but rarely finish them. How's it going, folks? I'm Sam Whalen, your friendly host at No Credits Rolled, the ultimate gaming podcast, where we dish out the latest scoops and reviews on all your beloved video games.
Hey, listen.
Not only that, but we spice things up with some guest interviews and even give you, yes, you, a chance to have your say. Tune in every other week for a fresh dose of No Credits Rolled, available on all major podcast platforms, and hit us up on social media at No Credits Rolled. So why wait? Let's dive into the gaming world together, where finishing games is optional, but the fun is guaranteed.
Welcome back to Insights into Technology. Our next story comes to us from Sergio Gatlin at Bleeping Computer, who tells us the end of the line for Skype is near. Microsoft has announced that it will discontinue Skype on May 5th of this year after 22 years of service. The company is encouraging users to transition to Microsoft Teams, which offers similar functionalities, along with additional features like calendar management and meeting hosting. Existing Skype users can migrate their contacts and chat histories to Teams using their current Skype credentials. The shift from Skype to Microsoft Teams reflects Microsoft's strategy to consolidate its communication platforms, aiming to provide a unified solution for both personal and professional use. For businesses, this transition offers an opportunity to integrate various collaboration tools into a single platform, potentially enhancing productivity and streamlining workflows. However, organizations currently relying on Skype may need to plan and execute the migration to Teams carefully to ensure continuity and address any training needs associated with the new platform. I have to say, I'm kind of sad to see this go. I've been a Skype user from practically day one before Microsoft acquired it. It was an excellent service for long-distance communication before social media exploded. I used to use it for long-distance phone calls at the time because the rates were so much cheaper. I even had a subscription to it, and I was just notified by Microsoft very politely that the 18 cents of credit that I still had on the account has been revoked or lost or whatever because I haven't used it in 90 days or something like that. But I was a long-time user of it. So how can businesses effectively migrate from Skype to Teams? Organizations should develop a detailed migration plan with timelines, data transfer procedures, and employee training programs. Pretty much anytime you're migrating any platform over. Using Microsoft's migration tools and resources can facilitate a smooth transition. Now, caveat, I've not tried their transition tools yet. One of the things that I have traditionally found is that transition tools in situations like this rarely work 100% as advertised. So with that in mind, you probably want to have a rollback plan or some type of failover plan if it doesn't go well. So what additional features does Teams offer compared to Skype, and how can enterprises leverage them? Microsoft is selling this transition with the notion that they're providing you more services, and Teams does. Teams provides integrated collaboration tools such as file sharing, project management, and application integration, which can enhance team productivity and communication efficiency. We recently started the transition to Teams at my organization. Most of our functionality is reserved or restricted or handled, I should say, by an internal SharePoint server, which Teams is also looking to supplement and replace that as well. So the transition for us, it's awkward. The Teams interface isn't the most intuitive, but it's also fairly user-friendly. It takes just a little bit of a learning curve to get used to. So how does Teams address security and compliance requirements for enterprises, especially when you're putting your files up there? That's a significant concern that a lot of companies have. Teams does include robust security features such as data encryption, multi-factor authentication, and compliance certifications, aligning with various industry standards and to protect organizational data. I will mention, though, the Teams does currently allow SMS two-factor. And as we've talked about on the podcast in the past, SMS is literally the least secure version of two-factor. I would absolutely opt for another two-factor method other than SMS. We use YubiKeys for ours, or authenticator apps for our access. But I would definitely recommend something stronger than SMS. Another big question, will existing third-party integrations with Skype be compatible with Teams? This is another catch here where you'll find a lot of the tools you've come to rely on that you've used in conjunction with Skype may not necessarily be available. Some integrations may require adjustments. Microsoft Teams supports a wide range of third-party applications, so your organization needs to review their current integrations and consult with vendors to ensure compatibility. So a lot of vendors have been trying to move over to Teams already. You may find a lot of the third-party helper apps that you use may be over there already. Either way, no one likes change. It's human nature to kind of resist change. But this is one where you obviously don't have a choice at this point in time. And I think you'll probably find that Teams is probably not the best video conferencing app out there, but I think it's adequate for most people. But you don't have much of a choice, right? We have to move on here. So make the most of it. Train your people. Make sure your third-party apps are working. And have a plan. Next up, cloudy with a chance of downtime. Sergio Gatlin from Bleeping Computer comes to us with this one again. On March 3rd, 2025, Microsoft experienced a significant outage affecting its Microsoft 365 services, notably disrupting Teams functionality and causing widespread call failures. Now, you take this with the last article and you wonder, okay, why am I moving to Teams if they can't keep it up and running? That's a valid question. Microsoft's had several outages in the last few months that have a lot of people scratching their heads. Users reported issues with authentication across multiple services, including Outlook, OneDrive, and Exchange. Microsoft acknowledged the problem, stating, quote, users may not be able to receive calls placed through Microsoft Teams, provisioned auto attendance, and call queues, unquote, and initiated an investigation to identify the root cause. This outage highlights the vulnerabilities inherent in relying on cloud-based communication platforms. Having recently started a transition to a more cloud-centric environment at my facility, I can totally understand the skepticism here because it's very disheartening to move over to a large cloud environment like Microsoft, only to find that you're having consistent outage problems. And unfortunately, Microsoft is a big, giant target. They've got a target on their back. Most of the malicious actors out there are going after Microsoft, one, because Microsoft is notoriously insecure with how they do things. And two, they've got a massive customer base, so they're ripe for the picking now. For businesses, such disruptions can lead to operational inefficiencies, decreased productivity, and potential financial losses. The incident underscores the necessity for robust contingency planning and diversified communication strategies to mitigate the impact of unforeseen service disruptions. So what led to the authentication token failures that caused this outage? The outage, according to Microsoft, was attributed to, quote, problematic code change, unquote, in Microsoft's authentication system, leading to widespread service disruptions, which again is alarming. It'd be one thing if it was a malicious attack or a denial of service or something along those lines that Microsoft is invariably going to get hit with and can respond quickly to. But in this case here, it's a problem of their own making, which, speaks to the insecure way that they code their software, which is also why their operating system releases 70 to 100, over 100 patches a month. The outage primarily affected users across Canada and parts of the US, impacting services, as you said, like Outlook, Teams, and OneDrive. Microsoft identified the issue within hours, attributing it to a recent code update, and reverted the changes to restore services. Organizations should implement multi-channel communications platforms, establish robust incident response plans, and regularly review their service level agreements with providers. Not that that's going to get you too far with Microsoft, because the SLAs that Microsoft have are predominantly favorable towards them. This underscores the need for businesses to assess their reliance on single providers and consider hybrid solutions to ensure continuity. I don't know how a hybrid solution would have solved this. You're not going to have multiple providers for the services, your Outlook, for instance. You're not going to have multiple email providers. It's just not practical. Your Teams environment, same thing. Your OneDrive environment, same thing. Having an offline repository where you can access these things that then sync to the cloud, that might be doable. But other than that, I think you're kind of at Microsoft's mercy here. I don't know of any solution out there that really offers a robust, multi-pronged approach to having multiple vendors provide these services without unnecessary duplication, synchronization issues, or security concerns, not to mention the expense of recreating multiple infrastructure networks. So this is one of those situations where you need to be very careful about what cloud provider you choose and have a plan for what to do when that provider goes down, because it's going to happen. Apple Insider gives us our next article. This one's from Andrew Orr. The Big Apple bites back. Apple is challenging a UK government order demanding a backdoor into its encrypted iCloud storage, specifically targeting its advanced data protection feature. This legal action, filed with the UK's Investigatory Powers Tribunal, marks the first court test of the 2016 Investigatory Powers Act's provision on encryption. In response to the order, Apple has withdrawn ADP from the UK, emphasizing its commitment to user privacy and its stance against creating backdoors in its products. The UK's demand for access to encrypted data, which they're not the first ones to want this. The politicians in the US have been pushing for this, and local authorities have been pushing for this in the United States for quite some time now. Their demand for access to encrypted data raises significant concerns for businesses relying on cloud services for secure data storage. Some key considerations include data privacy and security, obviously. Mandating backdoors could compromise the confidentiality of sensitive business information, increasing vulnerability to unauthorized access. Compliance and trust. Companies may face challenges aligning with global data protection regulations, potentially eroding trust in service providers perceived as susceptible to government interventions. This is exactly why the United States wanted to ban TikTok, because of the government intervention in China on the app. There's also a concern for operational continuity. The removal of security features like ADP may prompt businesses to seek alternative solutions, potentially disrupting established workflows. What those alternative solutions would be that would still be legal in the UK under this law, I don't know. I have to imagine any law that encrypts the data to the point that the government can't access it if it needs to would not be considered acceptable. So you're not going to have a solution in country. This may force companies to go outside the country in order to get the services that they need. These actions by the UK could set precedents, encouraging other nations to impose similar requirements, complicating the global landscape for data security and privacy. You also have to question the technical feasibility. This is the same argument Apple's had about the demands by the U.S. Law enforcement agencies to unlock phones in criminal cases. Introducing a backdoor inherently weakens encryption, making systems more susceptible to exploitation by malicious actors. Once you put a backdoor in, you can't assume it's only the government that's going to use it. And that's assuming that the government's intentions are on the up and up, which in today's political climate, that's a big if. But once you compromise the ability to secure a system, anybody who finds that exploit can then take advantage of it. And there's nothing you can do about it. Businesses may adopt additional encryption measures, diversify service providers, which again, we talked about being difficult to do, or implement on-premise data solutions to maintain control over the data security. Now, this is an interesting concept. So, for the longest time, everyone had on-prem solutions, on-prem email, on-prem file storage, on-prem data collaboration, and so forth. And the push over the last 10 years, 5 to 10 years, has been go to the cloud. It's cost effective. You don't have to have the hardware. You don't have to maintain it. You don't have to worry about licensing, all that stuff. Well, now we're getting to the point now where the government is making sure that we can't trust these service providers if we can't encrypt our data securely. So you bring it all back in-house, you're going to negate the advantages that being in the cloud gives you. But then that also begs the question of, if I secure my data internally and I don't put it in the cloud, can the government come and make me unlock my data for them? There's a lot of legal wrangling going on with this one. Companies could face conflicts also between complying with local laws and adhering to international data protection standards, potentially leading to legal disputes and operational complexities. What the UK is asking Apple to do would effectively violate GDPR, potentially, and it would affect other laws in different countries as well. So it's, like I said, legal wrangling here. Is it legal to create a law that breaks other laws? I'm not a legal scholar. I couldn't talk to that effect. But that's really what the question's coming down to. It's an overreach of government. Unfortunately, it's not the United States government this time. It usually is. But it's an overreach of government that could potentially be a violation of other regulations and laws that are out there that puts the end user in quite a quandary at that point in time. So we'll have to watch this one and see where it goes. I mean, Apple's first approach was, we're just not going to offer the service anymore. You'll have to find it somewhere else. And there's, the problem is the encryption genie's out of the bottle. If you want to do something, I don't even want to say illegal, but if you want to do something that you don't want the government or law enforcement or competitors or someone else to see or be aware of, there's an infinite number of encryption options, and I can encrypt data before I put it into the cloud. It doesn't need to be encrypted by the cloud. There's nothing that say I can't encrypt my data. It's my data. I can do whatever I want with it. And the government trying to come in here and get access to it, it's really, it's lazy. There's plenty of methods out there for law enforcement and government agencies to do their job without having us break encryption, break the internet. And that's really what they're asking to do, is break the internet basically for their citizens. And I think that's sketchy at best. We're going to take our second break right now. And when we come back, I was going to do a deep dive on, I was going to start the deep dive on our artificial intelligence, but I'm going to hold off on that. It is done and ready to go. I'm going to hold off on that right now. I think there are a number of issues, number of concerning things that came up in the news lately that I'm trying to wrap my head around, and I want to throw it out there for the audience. I'd love to get your thoughts on it. I'm going to throw out some information, some theories, and a lot of questions, and we'll see where we go. So we'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Technology. So we need to take a little moment here to talk about some of the things that have been in the news. So since taking office, President Trump has issued several executive orders and directives that have raised concerns regarding their potential negative impact on national cybersecurity efforts. I'm just going to run down a couple here real quick and then try to figure things out here. So on January 22nd, there was an order basically that came out, and this is almost immediately after he took the oath of office. There was an order that came out that dismantled the Cyber Safety Review Board. The administration disbanded members of the review board, which was an advisory board responsible for investigating significant cybersecurity incidents. The move raised questions about the future of cybersecurity oversight and the nation's preparedness to handle major cyber events. And we talked about this earlier. Then on February 3rd, there was a regulatory freeze affecting cybersecurity measures. An executive memorandum was issued to implement a regulatory freeze across executive departments and agencies. This freeze may delay or halt the implementation of new cybersecurity regulations, potentially hindering efforts to strengthen national cyber defenses. Now, this one, I think I speak, from the heart on this one because it's likely going to affect me and my organization, where we're in the process of going through the Cybersecurity Maturity Model Certification 2.0. And it's been a process that we started back in 2018 that may be frozen now, but it's a process that's been designed to protect vendors and the federal government from cybersecurity intrusions when dealing with federal government contracts. Then on March 1st, a lot of stuff happened in the first week of March here. March 1st, we have a deprioritization of Russian cyber threats, which we talked about earlier. The administration has shifted its focus away from Russian cyber threats, emphasizing concerns over China and Iran instead. This pivot has led to reduced monitoring of Russian cyber activities potentially leaving the nation more vulnerable to Russian hacking efforts. Now, to put things into perspective, let's look at a few statistics on Russia's cybersecurity threats. So in 2023, Russia accounted for over 30% of unsolicited spam emails globally, making it a major source of phishing attacks. A 2024 study ranked Russia as having the highest cybercrime threat worldwide. And between July of 2023 and June of 24, approximately 2/3 of cyber attacks by Russian state and affiliated groups targeted countries in Europe and Central Asia, particularly Ukraine. And then Germany reported that 39% of companies that experienced cyber attacks in the past year attributed at least one attack to Russia, highlighting the country's role in cyber threats against businesses. So clearly, Russia has proven itself to be a clear and present danger to this country. They've shown no signs of reducing that threat. They've shown no signs of changing their tactics, being less aggressive. They're a clear and present danger. The data points here underscores Russia's prominent role in global cyber threat activities, affecting both government and private sectors. Then we have on March 4th, suspension of offensive cyber operations against Russia. In an effort to improve diplomatic relations with Russia, the administration ordered U.S. Cyber Command to halt offensive cyber operations targeting Russian entities. Critics argue the pause could embolden Russian cyber actors and diminish the U.S.'s proactive cybersecurity stance. And then on March 5th, we see a reduction in cybersecurity workforce. The Department of Government Efficiency initiated significant layoffs within federal agencies, notably affecting the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA. The dismissal of over 130 CISA employees has disrupted essential cybersecurity functions and raised concerns about the government's capacity to defend against the threats. One last one I want to throw out here, and we haven't talked about it on this show yet. There was a study that came out yesterday or today talking about the security risk posed by the massive layoff efforts that the Department of Government Efficiency is executing right now, and the number of high security personnel that are being let go and not following the standard procedures. Typically, when you let someone with a top secret or a secret security clearance go, there is a debriefing that they have, an exit interview, you could say. And in that exit interview, they're informed of what they can and can't do. They're reminded of the NDAs and security precautions that they have to take. Nobody's taking any of those. And there's already been reports that foreign adversaries are attempting to recruit these U.S. government officials that have been laid off. So there's a massive, massive threat right now, security threat from these layoffs of brain drain. First of all, you don't have people that are doing their jobs to defend the country. And the people that are being let go are potentially disgruntled employees that are being approached by foreign agents to pose an even bigger threat. So it makes me stop and wonder why we're doing this. It's basically a perfect storm for increased cyber risks. The policy decisions have collectively weakened U.S. cybersecurity by reducing oversight, limiting regulatory advancements, deprioritizing key threats, and shrinking the workforce responsible for national cyber defense. The diminished focus on Russian cyber threats, in particular, stands in stark contrast to mounting evidence that Russia remains a leading actor in global cyber crime. Without proactive measures to counter these trends, the risk of large-scale cyber incidents affecting both public and private sectors, will likely increase. Cybersecurity experts, including Bruce Schneier, warn that unless these trends are revised, the U.S. could face heightened risks in the form of data breaches, ransomware attacks, and infrastructure disruptions with fewer resources available to mitigate the threats. So what's the motivation for this? What is the administration trying to accomplish? Are they trying to accomplish? Do they understand the implications of these actions? And I honestly, I don't think they do. The recent weakening of cybersecurity defenses through executive orders, workforce reductions, and strategic shifts raises significant concerns. While official explanations may frame these changes as efforts to streamline government operations or realign national security priorities, several underlying motivations could be at play. Let's take them at face value with their diplomatic realignment with Russian relations. The suspension of offensive cyber operations against Russia and the deprioritization of Russian cyber threats suggest a broader geopolitical strategy. The administration may be pursuing a policy of diplomatic rapprochement with Moscow, seeking to reduce tensions and foster cooperation in other areas such as trade or military de-escalation. However, this approach could come at the cost of allowing Russian cyber actors more freedom to operate against U.S. interests. Is it worth the cost is the question there. The administration sees offensive cyber operations as an obstacle to improving U.S.-Russian relations and believes that scaling them back will encourage diplomatic engagement. I don't disagree with that. However, I don't necessarily think that improved relations with Russia is in our best interest at this time. The policy shift may be interpreted as a sign of weakness, leading to increased Russian cyber aggression rather than de-escalation. And I think that's where this is going to go. We're going to get burned by this well before we reap any benefits from it. The other angle of this is the austerity approach, the government downsizing. The layoff of 130 CISA employees and the disbanding of the Cyber Safety Review Board align with broader efforts by DOJ to reduce the size and scope of federal agencies. But then you have to wonder, maybe those agencies need to exist in that capacity for some reason, and protecting us is a pretty good reason. The cuts could be driven by a belief that private sector cybersecurity firms and decentralized corporate responsibility should play a larger role in national cybersecurity defense. Coming from the business world, you would think somebody like a Donald Trump or an Elon Musk would understand the value of the federal government providing the level of intelligence and oversight in cybersecurity. Being a tech guy, you would think Musk would understand that. But clearly, he's got a different motivation in mind at this point. The administration believes that cybersecurity should be more privatized. They've not been shy about that at all, shifting responsibility to corporations and state governments. But you can't have the same level of service or of protection when you go that route. And I think there's a fundamental lack of understanding of that limitation. Weakening federal cybersecurity resources may leave critical infrastructure, including utilities, transportation, and financial networks, more vulnerable to attacks. There's also the idea of deregulation and anti-bureaucratic policies. I'm sorry, I can't believe any politician when they talk about that. What they really mean is anti-opposite party bureaucracies is what they're talking about there. There's also this talk of a strategic shift towards China and Iran. Well, unfortunately, you don't get to pick the people that you defend yourself against when a lot of people are attacking you. You need to defend against all of them, and Russia's not going to stop attacking us. Yes, China's a threat, and yes, Iran and North Korea are threats. But ignoring Russian cyber activities will backfire, as cyber criminal groups and state-sponsored hackers may see this as an opportunity to escalate their attacks without fear of retaliation. What it probably really boils down to, and again, this is just my opinion, leave a note in the comments or drop a voicemail on me here and tell me I'm wrong, but it's political and it's an ideological thing. Given the history of Russian election interference and cyber influence campaigns, some critics argue the administration's stance on cybersecurity could be politically motivated. Not that I'd ever accuse a politician of being politically motivated and not putting the country's best interest at heart, but by deprioritizing Russian cyber threats, the administration may be seeking to downplay concerns about foreign influence operations that have previously benefited certain political factions. The administration may wish to avoid policies that could strain political alliances or draw attention to the past cyber-related controversies, and that's a possibility. This could erode public trust, and I can almost guarantee it will, in national security leadership and raise concerns about the politicalization of cybersecurity policy. In general, it's a risky strategy, and it has long-term consequences, and I don't think those consequences have been fully vetted by the administration. Regardless of the motivations, the cumulative effect of these policies is a weaker national cybersecurity posture at a time when cyber threats are increasing. While the administration may view these decisions as strategic, they carry significant risks, including emboldening adversaries, exposing critical infrastructure, and reducing the nation's ability to respond to emerging cyber threats. The fear that I have here, and you can claim that I'm alarmist because of it, but the fear that I have here is we're letting our guard down. We're at war with these nations from a cybersecurity standpoint, and we're literally pulling our troops off the front line here that are fighting this war for no good reason, and we're exposing ourselves. And that exposure will increase exponentially the likelihood of advanced persistent threats penetrating our military, our government, our infrastructure, so that should there be a shooting war, Donald Trump had an interview with Zelensky just the other day where he'd raised concerns about provoking World War III. Should that happen under these current circumstances, Russia could literally click a button and shut down our infrastructure, shut down our satellites, shut down our electrical grid, shut down our water system, shut down our sewer system, shut down pipelines with oil and natural gas. If we allowed them this foothold in the door, they don't need to attack us. We're surrendering to them already. We're literally giving them everything that they need at this point in time by not pursuing cybersecurity measures against them. I think it's reckless. I think it's dangerous. And I think it's ultimately going to backfire in the end. Anyway, I think that's it for preaching today. Before we do go, I want to do a quick round of shout outs. We did something right. I don't know what we did, but we had a huge influx of followers on Twitch in the last few days. I don't know if we hit the right search engine at the right time, but I would love to figure out what we did so we can keep up the good work. Because of that, I can't possibly shout out to everybody here, so I'm going to shout out to the 10, the most recent 10 that followed. Here we go. Ready? Here's the rundown. Big thank you to Jackson, Jackson RESUCB. Big shout out to Fresh JHLC, KJack P3AP, Baseball GNNM, Elwood NEC, Sherman UT2Key, Sherman UT 2Q, the 1GBXTK, Clinton 94I5, and Darkside FUSI. So thank you to everyone who followed us. And I wish I could shout out to everybody. Unfortunately, I'd be here all day because we had a lot of people follow us. But thank you to those who did. I would encourage you and all of our users to follow us. We do stream 5 days on Twitch. Technically, we stream 7 days, but I only target 5 days a week on Twitch. If you're an Amazon Prime subscriber, you get a free Twitch Prime subscription. I'd love it if you threw that our way. It helps us keep the lights on. You can also find us, call in. Actually, I would prefer that. I'd love to get some people voicemails on the air. You can call in to 856-403-8788. That's 856-403-8788. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. Give us your opinion. What do you think of the news articles that we're talking about? What do you think of our take on them and our opinions and suggestions? I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. Tell me I'm wrong. We don't have to have an argument. I'm perfectly capable of having a adult discussion with people who have a different opinion of mine, and maybe you can convince me otherwise. High-res versions of our videos can be found on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings, where you can find all that and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the books.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Technology, a podcast exploring the latest in computers, networking, home automation, mobile computing, and all things technology related. Our hosts will take a deeper dive into the latest and greatest in tech trends and give you the information you need to enable your tech-centric world.
This is Insights into Technology, episode 15, Cyber Hygiene and Meta's Purge. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen. This is your tech news of the week. The first article comes to us from Cyberscoop. They tell us about CISA's cyber hygiene boom. The Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, or CISA, has reported a significant 201% increase in enrollment for its cyber hygiene service among critical infrastructure organizations over 2 years, with the communications sector leading the charge at 300%. Other sectors such as emergency services, critical manufacturing, and water systems also demonstrated substantial growth. This surge has contributed to moderate progress in achieving CISA's cybersecurity performance goals, including mitigating vulnerabilities, limiting exposure of operational technology to the public internet, and improving encryption and email security practices. Key improvements highlighted include a 50% drop in critical exploited vulnerabilities and a reduction in the time taken to resolve secure socket layer vulnerabilities from 200 days to under 50. Despite these advancements, challenges remain, such as a 63% exposure rate of operational technology in government services. The report underscores CISA's influence in driving critical infrastructure organizations toward enhanced security postures and emphasizes ongoing efforts to reduce cyber risks in a complex threat environment. So the surge in cyber hygiene enrollment signals a growing awareness, and I think this is really the biggest takeaway from this. The 201% increase in the program enrollment reflects a growing recognition of the need for proactive cybersecurity measures among organizations. And really, when it comes to cybersecurity, awareness is usually probably the first number one priority. Out of sight, out of mind philosophy of people ignoring cybersecurity, I think, is kind of gone the way of the dodo bird. With a 300% enrollment spike from the communications companies, this highlights how industries dependent on seamless operations have embraced vulnerability scanning as a necessity. And the recent several stories that we've had with the telecom industry and the compromises, security compromises they've experienced is a great example of that. Moving more in the direction of cyber hygiene awareness in those industries, I think, is going to be a major plus. The increased adoption of government-led cybersecurity services is helping to reshape private sector confidence in collaborative security efforts. Businesses rely on public and private partnerships for securing digital operations. The frameworks that we've been talking about for the last few episodes are a great example of that. A lot of these frameworks are being pushed by government agencies or endorsed by them. And the adoption of those frameworks with the cooperation of commercial and enterprise environments is really the direction that we all need to go to ensure proper cybersecurity. This may also bring performance improvements in critical infrastructure. Progress is key in key cybersecurity performance goals, including the 50% reduction in critical vulnerabilities and faster remediation of SSL flaws. Tell us that even when we're aware of our cybersecurity issues and when we can keep these in the headlines and keep these in the forefront, not only can we make things more secure, we can also make things more efficient for all the users of this technology as well. These efforts led directly to reducing exploitable services, and I think that's a key. A reduction in exploitable services of 12, what was 12 per organization to 8 per organization represents a significant progress in securing enterprise systems. The data underscores the importance of regular vulnerability scanning and patch management for reducing attack surfaces. Again, this is one of those things where cybersecurity is not a one-and-done solution. It's an implement a solution. It's a process of continual improvement and monitoring and scanning because your attackers out there are continuing to evolve. So if you are not vigilant in your monitoring and scanning, you very well could be exposed. The news also has implications for enterprise policy and strategy moving forward. The impact noted in the report suggests that while there is improvement, achieving robust cybersecurity across critical infrastructure sectors is still an ongoing challenge. Again, T-Mobile was in the news just last week with some of the challenges that they had. This reflects directly on enterprise strategies that need to align with government recommended security goals. So, a couple of questions come out of this. Should enterprises adopt CISA's cybersecurity performance goals as part of their strategic frameworks? It's standards-based. It's government-sponsored. There's a chance that you can get some assistance from the government with it. So it's probably a decent direction for especially small and medium-sized businesses to go down. It's a practical way of achieving some of this security. How do government insights into systemic risks influence board-level decisions in the private sector? you've got the federal government out there now that's basically trying to impose certain cybersecurity standards, and there's a cost to it. There's an impact on production. There's an impact on your business's efficiency. These are all influences. These are all variables that your board level management needs to take into account and how it's going to impact your company. So, I mean, it's all definitely a move in the right direction. Seeing the federal government step up and provide these resources, and if nothing else, to at least coordinate the effort, I think is a good thing. And I hope more people, as a result, see this and take advantage of some of the resources that are out there. It can only help you get better at security if you pay attention to these things. Our next article comes to us from Security Week. Hacktivist or hustler, the FunSec mystery deepens. A newly emerged ransomware group called FunkSec claimed responsibility for over 80 attacks in December of 2024. The attacks are leveraging AI-generated malware written in Rust, believed to be inexperienced threat actors operating under a ransomware as a service model. FunkSec utilizes double extortion tactics, threatening to publicly leak stolen data if victims do not pay. They stand out for their low ransom demands and for releasing some of their source code online, as well as for incorporating distributed denial of service capabilities, a hidden virtual network, computing module, and AI-driven tools in their operations. Despite their swift rise to infamy, FunkSec's activists' claims appear questionable, with the group often recycling data from older campaigns. Their public promotions reference previous hacktivist collectives, but experts remain skeptical about these associations. Still, the novelty of their AI-based tactics has grabbed the attention of the cybersecurity world, raising concern about how readily accessible tools can empower inexperienced operators to deploy destructive ransomware at scale. And again, that's the takeaway from this, is how dangerous this type of service itself can be. FunkSec's use of AI-driven code generation hints at a future where sophisticated ransomware becomes easier to create, even by less experienced operators. Your script kiddies out there have just gotten much more dangerous. This trend can rapidly escalate the cyber threat landscape, forcing enterprises to rethink and strengthen their security measures. By following the ransomware as a service model, FunkSec offers its malware toolkit to other criminals, magnifying the impact on businesses worldwide. The service-based approach lowers entry barriers to cybercrime and contributes to a higher volume of attacks on enterprise systems. Every time you make it easier for somebody to commit a crime, it's more likely that they're going to commit that crime, I think. FunkSec's strategy of encrypting files and threatening to release stolen data amps up the pressure on commercial entities to pay ransoms. You've got stories now where government agencies in Europe are making it illegal for some institutions to pay ransomware demands at this point in time, or else they're going to pay, I guess, more ransomware ransoms to the government. This also puts sensitive corporation information at heightened risk and adds new layers of legal and reputational concerns. Gone are the days of people who breach your security and then force you to pay them to not release information. That kind of goes by the wayside when they wind up selling that information anyway, even after you've paid your ransom. So it kind of cuts into the whatever trust, I guess, you could have for these criminals. Their relatively modest ransom requests, sometimes as low as $10,000, might actually entice more people to pay. When you get these attacks that come out and they're asking for $10 million, A lot of your cybersecurity insurance out there won't cover anything like that. There's limits on what they'll cover. And a lot of the companies simply can't afford to pay that, especially when you're hitting small and medium-sized businesses. When you start asking for something that's, I want to say it's reasonable, but I mean, is any ransom for your data really reasonable? But when you're asking for sums of money as low as $10,000, some companies are going to bite the bullet and do that. If not doing that is going to force them to shut down or have extended periods of outages, it's going to cost them even more money. Enterprises relying on third-party vendors or smaller organizations with fewer security resources may become more attractive targets for groups like FunkSec because they can pay these and because they know they don't have the ability to mitigate them very easily. Their AI-based malware combined with modular attack tools such as denial of service attacks, password scrapers, or a hidden VNC connection can employ weak links in supply chains and gain broader access to commercial networks. So even though these attacks are not as sophisticated as what we're seeing in some of the more resource-intensive nation-state hacks, it's probably more dangerous the way that they're going about it. They're making attacks easier for people. And if we've seen anything over the last 5 to 10 years, it's that there's money to be made in malware. And if there's money to be made, somebody's going to figure out how to do it. And you're going to see your attacks continue. And unfortunately, that's just the nature of the beast. I don't think we have much choice but to deal with it at this point in time. Try to shut them down whenever possible, but be vigilant about how you're protecting your network. Backups. When you're talking about encrypted malware here, the biggest defense against that is to have backups. A lot of small companies can't afford a robust backup and disaster recovery solution. And as a result, when their data or their networks are compromised, they're completely at the mercy of these hackers. There are plenty of services out there. I happen to favor Datto at my organization, but there are plenty of organizations out there solutions, I should say, out there that can provide you with robust backups. I've used CrashPlan. I've used, there's another one that I use at home that is available. They have commercial options available. I mean, even using an AWS storage solution to just drop your data to can get you back up within minutes of being attacked. And that's exactly the kind of mitigation that these companies, these hackers and attackers don't want you to employ because it puts them out of business. So very dangerous. And it's one of those issues that's going to continue to evolve, and we'll keep an eye on it. CISA warns of second Beyond Trust vulnerability. Another article from Security Week. The U.S. Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency has issued an urgent alert regarding a second vulnerability in Beyond Trust privileged remote access and remote support solutions. Tracked as CVE 2024-12686, this medium severity command injection flaw has been actively exploited, including in an attack linked to Chinese state-sponsored hackers targeting the U.S. Department of Treasury, which we talked about previously. The vulnerability allows hackers with administrative privileges to upload malicious files and to execute commands on affected systems. This follows the December discovery of another critical zero-day vulnerability, CVE 2024-12356, also exploited in the wild. CISA has mandated federal agencies to patch the vulnerabilities by February 3rd under Binding Operational Directive 22-01, urging other organizations to act swiftly. Beyond Trust investigation revealed that these exploits are part of a larger campaign involving compromised API keys. The attacks highlight the growing sophistication of state-sponsored cyber threats, emphasizing the need for robust security measures across public and private sectors. So this warning signifies an increase in the risk for enterprise systems. The active exploitation and vulnerabilities like these underscore the risks associated with privileged access management tools, which for small and medium-sized businesses, you can't get away from because that's how you're going to manage your network or how your MSP, your managed service provider, is going to manage their clients' networks. These are tools that are critical to enterprise IT. The potential for attackers to gain administrative control highlights a vulnerability in widely used enterprise solutions. This is also yet another example of state-sponsored threats targeting key institutions. Chinese hackers are targeting sensitive offices within the U.S. Treasury, demonstrates how such vulnerabilities are exploited not only for financial gain, but also as part of a geopolitical cyber campaign. I mean, the title of last week's show was U.S. under cyber siege, and I really think that's the case here. China has severely amped up their efforts to penetrate our networks and exfiltrate data on our networks. And, our government's immediate response is let's ban TikTok. Well, I've yet to see any evidence to suggest that TikTok has been a vector into any of these breaches at this point in time. And I think we need to really focus on what the cause of these breaches are, defending against them, and possibly even retaliating. If we were attacked militarily, we wouldn't be sitting here and letting them attack us over and over and over again. What are we doing as a government to retaliate on these types of things if they're state sponsored? And all evidence seems to suggest that they are state sponsored at this point in time. Now, backing that down a bit, these types of threats do put pressure on enterprises to act quickly. The CISA directive mandates that federal agencies patch by February 3rd, which is not much time at all. But the broader implications for enterprises are clear at this point. Timely vulnerability management and patching are critical. If you do not have a resource within your organization that is handling these things, patches come out constantly. We just had Microsoft's Patch Tuesday, and again, over 100 or so patches came out. And it's like, for an operating system that's as mature as Windows 11 is, you should not have that many bugs, especially when you're patching 100 plus a month. But if you're not patching these, you're exposed to them. And if you don't have somebody in your organization that's making sure that your workstations are patched, that your servers are patched, that your network hardware is patched, you're asking for trouble at that point in time. If you don't have a resource, there are plenty of third-party MSPs and consultants that can come in and assist you with these types of things. If you don't have in-house expertise, you need to get some level of expertise to assist you with these things. Organizations using BeyondTrust need to assess their systems and either patch them or mitigate the risks immediately. That's not to say, you bring in a professional to patch and to take care of these things. That's not to say that they couldn't introduce flaws or malicious code or human error. You need to have some level of maintenance going on a regular basis. This raises additional concerns about our supply chain security, which we've talked about. BeyondTrust's role in enterprise IT as a privileged access management tool places it at the heart of supply chain security. The incident reveals the cascading risks that a single compromised tool can pose across systems and organizations. Unfortunately, I don't think you can avoid the risk. You need to have the management tools in place, especially with networks that are getting progressively larger and more complicated, and applications that are increasing in complexity. You need to have these tools in place in order to manage all of that. And sometimes those tools become a source of problems, and that's what you have to be careful for. The challenge, as always, is balancing usability and security. Just like convenience and security, these things are mutually exclusive. The complexities of these attacks raises questions about the trade-offs between usability and security, and enterprises need to prioritize user awareness and robust operational security practices to complement technical defenses. But you can't do it to the point that people can't do their job anymore. There has to be some level of access to continue to function. I mean, if you're basically just going to lock the place up and board up the windows so nobody can get in, then you still can't do your job at that point in time. So there has to be some legitimate level of compromise between usability and security. And hopefully, if you've got the services of an IT professional helping you out, they'll be able to make those distinctions for you. We're going to take a quick break, but before we do, I want to reach out and invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find all of our audio and video versions listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Apple, Spotify, Google, anywhere basically you can get a podcast. You can also reach out, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us any topics you'd like us to talk about, comment on what we've presented here. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can also call in, leave a voicemail for us, and we'll get you on the podcast as appropriate. That call-in number is 856-403-8788. That's 856-403-8788. I also do want to announce we are on Blue Sky now. If you look for Insights into Things.bsky.social, you'll find us. We're also on LinkedIn. If you look for Insights into Things Productions LLC, you'll find us on LinkedIn. We do publish information, technology-related news articles, and important information on both of those platforms to try to keep all of our audience informed. So take a look at us. Take a look for us there. Or you can go to our website and get links to all of our social media at www.insightsintothings.com. We'll be right back.
Are you tired of your favorite gaming podcast finishing with a play?
Oh no!
Well, check out No Credits Rolled, where we play the games but rarely finish them. How's it going, folks? I'm Sam Whalen, your friendly host at No Credits Rolled, the ultimate gaming podcast, where we dish out the latest scoops and reviews on all your beloved video games.
Hey, listen.
Not only that, but we spice things up with some guest interviews and even give you, yes, you, a chance to have your say. Tune in every other week for a fresh dose of No Credits Rolled, available on all major podcast platforms, and hit us up on social media at No Credits Rolled. So why wait? Let's dive into the gaming world together, where finishing games is optional, but the fun is guaranteed.
Welcome back to Insights into Technology, from Meta Hire to Meta Fire. This article comes to us from MSNBC. Meta Platforms is planning a significant workforce adjustment, cutting about 5% of its 72,000 staff, or around 3,600 positions, through performance-based terminations. That seems to be the latest buzzword nowadays when we do mass layoffs. CEO Mark Zuckerberg announced the move in an internal memo, citing a decision to expedite the removal of low-performing employees as part of a stricter performance management approach. While the company typically phases out underperformers over the course of a year, it will now conduct more comprehensive cuts, aligning with the end of its current performance cycle in February. U.S.-based employees affected by the cuts are expected to be notified by February 10th, while international employees will receive updates at a later date. The reductions will only apply to staff eligible for performance reviews, with Zuckerberg assuring impacted workers of, quote, generous severance packages consistent with previous layoffs. Meta also plans to fill the vacated roles with new hires throughout the year, signaling ongoing workforce restructuring amid a competitive tech landscape. But this is very similar to what we heard from Microsoft in last week's podcast, where they are using performance-based metrics to basically trim their workforce down. They didn't actively state that they were going to be doing additional hires like Meta did here, but I think time will tell whether or not there's any truth to that. Meta's decision to cut 5% of its workforce underlies a trend in tech giants recalibrating their workforce through performance-based terminations. The move signals heightened performance expectations and a leaner operational model. How does this shift in talent management affect enterprise computing? Could increased competition from their talent among tech giants create a ripple effect on innovation and efficiency across the sector? There's a lot of initiatives going on right now with AI and quantum computing and VR and all the other irons you've got in the fire right now, and you can't help but wonder if some of these projects may suffer with these losses here. By raising the bar on performance management, Meta sets a precedent that may influence other enterprises to adopt similar strategies. However, such moves risk impacting employee morale, creating an environment of insecurity even for high performers. Can enterprises strike a balance between maintaining high standards and fostering employee confidence? How does this approach impact productivity and retention in competitive industries? I, for one, am not a big fan of trying to manage through fear, and a lot of times that's what layoffs really are intended to do. You're obviously getting rid of some of the underperformers, but the reason for doing it in such a public way is to kind of scare the rest of the employees into improving their performance. And I find the carrot and stick approach, this being the stick portion of it, tends to be the least effective. If anything, what you'll wind up doing here usually is generating that sense of insecurity, which has people start looking to move to other jobs. And invariably, the people that leave the company voluntarily first are the best employees that you have. So you probably don't want to inspire them to make any rash moves like that. I think it's much better to use the carrot approach and inspire people, build them up. Grow your people, invest in them. Filling vacated roles with new hires highlights a strategy to align workforce capabilities with evolving business goals. Whether or not Meta follows through with that, or if they're just going to do this layoff and then another layoff and another layoff. A lot of times when companies do public announcements of layoffs, they try to couch that bad news with the promise of hiring more people. And in my experience, that seldom actually works out. Meta's decision to accelerate performance-based terminations reflects a broader trend of redefining expectations in high-stakes industries. Other companies may follow suit, and we already talked about Microsoft doing so, setting a new industry standard for performance evaluation and accountability. Trend could push enterprises to adopt stricter performance metrics, or it could backfire by fostering that culture of fear and a high turnover. The problem is that every time you have a loss of any percentage of your employees, there's a certain, what we often call tribal knowledge that is proprietary to your organization, that only people that work there have developed, and people that have been there for extended periods of time have accumulated more of it. And when these people walk out the door, you're left scrambling to try to fill those holes, to, find those emails or figure out what these systems did, or, whatever the knowledge was that walked out the door. You tend to wind up hurting for that. And it can cause some serious issues with efficiencies moving forward. With Meta aiming to realign its workforce, there's potential for shifts in the development and delivery of enterprise-level tools, particularly in areas like AI, VR, and enterprise communication platforms. The staffing changes could influence the roadmap and reliability of Meta's enterprise products. Competitors may capitalize on any disruption caused by Meta's internal adjustments. It's hard to keep your competitive edge. It's hard to keep your pace up. It's hard to keep your development, your research and development going. And you've got people that may be walking out of here with vital knowledge that's going to your competitors and helping your competitors advance faster. So it's very, IT is not like other typical industries, manufacturing or retail or something like that, where a high turnover rate of your employees can be minimally impactful to the business because people are interchangeable. You find in technology that people tend to have specialties in what they do. They may be specialists in certain areas. They may have certain talents. They may have knowledge of certain proprietary information. And when you get into a cycle of layoffs and turnover from employees leaving on their own, it can certainly have a significant and a very negative impact on the overall organization. So companies need to be careful of that. But, I'm not telling Meta anything I'm sure they don't already know. Next up, Biden goes big on data centers. This one comes to us from the Associated Press. President Joe Biden has signed an executive order to accelerate the construction of large-scale AI infrastructure in the United States, focusing on data centers and new clean power facilities. Under the order, federal agencies must make government sites available for AI data centers and expedite their connection to renewable energy sources, aiming to support the energy-hungry computational needs behind advanced AI models. The Department of Defense and Departments of Defense and Energy will each designate at least 3 sites for private companies to build AI data centers, with developers shouldering all construction and clean power generation costs. The administration sees this effort as critical for national security and continued U.S. leadership in AI. This is particularly important given predictions that data center energy usage could account for up to 12% of the nation's electricity consumption by 2028. While the order intends to streamline the permitting process and encourage sustainable power solutions, some experts point to missing provisions, such as water use monitoring and guidance, as ongoing challenges to be addressed in future policies. The executive order aims to remove bottlenecks from constructing AI-optimized data centers, which, I think we're going all in with AI at this point in time. I'm not sure why the government is subsidizing it, though. That's a little alarming to me. This whole plan can accelerate commercial projects reliant on scalable high-performance computing. Faster permitting and federal site availability could mean quicker deployment and less red tape for enterprises. Whether or not this initiative will continue under the incoming Trump administration is up for debate. The order does mandate new data centers run on clean energy, which is not consistent with the Trump energy policies. This is expected to nudge companies towards greener power solutions. We'll see if that happens under the new administration. With data center electricity usage potentially soaring to 12% of the nation's total, this provision impacts both environmental targets and cost management strategies for enterprise IT. Again, environmental is not a priority for the incoming Trump administration. So I think, if anything, expecting this initiative to continue much longer is probably wishful thinking. Reserved federal sites and public labor agreements could help smaller AI companies compete against tech giants, thus opening the door to innovation across the commercial sector. This inclusive approach diversifies the AI marketplace and fosters new business-to-business partnerships. By building AI infrastructure within the U.S.'s borders, businesses can benefit from more secure supply chains and controlled access to cutting-edge technology. The onshoring strategy helps reduce reliance on overseas providers and fortifies enterprise cybersecurity postures. One of the things that we're seeing now is an intent to shut down the export of chips that are suitable or optimized for AI to companies like China already. And again, this is part of the whole cyber Cold War that's going on at this point in time. Having these resources in-house or onshore, as they say, is an advantage, especially for industries like, mine or anyone who does business with the Department of Defense, where there are already in place restrictions for offshoring data and provisions that require you to use domestic services and employee only U.S. citizens and a number of other controls, which is easily accomplished when you have these kind of resources onshore. But despite its emphasis on clean power, the order is largely silent on managing data centers' water usage, and this is where the real controversy comes from. We look at what's going on out in California right now, out west, the Southwest has a lot of data centers in them. They've already obviously got some water issues out there. They've got environmental issues. They've been under a 30-year historic drought out there. One of the things these data centers need is a lot of water for cooling purposes. They use them for radiant cooling. And there's no provision in here on how to manage that. So this could be a compounding problem that we simply kick down the line a little bit further, and we'll have to deal with it eventually. Next up, Microsoft's Copilot Chat, free AI bait or a $30 hook. This comes to us from The Verge. Microsoft has relaunched its business AI tool as Microsoft 365 Copilot Chat. That just rolls right off the tongue, doesn't it? Microsoft is now offering a free GPT-powered AI chat experience to tempt organizations into adopting its paid AI services. This rebranding of Bing Chat Enterprise integrates AI agents capable of automating tasks, managing email inboxes, and more, bridging the gap between everyday chat and the premium Microsoft 365 Copilot subscription. For $30 per user per month, businesses can gain deeper integrations with tools like Word and Excel, but Copilot Chat offers a taste of its capabilities without upfront commitment. The new pricing model introduces flexibility with pay-as-you-go options based on usage, measured in message credits. Credits in quotes. Generative AI tasks cost more credits compared to simpler responses, allowing businesses to control spending. The tool aims to attract more enterprises to Microsoft's AI ecosystem, leveraging its position as a leader in workplace software while showcasing how AI can enhance productivity and efficiency. So, this is another one of those situations where Microsoft is, first of all, they've put a product out there. They had people subscribe to the product, and then they decide to rebrand it and change it, and just the lack of consistency and the lack of stability coming out of Microsoft with these types of initiatives where they're basically playing by the seat of their pants here. They came out with a service. Chances are that service not only wasn't making money, it was probably losing money because it was poorly thought out. And now they want to relaunch it to basically nickel and dime their users. This is very similar to some of their other licensing practices where everything they want to do is a subscription. It's to the point now where you're going to start seeing functions within Word. You want a spell check? Oh, but you have to pay an add-on subscription for that. You want templates? Oh, that's an add-on subscription for that. Everything they want to do. And these aren't even just subscriptions. These aren't flat subscriptions. In this case here, it's a metered subscription. It's basically like being a taxi cab, turning the meter on and not knowing, how you're getting to your destination and how much it's going to cost you. Microsoft tries to bill this as, this allows you to pay what you want and manage your own usage and control your budgets. And really what it is, it's no different than microtransactions in video games or anything like that. It's a way for people to sign up for something and throw money away for a while and have that expense kind of lost in the shuffle. And they're going to nickel and dime you. And that type of licensing just annoys me. It really does. This new offering attempts to bridge AI accessibility and premium features. Microsoft 365 Copilot Chat provides the free entry point to AI-powered productivity, aiming to familiarize businesses with its capability. It's like a drug dealer. The first one's free, and then we're going to charge you for the rest once we get you addicted. Microsoft is counting on organizations using the pay-as-you-go model for flexible adoption. The introduction of the new pricing model aligns AI costs with business needs, or at least that's what Microsoft wants you to think. Organizations can manage expenses by tracking uses measured in messages, offering flexibility and control. And the problem is I'm sure the way that they created this, it's a manageable solution. It's a usable, cost-effective solution if you want to invest in the management of it. And these are the types of things with Microsoft that you have to stay on top of. You have to monitor them constantly. You have to get some kind of idea of what your usage patterns are going to look like and hope to God that those usage patterns don't change with new employees or new initiatives or new technology that comes out or a new licensing model that Microsoft is famous for coming out with almost on a regular annual basis. And, they'll make one change to the licensing model. And if you've gotten comfortable with your month-to-month cost of this, their licensing model could throw that out the window and go get a huge bill. So trusting Microsoft to handle licensing is not a very good idea. It's a clear attempt at Microsoft shaping AI adoption in enterprise culture. Microsoft's strategic push into AI-powered workflows reflects a broader trend of embedding AI into enterprise culture. And I think the problem is that most people don't know what AI is at this point in time. And to make an investment like this, to make a commitment like this is difficult. So this is one of those things we're definitely going to have to keep an eye on. And we'll see how many changes Microsoft makes to this before it finally stabilizes and levels out. We're going to take our last break here, and then we're going to come back and talk to you about Zero Trust. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Technology. So we're going to talk about zero trust. And we're kind of short on time right now. I'm going to start the introduction here and we'll see how far we get and we'll go from there. If I have to, I'll break this up into more segments. So in today's evolving digital landscape, traditional security models are struggling to keep up with the demands of modern enterprises. The rise in remote work, cloud adoption, and increasingly sophisticated cyber threats have exposed vulnerabilities in perimeter-based security. As a response, Zero Trust Architecture, or ZTA, has emerged as the new gold standard in cybersecurity. Today, we're going to give you an introduction to Zero Trust, breaking down its core concepts, historical evolution, and the principles that make it critical for safeguarding organizations in today's interconnected world. So what is Zero Trust Architecture? So Zero Trust Architecture is a security model that assumes no entity inside or outside the network can be trusted by default. Pretty straightforward. Unlike traditional models that rely on securing a single perimeter, Zero Trust focuses on continuous verification, ensuring that users, devices, and systems must repeatedly prove their trustworthiness before accessing sensitive resources. At its core, Zero Trust embodies the principles of never trust, always verify. Now, there's been, an evolution to get to this point. There's been a history for Zero Trust. Zero Trust Architecture represents a fundamental shift in cybersecurity philosophy. It rejects implicit trust, which was the hallmark of older models like trust but verify, and replaces it with the principle of never trust, always verify, and the expansion of networks beyond traditional perimeters. There were limitations of trust but verify. In early security models, organizations operated on the assumption that anything inside the network perimeter could be trusted. This model relied heavily on securing the perimeter with firewalls and perimeter defenses such as VPNs. These were used to protect trusted networks from outside threats. The model also relied on implicit trust. Once a user, device, or system gained access, it was granted broad, unrestricted trust. However, this approach became problematic as networks grew more complex. They faced rising challenges, like some advanced threats. Attackers exploited trust credentials to move laterally within networks undetected. Network expansions, cloud services, remote work, and IoT devices blurred the boundaries of traditional parameters. You also had to deal with insider threats. Malicious insiders or compromised systems operating inside the trusted zone became significant risks. So the limitations of trust but verify became evident. Securing a single perimeter was no longer sufficient to safeguard sensitive assets. So in the early 2000s, we get the model that's referred to as the castle and moat model. The castle and moat model dominated cybersecurity in the early 2000s. Organizations created strong perimeters, or the moat, around their internal systems, or the castle. Firewalls, intrusion detection systems, and virtual private networks were key tools for perimeter defense. Some of the key challenges here, while the model excelled at keeping external threats out, it failed to address internal threats and lateral movement. Once an attacker breached the perimeter, they could often access sensitive systems without further validation. So, right around 2009, we see the birth of zero trust. John Kindervag, a Forrester research analyst, formally introduced the concept of zero trust. He challenged the assumption of implicit trust within networks, stating that all users, devices, and systems must be verified continuously. The core principle of zero trust became never trust, always verify, meaning that access is granted based on identity verification and context, such as user role or device health. No entity is inherently trusted, even if it operates within the network. Kindervag's work marked the beginning of a new security paradigm, one that eliminated the weaknesses of the castle and moat model by adopting a least privileged access strategy. Present zero trust adoption in a cloud-first world. The modern cybersecurity landscape has accelerated the adoption of zero trust due to remote work, cloud migrations, and advanced threats. The key enablers of zero trust are Zero Trust Network Access, ZTNA. It replaces legacy VPNs by providing secure identity-based access to specific applications instead of the entire network. Microsegmentation. Networks are divided into smaller, isolated segments, limiting lateral movement and containing breaches, and as well as continuous verification. Real-time monitoring and behavioral analytics and context-aware access controls ensure that trust is never static. So a great example of this, a cloud-based enterprise implementing zero trust verifies user identity through multi-factor authentication, validates the device's security posture, and only grants access to specific resources relevant to the user's role. The evolution of cybersecurity from trust but verify to never trust, always verify reflects the dynamic nature of today's threat landscape. Zero trust architecture has emerged as the solution to address limitations of legacy security models, enabling organizations to secure their assets in an increasingly complex and distributed network. As organizations continue to adopt cloud technologies, support remote workforces, and combat advanced threats, the adoption of zero trust principles such as ZTNA, microsegmentation, and continuous verification will only accelerate. Zero trust is not just the future of cybersecurity, it's the foundation for securing modern digital environments. And zero trust goes hand in hand with security frameworks. It's simply a tool or a methodology of how to secure things. And in the coming episodes, we're going to dig a little bit deeper into what some of these principles are and some of the implementations are, and get a little bit more in depth with zero trust and where it's going, where its future actually lies. That was all we had for today. Before we do go, I want to once again invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to Insights into Things on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or any place you get a podcast these days. We'd also love to hear from you. You can write into us. You can email at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can call in and leave us a voicemail. Our call-in number is 856-403-8788. That's 856-403-8788. Leave a message and let us know what you want to talk about. And if you want us to get it on the show, we can certainly work to get that taken care of for you. You can find high-res versions of all of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. You can check us out on Blue Sky at insightsintothings.bsky.social. We are now on LinkedIn. You can look for us at Insights Into Things Productions LLC, or you can check out our Facebook at facebook.com/Insights Into Things podcast. All those links and more, as well as all of our episodes, are available on the web at www.insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the books.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Technology, a podcast exploring the latest in computers, networking, home automation, mobile computing, and all things technology related. Our hosts will take a deeper dive into the latest and greatest in tech trends and give you the information you need to enable your tech-centric world.
This is Insights into Technology, episode 18, Hackers, Higgs, and the End of Windows. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen. This is your cybersecurity news of the week. Dark reading tells us that credential heists are on the surge. Recent research from Picus Security reveals a significant surge in credential stealing malware. In 2024, 25% of analyzed malware targeted users' credentials, a threefold increase from 2023. This escalation has propelled credential theft into the top 10 techniques of the MITRE ATT&CK framework, accounting for 93% of all malicious cyber activity last year. The study suggests the emergence of, quote, sneak thief malware characterized by enhanced stealth persistence and automation. On average, these malware samples can perform 14 malicious actions, aiding and evading defenses and exfiltrating data. Notably, the researchers found no evidence of AI-driven malware in these attacks. They emphasize the focus on the top 10 MITRE ATT&CK techniques can help enterprise security teams thwart 90% of malware threats. So what is sneak thief malware? Well, it's a newly identified strain of credential stealing malware designed for stealth, persistence, and automation. It represents the next evolution in malware that targets user login credentials, especially for enterprise environments. The best way to deal with this type of malware include things we've talked about already on the podcast, enabling multi-factor authentication on all accounts, especially on cloud and enterprise services, limiting credential storage in browsers, and encourage the use of password managers. We haven't really talked too much about password managers on here. I think we'll probably have to do a deep dive on these moving forward. They also suggest monitoring for unusual login activity, such as logins from unfamiliar devices or locations. One of the things that we do at my company is we do geo-blocking, and geo-blocking is almost like security through obscurity, since you can get around geo-blocks with VPNs pretty easily these days. But for the most part, it does its job from a mass stop standpoint, which is always helpful. The other thing they suggest is regularly update your software. We talk about this all the time. Patches come out on a regular basis. If you're not applying these patches, test them first, obviously. I mean, you don't want to take a patch and throw it out into your production environment without doing some level of testing to make sure it doesn't break anything in your environment or that the patches themselves aren't broken. There are several factors that have resulted In the rapid increase of credential stealing malware, cyber criminals can now purchase ready-made credential stealing malware, significantly lowering the barrier of entry for attackers. We talked about this a couple of weeks ago with another piece of malware that's going mainstream as a software as a service, which is terrifying. They also talk about the fact that many users still rely on weak passwords, and they reuse the same credentials across multiple services. And we'll do a segment on password management and how to create good passwords on a later date. But the one thing that we should kind of dwell on here is people have a tendency, we've talked about security and convenience being mutually exclusive. People don't like to be inconvenienced, especially when they're using computers, because computers are supposed to make things more convenient. So a lot of times what happens is somebody creates a password and they really like that password, and it could be to them a super secure password. And they figure, well, if it's good enough for work, it's good enough for everything. And they reuse that password everywhere. Well, it only takes one breach, one database or one organization to be penetrated for that password to get out. Now they have access to all your other sites that you're using that in. So that's not a good thing. The rise of credential stealing in the MITRE ATT&CK rankings is also significant from this story. The fact that credential theft has climbed into the top 10 MITRE ATT&CK techniques carries significant implications for cybersecurity at both the enterprise and industry levels. It signals a fundamental shift in cybercrimes, a shift in tactics at least. It highlights the increased risk of supply chain attacks, which it seems every week we have another supply chain attack to talk about. It highlights the weakening of traditional security models and the need for zero trust, which we just did a deep dive into. Priorities and budgets for enterprise security are also going to need to adjust to this type of attack now, since it's becoming more prevalent. The one interesting, the big thing that they address in the article was the absence of AI-driven malware. And we've been talking a lot about AI being used for security and for penetration. In this case, it would suggest that while there's potential for AI to be used for malicious intent, AI isn't quite the game changer in malware development yet, as a lot of people fear. That doesn't mean it's not going to be soon that it reaches that level. In this case, a lot of attackers are still relying on more traditional, proven methods. And I might add, they're the easier methods. They're going after people that don't have multi-factor. They're going after people that are using or reusing passwords. So it's basic fundamentals that we have to, again, hammer home about, because these are the types of things that are overlooked frequently by users, by administrators, by systems operators, by developers. It's the basic stuff. If you can get in the habit of creating secure logins, secure passwords, and using multi-factor authentication and secure methods of accessing your systems, everything else kind of falls into place after that, and it makes it a lot easier to secure everything else. So a lot of work still to do in that area. The Hacker News tells us that cyber vulnerabilities surge. In 2024, the cybersecurity landscape witnessed a notable escalation in exploited vulnerabilities. A recent report from VulnCheck highlights that 768 common vulnerabilities and exposures, or CVEs, were actively exploited in the wild last year, marking a 20% increase from the 639 CVEs reported in 2023. Alarmingly, 23.6% of these exploited vulnerabilities were weaponized on or before their public disclosure date, underscoring the speed at which threat actors are capitalizing on newly identified weaknesses. This figure, however, shows a slight decrease from 26.8% in 2023 indicating that while immediate exploitation remains a significant concern, there's been a minor improvement. The report also emphasized that 1% of all CVEs published in 2024 were reported as exploited in the wild. This percentage is expected to rise as more instances of exploitation are discovered. A deeper dive into this data set reveals that 31 known threat actors have been linked to the exploitation of the Log4j vulnerability, making it one of the most targeted flaws. Additionally, approximately 400,000 internet-accessible systems remain vulnerable to attacks stemming from 15 critical security shortcomings in products from companies such as Apache, Atlassian, Barracuda, Citrix, Cisco, Fortinet, Microsoft, Progress, Papercut, and Zoho. That's not even the exhaustive list. Organizations are urged to assess exposure, identify and evaluate their susceptibility to these vulnerabilities, to enhance their visibility by improving monitoring to detect potential risks promptly. They should leverage threat intelligence, utilize robust intelligence to stay ahead of the emerging threats, maintain strong patch management. We beat this one to death all the time. Ensure timely updates and patches are applied to mitigate vulnerabilities, and implementing control. Reduce internet-facing exposure of vulnerable devices wherever possible. The surge in exploited vulnerability serves as a stark reminder of the evolving threat landscape and the critical importance of proactive cybersecurity measures. So the report highlights the rapid weaponization of these vulnerabilities. The fact that nearly a quarter of the exploited CVEs were weaponized on or before their disclosure date highlights the need for immediate action upon vulnerability announcements. It also suggests that these vulnerabilities themselves are obviously being detected by malicious actors well before you're getting the gray hat and white hat hackers finding these and conducting responsible disclosures to these companies. Persistent vulnerabilities remain a problem in unpatched systems. The continued exploitation of older vulnerabilities, such as Log4j, underscores the importance of addressing known issues promptly. Now, there's a lot of exploited flaws out there where there are patches already that just need to be applied. That's compounded by the fact that new vulnerabilities obviously are coming out on a regular basis. Apple just announced some issues with their M-series processors now, which makes things even more difficult to patch. The report highlights a need for comprehensive defense strategies. Organizations must adopt a multifaceted approach, combining threat intelligence, regular patching, and exposure management to safeguard against these evolving threats. And defense is always going to be playing catch up. And if we allow what we are doing defensively to fall behind, that catch up gets even more difficult to maintain, and the cost of it starts to skyrocket real fast. So this is one of those adversarial environments where you can't fall behind on, or it compounds the problem significantly. Leaping Computer tells us the AI, talks about AI from innovation to exploitation. In a recent revelation, Google's Threat Intelligence Group has identified that state-sponsored hacking groups from over 20 countries are leveraging Google's AI-powered assistant Gemini to enhance their cyber operations. Notably, actors like Iran and China are on the forefront of this trend. These groups are utilizing Gemini to streamline various malicious activity, including developing malicious tools and scripts, researching publicly disclosed vulnerabilities, gathering information on target organizations, exploring methods to evade detection and escalate privileges within compromised networks. While the integration of AI into cybersecurity is not new, the use of advanced tools like Gemini by threat actors underscores the evolving landscape of cyber threats. It's crucial for organizations to recognize that the same technologies driving innovation can also be repurposed to facilitate cyber attacks. This development serves as a stark reminder of the importance of staying vigilant and adapting cybersecurity strategies to counteract the innovative methods employed by adversaries. So this is a clear example that AI is a double-edged sword, and we've talked about this numerous times in the past. The dual-use nature of AI technologies like Gemini highlights the fine line between beneficial applications and potential misuse. Just like any tool out there, a hammer can be a very useful tool, but in the hands of the wrong person, it can also be a deadly weapon. And AI is no different in this case when it comes to cybersecurity. This also demonstrates the evolving threat landscape. It was already evolving, but now it's evolving at a much faster pace with much more sophistication. It's taking leaps and bounds over the steps that it was taking before. With state-sponsored actors adopting AI tools, traditional cybersecurity measures may need to be reevaluated to address these sophisticated attacks. This particular incident also highlights the ethical and security implications of AI usage. This was something, AI ethics has been talked about for quite some time now, but it's been talked about almost entirely from the perspective of well-intentioned people using AI, how it should be used, how it shouldn't be used. The ethics of it being used by a malicious actor are a little bit more gray, more sketchy, I think. The exploitation of AI by malicious entities raises questions about the ethical responsibilities of AI developers and the need for robust security protocols. And we have an article in the second segment that's actually going to address this more directly. Is this a sign of the future of AI and cybersecurity? You might wonder. As AI continues to advance, how can organizations balance innovation with security to prevent misuse by threat actors? And that's a good question. I think it's a question that doesn't quite have an answer yet. And that's largely due to the fact that AI is evolving at such a rapid rate. And a lot of people don't know where AI fits into the grand scheme of things of their enterprise applications. They don't know if it should be used internally. Can it be used securely? People at this point in time still don't know how to use it effectively to exploit systems that are out there, aside from some of the obvious examples that we've seen. So if people are just starting to figure out how to use it to malicious intent, it's very difficult to try to come up with a counter to that intent until you know what direction the threat's coming from. So, none of this bodes well for AI. It's definitely something that's going to take on a much bigger role in enterprise computing in the very near future. Hopefully, it's a positive role, and hopefully we can take advantage of the technology itself to at least defend ourselves against the technology. We're going to take a quick break here. Before we do, I want to take a moment to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. We do now have a separate podcast feed for this podcast, an audio version. You can look for Insights into Technology anywhere you get a podcast. Now, I did audio only so that we could get listed up on Spotify, actually. That was too large of a segment to not do. And Spotify, while they're currently testing and playing around with video on there, They will not allow you to list a podcast on their service if it isn't audio only. So you can find audio versions of Insights into Technology. You can also find those links on our website at www.insightsintotechnology.com, or you can go to insightsintothings.com to get audio and video links to all of our podcasts. I would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback. We've got some feedback that we did get that I want to get to in a shout out segment towards the end of the show. But if you would like to call in and leave a voicemail to have it played out on the future episode, you can call in to 856-403-8788. That's 856-403-8788. You can also email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. And we stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. We are on Blue Sky. If you look us up as insightsintothings.bsky.social. And we're on LinkedIn. You can just look us up as Insights Into Things Productions, LLC. Or you can find links to all that and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Technology. This is episode 18. Google announces massive AI investment for 2025. This one comes to us from CNBC. Alphabet, the parent company of Google, has announced plans to invest approximately $75 billion in capital expenditures for 2025. This is a significant increase from the $32.3 billion spent in 2023. The move underscores the company's commitment to enhancing its artificial intelligence infrastructure and capabilities. The announcement comes as Alphabet reported a 12% year-over-year revenue growth to $96.5 billion in Q4 of 2024. Google Cloud revenues rose 10% to $12 billion, driven by advancements in AI infrastructure and solutions. CEO Sundar Pichai emphasized the company's leadership in AI, and it plans to accelerate progress through substantial capital investments. So this is a lot of money. This marks a significant increase in capital expenditures for Alphabet. It more than doubles their 2023 spending, as we said, and it highlights a major push into AI infrastructure and cloud computing. Now, some of that may be driven by competition in the market. It may be driven by new competitors, such as DeepSeek, that's out of China now. So this is definitely Google doing its best to stay ahead of the curve on this one. This is also a bold statement about their AI infrastructure expansion. The investment will likely go towards advanced data centers, AI chips, and cloud services, enabling faster and more efficient AI model training. Now, we mentioned DeepSeek. DeepSeek's training model was done kind of on the cheap, which is kind of scaring everybody. They're not spending anywhere near as much money as Google is here. So hopefully this investment pays off and it's not a technology lemon by the time it gets out the door. It does speak to the competitive landscape of AI investments. The move by Alphabet to invest all this money also mirrors Meta's pledge to invest $65 billion in AI and Microsoft's ongoing AI expansions, which is showcasing how big tech is betting on AI growth for the future. I think it's probably a good bet, but when you have someone like DeepSeek coming in to upset the market, that could complicate things significantly. There are challenges and potentially a tumultuous future for the AI market. Challenges include high operational costs, regulatory scrutiny, which we haven't really seen much of at this point yet, and emerging AI competition like DeepSeek. Companies like DeepSeek and smaller AI startups could disrupt the landscape, which DeepSeek kind of is doing already unexpectedly, and it might force Alphabet to stay ahead through continuous innovation, which is almost akin to an arms race type thing that we saw during the Cold War, where someone's going to outspend somebody here to win this. I think that's really what the bottom line is, but I don't think you're going to be stopping AI anytime in the near future. Clearly, companies as large as Alphabet and Microsoft and Meta think it's the future, and they're investing in it like it's the future of their company. I think Meta's very keen on not getting burned on the next big thing like they kind of did with TikTok, where they didn't take it as seriously as they probably should have. It looks like Google's following suit on this one. Our next article comes to us from The Guardian. AI's new frontier, revolutionizing particle physics. Artificial intelligence is poised to revolutionize particle physics, offering profound insights into the fundamental forces that govern our universe and potentially revealing its ultimate fate. Professor Mark Thompson, the incoming Director General of CERN, emphasizes that advanced AI techniques are now integral to operations at the Large Hadron Collider. These methods are pivotal in detecting rare events, such as those related to the Higgs boson, which could elucidate, that wasn't my word, that came out of the article, how particles acquired mass after the Big Bang and provide clues about the universe's long-term stability. A key focus is measuring the Higgs self-coupling, a phenomenon that could indicate whether the Higgs field has reached a stable state or if another drastic transition could occur in the future, a scenario that would have profound implications for the universe's longevity. The integration of AI into the LHC operations has led significant improvements in data collection and interpretation, accelerating the pace of discovery in subatomic physics. Looking ahead, projects like the proposed Future Circular Collider, combined with advancements in AI, promise transformative leaps in our understanding, potentially uncovering the elusive nature of dark matter and other fundamental mysteries. This convergence of AI and particle physics not only accelerates our quest to understand the universe, but also exemplifies the transformative potential of interdisciplinary innovation. So, what's AI's role in particle physics? AI is not just accelerating discoveries, it's enabling breakthroughs in fundamental physics that might have otherwise taken decades to achieve. The combination of AI and cutting-edge particle accelerators could help scientists uncover the mysteries of dark matter, new forces, and even the origins of the universe. Understanding Higgs self-coupling is more than just a theoretical exercise. It could tell us whether the universe is eternally stable or on a countdown to an unpredictable transformation. While the likelihood of a sudden vacuum decay remains incredibly low on human timescales, these studies push the boundaries of physics and may even hint at new physics beyond the standard model. So how will future colliders leverage AI to push these boundaries? Well, AI is not just enhancing the way we study particle physics, it's redefining it. From detecting unknown particles to optimizing massive colliders, AI will play a central role in the next era of discovery, potentially leading to breakthroughs in dark matter, quantum gravity, and the very fabric of the universe. So just a side note. So we've kind of switched over with our 3-segment format we have here. We've kind of switched over our focus on these segments. I try to focus the first segment on cybersecurity. This second segment here, we're trying to focus on science and technology in general. And I'm fascinated by what they do at CERN and the Large Hadron Collider. I think what they're doing is the cutting edge of future physics right now. The fact that they're able to benefit from AI, I think, is a great thing. I think there's a lot that we still don't know about the universe that the folks at CERN and other such research laboratories are really opening our eyes to. So kudos to them for moving it forward. The Register gives us our next article, Facial Recognition Under the Microscope. The Department of Homeland Security's Inspector General has initiated an audit of the Transportation Security Administration's deployment of facial recognition technology at U.S. airports. This action responds to concerns raised by a bipartisan group of U.S. senators and privacy advocates regarding passenger privacy and the effectiveness of these systems. The audit aims to assess security enhancements by evaluating how effectively facial recognition improves security screening processes. They're going to take a look at identification accuracy, trying to determine the technology's precision in identifying individuals of interest. They're also going to look at privacy protections, ensuring that passenger privacy rights are upheld during the use of this technology. Senator Jeff Merkley, who co-led the request for this audit, emphasized, quote, Americans don't want a national surveillance state, but right now, more Americans than ever before are having their faces scanned at the airport without being able to exercise their right to opt out. The TSA has been piloting facial recognition systems since 2023, with plans to expand to up to 430 airports in the coming decade. This expansion has sparked debates over the balance between enhanced security measures and the protection of individual privacy rights. This audit represents a critical examination of the TSA's use of advanced technology in security protocols, highlighting the ongoing dialogue between innovation and civil liberties. So, we talk about privacy and convenience being mutually exclusive. We talk about security and convenience being mutually exclusive. Security and privacy, however, kind of go hand in hand because you can't have security without privacy, and you can't have privacy without security. So getting these to work in conjunction with each other is the difficult part. How can agencies balance the need for security with the protection of individual privacy rights? This is kind of murky water here because you figure an airport is a public venue. And anytime you're in the public, you don't really have a reasonable right to privacy. You have that in private homes or private institutions. But when you're in the airport or any other public facility, you're there, you're out to be seen. And I don't think they're going to have much luck in getting facial recognition stopped in these places. There is a clear demand for opt-out options, but I don't know how you can make that work in a public venue like that. We went through COVID. Everybody was opting out by wearing masks, so you didn't have facial recognition working at that point, but I don't think that's the way to go either. Are passengers even adequately informed about their ability to opt out of facial recognition screenings? Not only do they need to be informed of their ability, they need to be informed how to exercise that. I, for one, and the article doesn't talk about it either, don't know how to do that. If I walk into an airport, there's no way for me to opt out of anything at that point. We also have to worry about the technical accuracy. Early forms of facial recognition had a built-in bias from the sample sets they were trained on that they had a high failure rate with anybody of dark skin, whether you were Middle Eastern, African American, Native American, anyone who wasn't, I guess, Caucasian, they were not getting good reads off of them. So the technology still needs some advancements to get to where it needs to be. So what's the future impact? Well, future impact is still questionable. Is there a future for personal privacy when it comes to air travel? Security experts would seem to suggest there isn't. We obviously chalk this up to 9/11, but security in our airports has become far more a priority than privacy or convenience has. No one has a convenient or pleasant time, I think, going through an airport at this point in time. How far can they take this? Can they make the hardware actually work the way they want it to? These are all good questions that I don't think we have answers to right now. And a lot of this is going to come down to policy. And the policy right now with the current administration is questionable. And I don't mean that from an intent standpoint. I just mean no one knows what the policies are at this point in time when it comes to this type of thing. But I would think they would respect privacy rights as well. We'll see. TSA is going to go through some changes, I think, in the next couple of years. So we'll keep our eye on this and see where we wind up. We're going to take our second break now, and when we come back, we don't have a deep dive today. We're going to do a focus article that caught my attention here that I think speaks to bigger implications for enterprise and commercial computing that we probably need to have a talk about. Hopefully we'll have the start of our next deep dive next week, but we'll be right back.
Are you tired of your favorite gaming podcast finishing with a play?
Oh, no!
Well, check out No Credits Rolled, where we play the games but rarely finish them. How's it going, folks? I'm Sam Whalen, your friendly host at No Credits Rolled, the ultimate gaming podcast, where we dish out the latest scoops and reviews on all your beloved video games.
Hey, listen!
Not only that, but we spice things up with some guest interviews and even give you, yes, you, a chance to have your say. Tune in every other week for a fresh dose of No Credits Rolled, available on all major podcast platforms, and hit us up on social media at No Credits Rolled. So why wait? Let's dive into the gaming world together, where finishing games is optional, but the fun is guaranteed.
Welcome back to Insights into Technology. So we're using a new source for this particular article, XDA developers. We've not quoted them in the past. An article about Microsoft tightening the reins on Windows 11. As of the end of support for Windows 10 approaches in October of this year, Microsoft is intensifying efforts to ensure users transition to Windows 11 on compliant hardware. Recently, the company has taken significant steps to discourage installations on unsupported devices. Previously, Microsoft Official documentation provided registry tweaks to bypass the Trusted Platform Module 2.0 requirement, allowing installations on older hardware. However, this guidance has been removed, signaling a shift in policy. Additionally, third-party tools like Fly-by-11, designed to circumvent these hardware checks, are now being flagged as potential threats by Microsoft's Defender, further discouraging their use. These actions underscore Microsoft's commitment to maintaining, and I have to laugh at this one, Microsoft's commitment to maintaining the security and integrity of Windows 11 by enforcing its hardware requirements. Users with incompatible systems are advised to consider upgrading their hardware or consider using Windows 10 until its support concludes. Now, as with any Microsoft retirement of an OS, Microsoft will provide businesses with extended support for a nominal fee. And I think they had announced what that fee was going to be after I had written up the show notes. So I'll have to put that in notes after the show. But, this highlights the security challenge, or the challenge of security versus accessibility. Balancing stringent security measures with user accessibility, especially for those with older hardware, is going to be difficult here. Microsoft is trying to do what Apple traditionally does, and that is basically force hardware upgrades to support newer operating systems. The difference here is, in Apple's case, one, they control the entire ecosystem. So you can't buy an Apple product from anyone but Apple. Nobody's selling anything that runs Apple OS. Well, not officially at least, but you can get them, but not officially. And you look at it from a smartphone standpoint, Apple devices are generally much easier to support than Android devices, because an iPhone is a known quantity. Regardless of which version of iPhone it is, you know what hardware it is. Apple knows exactly what hardware it is, what its capabilities are, what its limits are, what its flaws are. There's no variables that they really have to take into account. When you look at supporting Android, you have different versions of Android. You have different flavors of Android. You have different app stores for Android. You have different carrier requirements for Android. So, and Apple pushes out all their updates, whereas with Android, a lot of times those updates come from the carrier, and the carrier doesn't necessarily release them timely. And users who go out and get those themselves could potentially break things on the phone if the carrier doesn't support some of the features yet. So that's a kind of a contrast that we're seeing here between PCs and Apple devices, where Microsoft is basically saying you need to have these components in here. And the one that they're hung up on here is the TPM, the Trusted Platform Module for security. The other problem that you run into is Apple can get away with it because they handle such a small segment of the market, and they're really not embedded in the enterprise. Yes, businesses use them, marketing and graphic enterprises and video and so forth. They're used professionally, but you're not looking at the same scale of rollout and install base that you're seeing with Windows devices. The other problem that you run into for Microsoft is, I've got 3 systems right in front of me here, 2 of which can't support Windows 11, but are running Windows 11. I had to use side channel or, bypasses to get them working. But the one machine I do have, my one laptop that's here, can support Windows 11. Well, when you look at that from a consumer standpoint, you're looking at replacing one, maybe two computers, and Microsoft might not care too much about that. But when you're talking about businesses, commercial and enterprise businesses, you're talking a huge install base that needs to be upgraded. I have two facilities that I'm responsible for. Our one facility is pretty well situated right now because we've been working on it for quite some time. But we're kind of the early stages of my other facility. And we're looking at a cost for us of probably, I think we budgeted $68,000. That's a large chunk of change to update just to run the latest version of the OS. And we have to run the latest version of the OS when they deprecate Windows 10 because of security concerns. You're not going to get the security updates that you need to get to keep the systems running safely and securely. So what this really amounts to is a heavy-handed approach by Microsoft to force people to go out and buy new hardware. And I got a real problem with that. Like, it's none of Microsoft's business what kind of hardware I run. If you're not going to support new hardware with your new OS, then you need to have a separate support channel. And they will, from a business standpoint, they're going to have the ability to have the extended support. But I'm not sure, I don't think they even make that available to individuals. They haven't in the past. They did, then they didn't, then they did again, then they didn't again. So their support has been very inconsistent, which is very frustrating from an end user standpoint. From a business standpoint, we need to replace a whole boatload of systems, and it's a costly endeavor. And we're not buying Microsoft systems. And it's not, I'm not boycotting Microsoft because of the shenanigans that they're playing here with hardware. We just aren't a Microsoft shop. We ran Surface Pros for a while, but they were terrible devices. I absolutely can't stand Surface Pros, and most of my users couldn't either. So Microsoft's not getting anything out of this deal unless, they're obviously getting some kind of kickback from the HPs and the Dells out there that are filling a lot of these gaps. This is really an unjustifiable expense that they're imposing on their client, their customer base. And I say that because they're doing this in the name of security. And I'm sorry, but when you're Microsoft, you can't claim security as a priority under any circumstance. On average, Microsoft puts out almost 100 patches a month on their Patch Tuesdays, which for an operating system that's that old and that mature is ridiculous. They should be putting out a fraction of those. Microsoft, almost deliberately, it seems, and that's speculation, obviously, but it almost seems like they deliberately inject 0 days and flaws into their code just so that they can keep pushing out new versions and new updates. In reality, that's probably not the case, obviously. I'm not really being entirely fair there. But what's happening is feature creep in all their products. And as a result of this feature creep, you're injecting more and more needless code into the applications and the operating systems. And that code is flawed, and that code has bugs because you're trying to make the software do things that you shouldn't be making it do. There's no way that I should be able to open up a Word document and write actual code in there for scripting. That just should never be allowed to happen. Any more than I should be allowed to embed images and videos into an Excel spreadsheet. The feature creep in these Microsoft products has been the bane of administrators' existence for years now. And for Microsoft to now force this extremely expensive path forward on all of its users in the name of security is almost laughable because their focus has never been on security. They have no interest in putting out secure products. They basically churn out whatever they think they can make a few bucks on and throw it out the door regardless of what kind of condition it's in, with the mindset of we'll fix it once it's out there. And that's a bigger threat to the computing world than me running Windows 11 on a machine that doesn't have a TPM on it. That's insignificant. That's me assuming the risk of running the operating system on my hardware. To me, that's the same as seatbelts or wearing a helmet. Yeah, it's probably the safest thing. It's probably the smartest thing to do to wear those and to take that precaution. But if I don't, I'm not compromising anybody else's security. I'm compromising my own. Now, you can make an argument that a machine that's not running the TPM that becomes compromised can then be used to compromise other machines. We can go down that rabbit hole if you want to. But on principle, I think any company that's not a hardware company, now Microsoft, you can make an argument that they are a hardware company now, but their control of the market is insignificant in the grand scheme of things. So I can't call them a hardware company because of that. For them to be forcing this on people is probably a little too heavy-handed. And they probably are looking at it from a standpoint of, well, you're a consumer, you need to buy a new laptop. It's been 5 years, 6 years, whatever. You need to buy a new computer. And that's kind of high and mighty of them to take that stance. But the damage is minimal from a user standpoint at that point. What they fail to realize is the massive install base that they have in the enterprise sector and the extreme cost and hardship that this is going to place on these companies is something that they need some serious consideration. TPM is not foolproof by any stretch, especially when you're running a Windows operating system on it that's prone to bugs and malicious attacks. So for them to claim the end-all be-all is these hardware requirements of theirs is really just a fictitious excuse to make people spend money on hardware. And given the economic times that we're in right now, given the potential for tariffs that are going to shoot up prices for computing components, it's really bad timing. And it's probably a really bad business decision, and Microsoft's going to take some heat for it. It may question people's loyalty to Microsoft, and that's the other thing that Microsoft has to worry about. If you're an Apple user, you're going to stick with Apple because there's no alternative to Apple that's Apple. But if you're running Windows, Linux will run on a Windows machine or same machine just as well as Windows does, and you get a lot of the same capabilities and same functions, especially with so many functions moving to the cloud in a web format now. Your computer's just turning itself into a dumb terminal at that point. You're using all other people's computing hardware. So Microsoft's adherence to these strict hardware standards, I think, is a mistake. I think it's going to cost a lot of people a lot of money, and I don't think it's going to buy us a whole lot in the end. So I wanted to spend some time talking about this because this is going to be significant. We're gearing up to have all of our systems updated to support official versions of Windows 11 by the drop dead date of Windows 10. But it's going to cost. It's going to cost a lot of people. So what are your thoughts? Give me your feedback. Let me know what you think. And I'd love to get your opinion on this, and if you think this is as egregious an act as I do. Before we do go, I did want to say I wanted to do some shout outs. So before we wrap up the episode, I want to say thanks to a couple of our audience members. The first one is from YouTube. User Kai Scott 4208 actually dropped a comment on one of our more recent episodes. He said, "Please continue doing the show. You're doing great. I'm in school for cyber and watch every episode. You and this show is so resourceful. In the long run, I believe the show will go far." Thank you for that. I'm so glad that we're helpful to you. That is why we do this podcast. This is not a for-profit podcast. My Podbean bill just went up significantly with some changes we made. So there's more money out of pocket, but that's okay. This is my way of trying to give back to the community at this point in time that's been so good to me for years. So kudos to you. Stick with it. I think you picked a great career choice, and I wish you well. I'd love to hear from you more. On Twitch, we did get a new subscriber this week. BX Iron Man gave us a Twitch Prime subscription. Just a reminder to everybody, if you do have an Amazon Prime subscription, you get a free monthly Twitch Prime subscription. If you threw that our way, it puts a couple of bucks in the coffers. It helps us pay the bills. That's always appreciated. From our website, Bernard, I'm going to say this, mispronounce this terribly, and I apologize in advance. Abelt, I believe, subscribe to us from Canada. So it's nice to see that our friends from the North are enjoying the show as well. So thank you for that. And finally, just to wrap up the shout outs here, a couple of folks with follows on Twitch this week. The Solitary Cyclist, Cream of the Crop 1, and Miss Psycho Kitty. Love that name. Thank you for following us on Twitch. I appreciate that. And I encourage all of our viewers and listeners to subscribe to the podcast, follow us where you can, click that like button, pound the whatever, the pitch here. Before we do go, I do want to once again mention that we are available anywhere you get a podcast these days: Apple, Spotify, Google, iHeartRadio, TuneIn. For audio and video versions of the podcast, you can find us listed as Insights into Things. That will get you all the network's podcasts. And if you were looking just for this podcast, audio versions for this can be found listed as Insights into Technology. I would also invite you to write in or call in. Give us your feedback. Tell us what you think. I'd love to hear more opinions about the articles that we cover here. You can call in and leave a voicemail at 856-403-8788. That's 856-403-8788. We can get you on a future podcast if that's what you'd like. We'd love to get the comments out there. You can also email us at comments@insightsintothings.com, and we can get you on the shout outs here. I'd like to do these more often if we get more active listeners participating. You can also find high-res videos of our episodes on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. As I mentioned already, we stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. And you can find links to all that and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the books.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Technology, a podcast exploring the latest in computers, networking, home automation, mobile computing, and all things technology related. Our hosts will take a deeper dive into the latest and greatest in tech trends and give you the information you need to enable your tech-centric world.
This is Insights into Technology, episode 23, Bugs, Breaches, and Bot Takeovers. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen. And before we get into your tech news of the week, I did have an apology and a notification to throw out there. The apology is because our regular release of podcast was delayed this weekend. We had a bit of a incident at my house. As you guys know, my studio's in my house. We had a situation where our sub pump had gone. We had gotten some rain. We had gotten some water. We had some mold issues coming as a result of that. So we've got a significant amount of construction going on. And last weekend, they were in to finish up the work, and we had to move some stuff down in the room where the mold was. And as a result, I had to take my entire network offline. So I was kind of working outside my comfort zone there and didn't have a network to work with. I got things back up and running to get the podcast out late on Monday. So I wanted to apologize for that. But the work isn't done yet. So we're probably going to have to do another shutdown in the near future. Hopefully I don't have to shut everything down. But in the coming weeks, as the contractors come in to finish up that work, there's a chance that we may miss a podcast deadline like we usually do. So I just wanted to put that out there so people weren't wondering what happened to us. Anyway, on to our tech news of the week. Our first story comes to us from TechCrunch. Sarek Perez wrote this article. Autonomy at the expense of privacy. Signal President Meredith Whittaker has raised alarms about the security and privacy risks associated with agentic AI, or autonomous systems capable of performing tasks without human intervention. Speaking at South by Southwest 2025, she cautioned that AI requires extensive access to personal data, including browsing history, financial information, and calendars, potentially operating with root-level permissions. This data is often processed off-site, transmitted to cloud servers, thereby heightening security and privacy vulnerabilities. The rise of agentic AI presents significant challenges for commercial and enterprise computing, particularly concerning data security and privacy. Agentic AI systems necessitate broad access to sensitive data, potentially leading to unauthorized data exposure. Enterprises must evaluate the extent of permissions granted to AI applications to safeguard confidential information. The reliance on cloud servers for data processing by agentic AI increases the risk of data breaches. Organizations should consider implementing robust encryption protocols and exploring on-device processing alternatives to mitigate these risks. Deploying agentic AI may complicate adherence to data protection regulations like GDPR and CCPA. Companies must ensure that AI operations align with legal requirements to avoid penalties and maintain consumer trust. This is kind of a big one here. In going through the process to become CMMC certified, there's a lot of rules with that and many other regulations involving where your data can be, how it has to be handled, and who can actually handle it. And in the situation here where you might not necessarily know what cloud service or whose cloud service the AI is using, it makes it very difficult to maintain compliance moving forward. Clear communication with users regarding data usage by agentic AI is essential, assuming you have the information. I think a lot of times you might not even have that information to be transparent with. Implementing transparent consent mechanisms can help maintain trust and comply with ethical standards. The integration of agentic AI necessitates a reevaluation of existing security infrastructures. Organizations should invest in advanced security measures to address the unique challenges posed by autonomous AI systems. it's important to note that AI, it's been around for a while. In fact, today we're going to start our deep dive into AI and its history. So it's been around for a while, but it's not really taken off for the general population until just recently. So a lot of people don't understand what the security implications are or how to fit AI into existing security infrastructures. And that's going to be a concern moving forward with organizations where you're going to have to maintain or continue to maintain compliance with regulations. But as with any new technology, you need to understand the technology before you start deploying it. A lot of companies want to just jump on the bandwagon because AI is this great and wonderful thing as it's being portrayed in the media, and they don't take the time to understand what the risks are and how to best handle it and to how to maintain compliance. So this one should be interesting to see how it pans out in the long run. Next up, Lance Whitney tells us from ZDNet, when X hits the fan. On March 10th, 2025, X, formerly known as Twitter, experienced widespread outages affecting tens of thousands of users globally. Elon Musk, owner of X, attributed these disruptions to, quote, a massive cyber attack, suggesting involvement from a coordinated group or nation possibly originating from Ukraine. Concurrently, a pro-Palestinian hacker group called the Dark Storm Team claimed responsibility for the attack, stating it was in response to the ongoing conflict in Gaza. Users reported issues such as slow loading times and error messages, with the most significant impact observed around 10 a.m. Eastern Time. The cyber attack on X underscores significant vulnerabilities in digital infrastructure, highlighting potential risks for businesses relying on social media platforms for communication and marketing. Now, there's certainly platform vulnerability issues that have to be taken into account here. Information was not very forthcoming from X on this. The only attribution that Musk had given to this being a Ukraine issue was they traced it to Ukrainian IPs. Well, a 5-year-old would make a conclusion like that. Spoofing IP addresses, or not even spoofing them, just using VPNs to appear to be coming from somewhere else is trivial at this point in time. So if the solid evidence they have is just the IPs were Ukrainian, I have to seriously question what the origination point of the attack was. The attack does reveal potential weaknesses in widely used platforms, emphasizing the need for robust cybersecurity. Businesses should assess their reliance on third-party platforms and develop contingency plans for potential disruptions. Fortunately, X isn't the most widely used social media platform right now, certainly not by businesses. So I think the business impact, or the commercial impact or enterprise impact, was minimal in this case here. Talking about the attribution challenges, Musk attributed the attack to Ukrainian sources, which contrasts with the Dark Storm Team's claim, illustrating the complexities in accurately identifying perpetrators. It was really premature to come out and claim anything when you have an ongoing investigation and you don't have any solid evidence of anything. But the ambiguity complicates response strategies and underscores the importance of comprehensive threat intelligence, which clearly we got nothing from this one. So you take it at face value, and I don't think that's worth all that much in this case. The outages on platforms like X can hinder real-time communication, affecting customer engagement and service delivery. Enterprises should diversify communication channels to mitigate such risks. And this is a good thing no matter what, because not everybody is on a single platform. So if you're going to use social media as a preferred method of communicating with customers or clients or vendors or whoever, you probably want to do it across multiple popular platforms so that the next time someone decides that they want to take X down, it doesn't affect your ability. The prolonged platform outages, in this case, can lead to reputational damage for businesses perceived as unresponsive. So if you're primarily communicating through a single entity like this, and it goes down and you go dark with any announcements or information that you have to disseminate, then their failure starts to look bad on your part. And that's probably something you definitely want to avoid as a commercial company. Next up, CyberScoop's Tim Starks tells us from Coast Guard to CyberGuard. In a significant move for national cybersecurity, President Trump has nominated Sean Planky to lead the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, or CISA. Planky brings a wealth of experience to the role. He served as Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary, that just rolls right off the tongue, that title, doesn't it, for the Department of Energy's Office of Cybersecurity, Energy Security, and Emergency Response between 2019 and 2020. Prior to that, he was Director of Cyber Policy at the National Security Council starting in 2018. I don't know if that's a wealth of experience. That's literally 2 years of experience, which really makes me wonder his qualifications. Planky is a former U.S. Coast Guard officer, having held positions such as Deputy Division Chief. His service record includes time in Afghanistan and work for U.S. Cyber Command. If confirmed by the Senate, Planky will inherit an agency facing new challenges, many of which we've discussed on this podcast, actually. Under the current administration, CISA has experienced personnel reductions and shifts in its responsibilities, raising concerns about its capacity to effectively safeguard critical infrastructure. Planky's nomination carries significant implications for commercial and enterprise computing. The first being leadership stability. His extensive background in cybersecurity, and the article was very generous in saying he has extensive background. I don't think 2 to 3 years is an extensive background in cybersecurity. I've been working in IT myself for 30 plus years now, and there's every day something that I realize I don't know. So 3 years probably, 3 years is being generous. He started in 2018 and he ran through 2020. So a little over 2 years, I would say. Saying that that's extensive experience is really not a good idea. Although compared to anybody else who's been put into cabinet positions, that probably is extensive experience. Changes in CISA's focus and resources may affect public-private partnerships essential for protecting critical infrastructure. We already talked about that. Staffing reductions could hinder CISA's ability to respond to cyber threats, potentially increasing risks for businesses. Although the administration has come out and basically said CISA is not going to be working with the commercial or private sector moving forward. They're just going to protect government entities. And in an extreme case, only federal government entities, so state and local, kind of have to fend for themselves. So those staffing reductions might not be as significant since their role has been curtailed significantly. Sean Planky's background in government cybersecurity, military cyber operations, and private-public collaboration aligns with CISA's mission to protect critical infrastructure and national security. Again, that's being very generous. His experience in policy development and cyber defense strategy positions him to address evolving threats through his effectiveness, though his effectiveness will depend on navigating CISA's resource and mission challenges. Again, I don't think we're talking about a massive amount of experience here, so I don't know what his policy development experience has been. There's been very little information released on what he's done in his limited 2 to 3 year cybersecurity career. I certainly wouldn't take someone with that little of experience and put them in a senior security role in my company. I can tell you that right now. Recent changes within CISA, including leadership shifts and evolving cybersecurity policies, signal a stronger federal focus on public-private collaboration and regulatory oversight. Enterprises should prepare for increased compliance requirements, enhanced threat intelligence sharing, and a greater emphasis on proactive cyber resilience strategies. Now, it's interesting that we go down that route with that logic. You have to prepare for all of that because CISA is not going to do it anymore. So if you're not, and I question the increased compliance, I think that we're still kind of up in the air about that. But enhanced cyber threat intelligence sharing is absolutely a must because you're not going to be getting it from the government. So hopefully there's going to be some kind of groundswell of support for better communication to make up for this gap that they're creating. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I think the heads of these agencies don't necessarily, and it's been proven in the past, don't necessarily need to be experts in what those agencies do. They're figurehead positions. They're basically power positions to, position allies in the government. It's a political move more than anything. These aren't the people that are actually doing the work. So that's kind of the only positive takeaway I have from that. So we'll see how things go. We're going to take a quick break, but before we do, I want to invite you to give us your feedback. Let us know how we're doing. Let us know your opinion on these articles that we're talking about here. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm right. Let's have an open dialogue about it. I'd love to have a discussion with someone about this. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can call in and leave a voicemail for us at 856-403-8788. That is 856-403-8788. Or as always, you can get links to all that and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Technology. Our next article comes to us from Ann Thompson at the Register. When developers go rogue. A federal jury in Cleveland has convicted Davis Liu, a 55-year-old senior software developer from Houston, Texas, of sabotaging his former employer's IT systems. This is a real nightmare scenario here. Employed by Eaton Corporation from November 2007 to October 2019, Liu faced demotion during a corporate restructuring in his final year. In retaliation, he introduced custom malware designed to crash production systems by consuming excessive resources. Additionally, he implemented a, quote, kill switch that locked out thousands of employees globally upon his termination on September 9th, 2019, causing significant operational disruptions and financial losses. The incident underscores the critical importance of robust internal security measures to protect against potential insider threats within the organizations. Now, insider threats is definitely something that is near and dear to me because it is something that the federal government highly emphasizes the dangers of when it comes to CMMC. In fact, there's been numerous training sessions that I've had to go through and our users have had to go through. Organizations must recognize that employees with extensive system access can pose significant risks if disgruntled. Implementing regular training and fostering a positive work environment can mitigate such threats. Regular audits of user privileges and continuous monitoring can help detect unauthorized activities early, preventing potential outages. Dividing critical tasks, dividing them among multiple employees ensures that no single individual has unchecked control, reducing the risk of malicious actions. I have to take a second to kind of delve into that one a little bit. Working in IT is in a very unique position where invariably we have the keys to the kingdom. We have to have access to everything. And the trust that we rely on in order to do our jobs is vital. And in situations like this, when you have an individual who's in that technology organization who violates that trust because they're disgruntled or for whatever reason, seriously erodes the trust that all companies tend to have in their IT organizations at that point in time, because they see situations like this and they immediately have a fear factor of it happening to them. And when that happens, they try to start pulling back on access. They start pulling back on permissions, and it makes our job very difficult to do. Now, there's very simple steps that you can take that we discussed in our security framework deep dives, such as least privileged access, separation of duties, and so forth, that will help to mitigate this type of thing. You don't want anybody who has root level or admin level access to be using that kind of power on a day-to-day basis. So having specialized accounts that can be easily audited and controlled is probably the best way to do something like that. Developing and rehearsing comprehensive incident response plans enables organizations to react swiftly to internal threats, minimizing damage and downtime. When we talk about insider threats, a lot of times, and the government kind of falls into this rut themselves with the training they do, they want to go for the people that are stealing government secrets and sending it to the Russians or whoever the bad guy of the day is. A lot of times your insider threats are much less obvious than that and much less cliche than that. Most internal or insider threats are unintentional. So people that fall for phishing scams is an insider threat. You know, if someone tricks your employee to click on something that gives a nefarious actor access to your network, well, that's an insider threat. It's not, and some of the things that the training gives you, why did Bob buy a new car? Why is he going on vacation? Why is he doing this? Why is he doing that? Why is he talking to a foreign looking person? And why is he taking foreign trips? Insider threat awareness usually is not to that extent in most cases. I'm sure that does happen. But most of your insider threats are things like this, where you have an employee that has all this access and you make them angry. You make them disgruntled, and they feel that in order to get their due, they're going to get back at you. Now, I don't say that that's justified. Certainly, I was never of the mindset of burning bridges if I leave companies, regardless of what terms I leave the companies on or why I leave them. There's just no point. And this guy's facing a potential 10-year prison sentence now because he really did something stupid and got nothing out of it. So insider threat awareness is definitely a significant issue to be aware of. but understand that it's not the typical spy versus spy insider awareness stuff that you usually have to worry about. It's usually more benign, harder to find. Nobody knew this guy put these back doors in. So having regular audits, having someone look over everyone's shoulder. I'm director of IT where I'm at, and I'm not above reproach. I invite anybody to come in and make sure that I'm not doing anything wrong, because that's how that trust is built. Questioning my actions isn't questioning your trust. It's being smart. And it's important for people to understand that. Next up, Bleeping Computer, Serge Gatlin again. He's a popular one that we go to all the time. Chrome Catchers and Android Avengers. In 2024, Google awarded nearly $12 million to 660 security researchers through its Vulnerability Reward Program, or VRP. This initiative encourages the discovery and responsible reporting. You have to emphasize that. The responsible reporting of security vulnerabilities across Google's products and services. Notably, the highest single reward exceeded $110,000. That's good work if you can get it. Google's substantial investment in bug bounties underscores a proactive approach to security, setting a benchmark for other organizations to prioritize vulnerability management. By offering significant rewards, Google motivates the global community to identify and report potential threats, leading to more secure software and services. The VRP's expansion to include various platforms such as Chrome, Android, and cloud services ensures that a wide array of products benefit from rigorous security assessments. Google's commitment may encourage other tech companies to adopt or enhance their own bug bounty programs, fostering a culture of shared responsibility and cybersecurity. Now, I've always been a big proponent of bug bounty programs. I think having outside eyes look at your code and look at your products is the best way to kick the tires. You can have all the internal testing you want, all the QA that you want. You can have your developers pour over. You can have even your own users go through your applications. But the problem is that they tend to be too close to the situation. And a lot of times they're not going to think outside the box. When you have an outside white hat or gray hat hacker who's basically trying to poke holes in your software, internal testing has, and I come from a quality assurance background in software from years ago. The problem that I saw when I came into that position was we test it for success. So you have a list of requirements, you build your test plans off of that, and you make sure that when I click this button, it does what the requirements say it does. If it does, check the box, we're good to go. And what you tend to have in a situation like that is you have fewer people that are trying to break the software. Vulnerabilities, while there are bugs, there's functionality bugs and stuff like that you definitely need to catch during that process. And that process is very good for that. The real vulnerabilities that you have to worry about these days are the people that are deliberately trying to break your software for penetration reasons. And if you don't have that red team, blue team mentality in your organization, the next best solution to that is having these third-party entities who are inspired by your bug bounty program. It's been very helpful to a lot of organizations in the past, even big ones. You've got IBM, you've got Microsoft, obviously you've got Google that are engaging in these. The problem you run into is when you have other companies that are closed. For the longest time, Apple resisted bug bounties. They did not want anybody poking holes at their software because they ran a closed ecosystem. When they started cropping up with bugs here and there in their software, they started to wise up and they opened up bug bounty programs too. So I think this is definitely a good thing here. I think Google is very smart. It also may signal a new influx of applications or services coming from Google with them expanding like this. So kudos to them for staying ahead of the curve. Next up, TechCrunch's Kyle Wiggers tells us AI can't hack it alone in programming. In a recent interview, IBM CEO Arvind Krishna expressed skepticism about AI's ability to replace human programmers in the near future. He emphasized that while AI can assist in coding tasks, the complexity and nuance of programming require human expertise. Krishna's perspective suggests that AI will serve as a collaborative tool rather than a replacement for programmers. This collaboration could lead to increased productivity, allowing developers to focus on more strategic aspects of software development. Krishna's viewpoint aligns with the current trend of AI augmenting human capabilities rather than replacing them. This perspective is shared by other industry leaders, highlighting the importance of human oversight in AI-driven processes. And I would tend to agree with this. I think AI is great for the things that are redundant, are difficult, not difficult, but tedious to do. And the first thing that comes to mind is code review, code optimization. One of the things that I've always struggled with in every development organization is once a piece of code is written, most developers never want to go back and touch it unless someone points out a problem there. And even if you don't have out and out bugs that are breaking things, as your development technique works, as you continue other projects, you learn new techniques, there's new technology, and it's worthwhile going back and looking at your existing products and doing code reviews and optimizing them and implementing new standards, new technologies, new coding techniques. And I think this is something where AI may be very helpful in trying to identify these things. The intricacies of programming involve problem solving and critical thinking skills that AI has yet to master. This underscores the need for human programmers to handle complex coding challenges. By automating repetitive coding tasks, AI can free up developers to focus on innovation and design, potentially accelerating software development cycles. The integration of AI in code necessitates continuous learning and adaptation among programmers to effectively leverage AI tools. And with anything with AI, and we're about to get into a deep dive, not really a deep dive, more of a historical review of AI. AI is a tool. AI is not a replacement for humans, and the media really has picked up on AI in a distorted manner to make people think that, oh, well, AI can just do that for you, or, hey, your student shouldn't be using AI because they're going to cheat. None of that's true. I mean, some of it's true. Sure, they're going to use it to cheat, but really what it is, it's a useful tool. I mean, you have a hammer is great for hammering in nails, but you can do more than that. You can use it for more than just hammering in nails, but it's very good for hammering in nails. So the trick is finding what the niche is, where it works best, and different types of AIs apply to different types of scenarios. So in this case here, I agree. I think AI in programming is probably a good thing. It certainly is a good thing. I mean, we've had it for a while with code completion and stuff like that, but it's getting to the point now where it can start doing some of those tedious jobs and improve your ability to produce code. So that's all we had for the news for this week. We're going to take another quick break, and when we come back, we're going to start our talk, our deep dive, we're going to call it. It's not too deep, but it's deep enough to give you some more information than you probably already have on AI. We'll be right back.
Are you tired of your favorite gaming podcast finishing with a play?
Oh no!
Well, check out No Credits Rolled, where we play the games but rarely finish them. How's it going, folks? I'm Sam Whalen, your friendly host at No Credits Rolled, the ultimate gaming podcast, where we dish out the latest scoops and reviews on all your beloved video games.
Hey, listen.
Not only that, but we spice things up with some guest interviews and even give you, yes, you, a chance to have your say. Tune in every other week for a fresh dose of No Credits Rolled, available on all major podcast platforms, and hit us up on social media at No Credits Rolled. So why wait? Let's dive into the gaming world together, where finishing games is optional, but the fun is guaranteed.
This is Insights into Technology, and today we're talking about AI in our deep dive. Today we're kicking off our deep dive into artificial intelligence, what it is, how it got here, and why it's reshaping everything from small startups to large-scale enterprise systems. In this first segment, we'll be taking a quick journey through the history of AI, highlighting the milestones that brought us the powerful deep learning models we see today. We'll also touch on how this new era of AI impacts commercial and enterprise computing. So, AI, understanding the evolution of artificial intelligence. Understanding AI's evolution is critical. Most people tend to not pay attention to the history of technology like this. But I think it's very important to understand where you were so you know where you're going. AI is not just a buzzword, but a technological force that shaped industries, redefined business processes, and influenced daily life. It's hard to turn on the news these days and not hear something about AI. So how did AI evolve from rigid rule-based systems to adaptive self-learning models? AI today powers everything from recommendation engines such as Netflix and Amazon to autonomous vehicles and fraud detection in banking. So AI's evolution really started with the work that was done during World War II. You had the immersion of Alan Turing and his idea of machine thinking. One of the earliest sparks in AI inspiration came from Alan Turing, and that's the Turing test. I'm sure a lot of people have heard about. The Turing test came out of the 1950s, and it was a simple test, a simple process where he asked a question: can a machine's answers be indistinguishable from a human's? And I certainly think we've reached that point today, although the reliability and accuracy of those answers is probably something that needs to be taken into concern. As the concept, AI as a concept emerged from the 50s when computer scientists aspired to create machines that could emulate human reasoning and problem solving. Early AI research leaned heavily on symbolic AI. This approach used hand-coded rules and logic to mimic aspects of human thinking. You can think of it like creating a giant decision tree. If this happens, then do that. Symbolic AI was powerful for very specific tasks like playing checkers or solving algebraic problems. But it struggled with more complex real-world scenarios where rules weren't always black and white. In the 1970s and 80s, expert systems in enterprises began to emerge. Early AI systems were deterministic. They worked on the if-then logic. For example, the medical MySyn, the medical expert system for diagnosing infections. In finance, you had systems that were used for loan approvals. And in engineering, they were using AI for fault diagnosis in machineries. Now, there obviously were limitations. They couldn't handle ambitious or evolving situations, and they only worked within predefined knowledge bases. The 1990s through the 2000s was the shift to machine learning. Why the shift? Businesses needed adaptive systems that could learn from new data. Computational advances allowed for statistical models rather than hard-coded rules. Some of the key breakthroughs here were neural networks. Although conceptualized in the 1950s, artificial neural networks gained traction with better training algorithms. A neural network is an artificial intelligence is a computational model designed to simulate the way a human brain processes information. It consists of layers of interconnected nodes, or neurons in the case of the brain. These process data in a hierarchical manner, enabling machines to recognize patterns, make predictions, and learn from the data. Support vector machines, or SVMs, and decision trees became popular during this time as well. An SVM is a supervised learning algorithm used for classification and regression tasks in machine learning. It's particularly effective for binary classification problems and works by finding the optimal decision boundary, or what they refer to as the hyperplane, that best separates data points into different classes. This breakthrough helped to revolutionize fraud detection, speech recognition. This gave you your early versions of Siri and Google Voice Search, and stock market predictions as well. Adaptability became a major advantage of machine learning over expert systems. Anomaly detection use cases include fraud detections, banks detecting unusual transactions, in cybersecurity with identifying network intrusions, and predictive maintenance, where factories were spotting equipment failures before breakdowns actually occurred. Some real-world examples include credit card companies flagging suspicious transactions based on deviations from user behavior rather than predefined fraud rules. So, for instance, if you use a credit card, if you live in New Jersey, for instance, like me, and you use a credit card while you're on vacation in California, the system might flag that as suspicious and notify you or lock the card or something like that. Basically using machine learning to better understand your patterns and the ability to react to outside stimuli at that point in time. Deep learning moved into the 2010s with a bit of a revolution. So what changed? GPUs provided the computational power needed to train deep neural networks. Neural networks with multiple layers using deep learning began outperforming traditional machine learning models. There was a data explosion. Social media, Internet of Things, and cloud computing provided vast amounts of training data, which we're only finding out now wasn't really used legally, certainly from a copyright standpoint, and there's a lot of lawsuits right now that are still in progress for it. Some of the key breakthroughs that came out of this period were image recognition. ResNet and convolutional neural networks, or CNNs, surpass human performance in some tasks. A convolutional neural network is a type of deep learning model specifically designed for image processing and pattern recognition. CNNs are highly effective for tasks involving visual data, such as image classification, object detection, and facial recognition. Unlike traditional neural networks, which treat all input equally, CNNs use convolutional layers to extract important features from images, allowing the model to detect patterns such as edges, shapes, and textures. Now, we'll talk later on about some of the biases that were built into these systems during their training that today are still an issue, but less of an issue. But there's certainly much more in the forefront now, and people are much more aware of them. Another breakthrough was natural language processing, or NLPs. Google's BERT and OpenAI's GPT transformed chatbots and search engines. You also had autonomous systems, self-driving cars, robots, and AI-driven medical diagnostics all emerged from this. So the practical impact of this was that AI-assisted technology in healthcare started to help with radiology and detecting cancer and medical imaging, algorithmic training and risk assessment analysis in finance, and personalized recommendations from Spotify, Netflix, and other entertainments. Large data sets and neural networks quickly became a part of artificial intelligence as well. Deep learning is data hungry. We kind of all know that at this point, which is why we have such a concern about privacy when it comes to artificial intelligence. Without large data sets, AI struggles. Cloud computing made it possible to store and process vast amounts of data. Some industries that were transformed, your autonomous vehicles. Tesla's fleet learning approach is one key aspect. Your voice assistants that you have today, Alexa, Google Assistant, I just said her name and I shouldn't have. E-commerce, AI-driven customer service chatbots. Everyone loves calling your local utility up and having to go through an AI prompt through the phone. I'm sure everyone's done that in the past. So some of the future considerations that we have to take into account here include data privacy concerns. We've exhaustively talked about these on the podcast recently. How much data should companies collect? How should they store it? Where should they store it? How much is protected? Should data have an expiration date on it? There's bias in AI, like we had touched on. Models can inherit biases from training data. How do we ensure fairness? One great example of this was the early work that Microsoft was doing with facial recognition, and they only used a certain segment of the population to train it, that segment being relatively fair-skinned. So when they deployed their technology to the field for Microsoft Hello, or when they were doing work with the Kinect, people of darker skin, African Americans, Hispanic, and so forth, the facial recognition was not picking up on them correctly because it wasn't trained with the darker skin tones in mind. Energy consumption. Large-scale AI training requires significant computational resources. What's the environmental impact? We already had one data center for AI that was basically built next to its own power plant that happened to be a coal power plant that was just built because it was cheaper. Things like that. Cooling is another issue. AI requires so much computational power, so much cooling, that they need to be built almost with the consideration of like a nuclear power plant. So you have a cooling resource like a river that you can constantly draw on. So some of the takeaways that we need to think about here. AI's evolution has been marked by shifts from rule-based logic to data-driven learning and deep model multi-layered neural networks. Adaptability is AI's biggest strength to date so far. Modern systems can learn, predict, and act with minimal human intervention, which, as we talked about in an earlier story today, might actually be a problem, that lack of human intervention. Industry disruption is ongoing. AI is still evolving with quantum computing, edge AI, and more. Now, edge AI refers to the deployment of artificial intelligence models directly on edge devices, such as smartphones, IoT sensors, drones, and so forth, rather than relying on the cloud computing. This allows AI to process data locally on the device, reducing latency, improving privacy, and enabling real-time decision-making. So that's just a quick look at the history of AI. In our next deep dive, we're going to take a look at AI in the enterprise and how it's affecting businesses and commercial interests. That was pretty much all we had for the day. Before I do go, I want to quickly throw a few shout outs out there. We once again had a very good week on Twitch with a number of new followers. A couple that I jotted down here. Mommy ASMR. I can't even pronounce this one. Mumiupiu. Moomyupiu? Maybe? I don't know. Pronunciation of names was never my strong point. We also had Talking Toast 5, Norral Hazer _U, Bananarama _ and several other people that I unfortunately did not write down for this episode. But I want to thank you all for following us on Twitch. Before we go, I do want to once again let folks know that if you want to find audio versions of this podcast, Insights into Technology, you can go to www.insightsinto-technology.com. You can find us as Insights into Technology anywhere you get a podcast. If you're interested in getting a video version, you can find both video and audio versions of all of our podcasts up on our website, our main website at www.insightsintothings.com. We are also listed as Insights into Things on your podcast sites as well. I would invite you to give us your feedback. Tell us how we're doing. Give us your opinion. I'd love to hear, what you think about some of the stories that we're talking about or some of the deep dives here. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can call in, leave a voicemail for us at 856-403-8788. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch, which is where a lot of our followers come from. You can find us at twitch.tv/insightsintothings, or you can get links to all that and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the books.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Technology, a podcast exploring the latest in computers, networking, home automation, mobile computing, and all things technology related. Our hosts will take a deeper dive into the latest and greatest in tech trends and give you the information you need to enable your tech-centric world.
This is Insights into Technology, episode 24. Signed, sealed, encrypted, and still screwed. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen. Before we get into the tech news this week, I did want to apologize for missing last week. Unfortunately, I did sit down to record it, and I got about halfway through recording last week's podcast. But unfortunately, I was still getting over a bit of a cold, and by the time I got halfway through, my voice was to the point that I was hacking up a lung, coughing, and couldn't finish the podcast. I tried to get back to it over the weekend, but still was not feeling 100%, and you can probably tell from my voice that I'm still a little on the mend still, but hopefully we can get through it this week. On to our tech news of the week. Our first episode comes to us from Lawrence Abrams at Bleeping Computers. Signed, sealed, delivered, malware inside. Cyber criminals are exploiting Microsoft's trusted signing service to code sign malware with short-lived 3-day certificates. This tactic allows malicious software to appear legitimate, potentially bypassing security measures that typically flag unsigned executables. The Trusted Signing Platform, introduced in 2024, offers developers a streamlined process to sign applications, enhancing their credibility and trustworthiness. However, threat actors have found ways to abuse this system, leveraging its convenience to distribute malware under the guise of legitimate software. The abuse of Microsoft's Trusted Signing service undermines the reliability of code signing as a security measure. Enterprises relying on signed software as a trust indicator may inadvertently allow malicious applications into their networks. Traditional security solutions that prioritize signed executables may need to recalibrate their detection algorithms. The exploitation of legitimate signing services complicates the differentiation between genuine and malicious software. Organizations must implement additional layers of verification for software, even when code signed. This includes scrutinizing the source, behavior, and origin of applications before deployment. So, what as an organization can you do? Well, the first thing you can do is implement strict application whitelisting. And yes, this is cumbersome, this is awkward, this is oftentimes difficult to do depending on how large a suite of software that you use. But maintaining a curated list of approved software and restricting the execution of unauthorized application regardless of their code signing status is a definite way of mitigating this particular problem. Continuous monitoring and anomaly detection. This is something you should be doing on a regular basis anyway, but in this case here, instead of seeing intruders coming in, you should see internal threats to your network. Deploying advanced monitoring tools to detect unusual application behavior, which may indicate the presence of malicious software masquerading as legitimate. Now, under these situations here, you want to be able to monitor applications for traffic in and out of your network, for traffic across your network, access to sensitive storage areas on your network, or any kind of unusual activity such as high CPU utilization, high memory utilization, anything that seems unusual, you want to be able to pick up on it because these applications can be compromised in various ways. You should also regularly update your security policies. Staying informed about emerging threats and adjusting security protocols accordingly. Engage with software vendors that understand the measures they are implementing to prevent abuse of their signing services. This is something where there's a defined pattern right now where attackers are using legitimate services and legitimate tools that have been put in place to add legitimacy and authentication and verification to our everyday computing needs, and they're usurping these tools now to slip their malicious software through the various nets out there by pretending to be legitimate, either using legitimate services like Google or Amazon or Microsoft, or using functions like this with signed code to slip through firewalls and scanning and so forth. So there's a trend, there's a disturbing trend these days where the tools that we use to protect ourselves are now being used against us. And I think we as a community of professionals in technology need to understand this and start finding better ways to secure our networks and our applications. Next up, don't let your DNA go down with the ship. This one comes to us from The Record. 23andMe has officially filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. throwing the future of millions of customers' sensitive genetic data into uncertainty. The troubled genetic testing firm, once a leader in the consumer DNA space, plans to reorganize and pursue a sale of its assets. Amid this, co-founder and CEO Anne Wojcicki has stepped down, marking a major leadership shift during a turbulent time. The bankruptcy comes on the heels of a massive 2023 data breach affecting over 6 million users, which severely damaged the company's reputation and financial health. Privacy advocates and regulators are now sounding the alarm, urging consumers to delete their genetic data before a sale transfers those records to unknown entities. Although 23andMe claims buyers must comply with applicable privacy laws, the company's own policy allows personal data to be, quote, accessed, sold, or transferred in bankruptcy proceedings. The lack of federal genetic privacy laws means consumers are largely reliant on patchwork state laws, with California's Attorney General leading calls for immediate data deletion. So in this case here, customer data is a liquid asset in the bankruptcy. It's worth money. It's probably the thing that's worth the most money, more than any other assets that they have. 23andMe's data is arguably the most valuable remaining asset, raising concerns over how genetic and personal data can be commodified in insolvency. Enterprises should reevaluate how they classify and protect customer data, especially health-related or biometric data, to avoid reputational fallout in worst-case scenarios. If nothing else, this is a cautionary tale about how you as a business can operate better under these circumstances. 23andMe is probably doing significant financial damage or possibly personally identifiable information damage to its users and to its reputation. I mean, clearly their reputation is shot at this point. Financial risk assessments of third-party vendors should now include not just operational reliability, but also data retention policies, especially in bankruptcy. Procurement and compliance teams should proactively identify high-risk vendors and include exit clauses addressing data security and deletion in contract terms. And that is a good business practice across the board. There should always be termination terms on your contracts based on performance, misappropriation, or malicious activity, whether or not the company was aware of it or not. The absence of a national genetic data protection law leaves companies and users at the mercy of state regulations with inconsistent protections. Enterprises operating nationally should adopt California-style privacy controls as a baseline, even outside regulated jurisdictions. So if you're a customer of 23andMe and they have your data, I would immediately tell you to go and delete that data. There is a process to delete the data up there. Hopefully, and I don't know if anyone's confirmed this yet or not, but hopefully by doing so, when those assets are finally sold off, your data won't go with them. I wouldn't guarantee it at this point, but the only option you have is to go delete that data. I don't know if you can export it and keep it offline. This is all things that users are going to have to do. I'm not a user myself. My wife is, so I'm going to work with her to figure out how to best protect ourselves, and we'll report back on our findings afterwards. Next up, Yahoo News' James Pearson tells us when confidential chats go public. In light of recent events where U.S. officials inadvertently included an Atlantic journalist in a Signal Group discussing sensitive war plans, or they're calling them attack plans now. I'm not sure it makes a difference. Signal's leadership has reaffirmed the platform's commitment to robust security. Signal, now renowned for its end-to-end encryption, ensures that only intended recipients can access the content of communications. This incident underscores the platform's security efficacy while highlighting the critical importance of user vigilance in managing digital communications. This incident emphasizes the necessity for organizations to implement and enforce secure messaging platforms like Signal to protect sensitive information. Enterprises should adopt end-to-end encrypted communication tools and ensure employees are trained in their proper use. Even with secure platforms, user error can lead to unintended data exposure. Conduct regular training sessions to educate staff on best practices for managing contacts and group communication securely. Organizations must establish clear policies governing the use of secure messaging apps to prevent mishaps. Develop guidelines that outline appropriate use cases, approval processes, and monitoring mechanisms for secure communication tools. Now, let's take a step back for a minute and talk about this specific incident. Clearly, this was a monumental screw-up on the part of the Trump administration. You had members of the cabinet, including national security advisors, the vice president was on it, as well as the secretary of defense, and they inadvertently, and depending on who you talk to, there's a number of theories now, and I won't get into the theories themselves, but they're claiming they inadvertently invited a journalist to this discussion. And everyone's up in arms about this now. And it's a major security breach. One side reports no classified data was released. Another side reports that specific information about target packages, flight paths, timing, and so forth has been released in that. The question that people seem to not be asking is, why are high-level government officials using Signal? Now, Signal itself is, according to the article, secure, but it's not approved as a secure messaging application for federal government workers, certainly not FedRAMP approved. I did a little bit of research before the show, and there are a number of messaging platforms, such as Microsoft's Teams, that operates in the GCC High Cloud for government use, that is considered secure and approved. There's Zoom for government that is considered secure and approved. Every commercially available messaging app that is approved for use by federal employees has a government's secure enclave that they operate in for this very reason. The other thing is, those approved platforms archive all the messages. So everything that you say can be retrieved later on if needed by Congress, by special investigators, by anybody that needs access to it. It's a matter of public record. It should be preserved. The only reason one would use Signal is if you want your communications off the books. And the fact that they were using Signal to communicate war plans or battle plans or whatever you want to call them is highly inappropriate. I think people are asking the wrong questions about why this journalist got on it. People should be asking, why are they using a non-approved, not secure application that's anonymous? I think that's a bigger indicator of a problem than anything else. Yes, the operation turned out to be a success. Terrorists were attacked. The mission went off without a hitch. That's great. But what else are these people hiding in their discussions on Signal? You can't just let something like this go by the wayside. This is no different than Nixon during Watergate erasing the tapes. You're literally deliberately getting rid of evidence that can be used in investigations later on, and there's no accountability associated with it. That's where the problem is right now. That's where people need to focus their attention. I'm not sure that's going to go anywhere. The current administration seems quite content to brush this under the carpet and move on and try to downplay it. But I think that's a mistake. Hegseth, Secretary of Defense Hegseth, has come out and vehemently denied any information of a sensitive nature was released during this, which I find dubious at best, considering the White House already had acknowledged the leak and the sensitivity of the information that was in there. So anything that Hegseth comes out with now is not believable at this point. He's lost all credibility. We'll see where it goes. That was all we had for our first segment. Before we do go, I want to invite you to write in, give us your feedback. Tell us how we're doing. Do you agree with our point of view on these things? Are there stories that you'd like us to cover? Are there topics, specific topics in technology you'd like us to cover? You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com, or you can call in and leave a voicemail for us at 856-403-8788. Again, that's 856-403-8788. Let us know what you want to talk about. We can get your comments on the air on a later podcast if you want. You can also find links to all that and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. And we'll be right back.
Are you tired of your favorite gaming podcast finishing with a play?
Oh, no!
Well, check out No Credits Rolled, where we play the games but rarely finish them. How's it going, folks? I'm Sam Whalen, your friendly host at No Credits Rolled, the ultimate gaming podcast, where we dish out the latest scoops and reviews on all your beloved video games.
Hey, listen.
Not only that, but we spice things up with some guest interviews and even give you, yes, you, a chance to have your say. Tune in every other week for a fresh dose of No Credits Rolled, available on all major podcast platforms, and hit us up on social media at No Credits Rolled. So why wait? Let's dive into the gaming world together, where finishing games is optional, but the fun is guaranteed.
Welcome back to Insights into Technology. Next up is a story from Derek Johnson at Cyberscoop. Chinese tech still haunting U.S. infrastructure. The FCC is launching a sweeping investigation into Chinese telecommunication companies over allegations they're skirting U.S. bans by operating through loopholes in private channels. Commissioner Brendan Carr announced the probe, part of the new FCC Council on National Security, citing concerns that firms like Huawei, ZTE, and Hikvision are conducting business in the U.S. despite being blacklisted under the 2019 Secure and Trusted Communications Networks Act. That law prohibits the use of federal funds to buy equipment from companies deemed national security threats and offers incentives for U.S. carriers to replace existing Chinese-made gear. Carr claims these companies may be an end run around the bans by selling equipment to private buyers who are exploiting regulatory gray areas. Subpoenas and letters of inquiry have already been issued. The investigation comes amid heightened concern over massive Chinese espionage campaign targeting U.S. telecoms, although that breach reportedly did not rely on Chinese-made hardware. Now, ironically, that breach itself is a result of backdoors that our government insisted that our telecom providers put in so that law enforcement could more easily conduct phone taps and investigations. And the Chinese found these backdoors and got in under those. Why we're now banning Chinese manufacturers when we put the backdoors in ourselves? That's a good question. So what does this mean for commercial and enterprise computing? Well, there's certainly a risk associated with these hidden Chinese tech and supply chain issues. Despite federal bans, some companies may unknowingly continue sourcing from blacklisted vendors through third parties. Enterprises should audit their telecom infrastructure and procurement channels to ensure full compliance with the Secure Networks Act's restrictions. The FCC's new counsel signals tighter scrutiny and broader enforcement going forward. Companies operating in regulated industries should prepare for more frequent inspections or inquiries, especially if relying on international vendors. There's also the liability and risk to reputation for companies that are not compliant with this. My company needs to be NDAA compliant with all the communications equipment that we use, or we can't bid on federal contracts, which is a huge portion of our business. So it's not just reputation there. It's a threat to your business if you're non-compliant. Any continued business with restricted entities, even indirectly, could expose enterprises to legal penalties and reputational damage. Organizations should consult legal and compliance teams regularly to keep up with vendor risk and sanction enforcement updates. One of the things that we ran into back during COVID, and everyone was scrambling to try to find technological solutions to keep themselves up and running so they could run safely. One of the things my company did was invest in facial recognition scanners that when you walked through one of your entryways, the system itself had an infrared camera. It would take a picture of your face. The software would do facial recognition. It would determine whether or not you had a fever, and it would alarm if you did. Well, when we first started using these, everything worked fine. We were sending the data. All the data resided on a server. That server was in the United States. It was based in California at the time. I think it was an Amazon web server that it was on, actually. And about 3 months in, the service stopped working. And we didn't get any notification. It wasn't a subscription-based service. It was a free service that came with the devices. So it wasn't like we neglected to pay the bill or anything. And upon doing further investigation, we ran a packet sniffer on the devices and found that they were no longer trying to connect to the servers in California or the servers in the United States. They were trying to hit Chinese IP addresses. And it turned out what happened was there was an update made to the devices remotely through auto updates that changed the hosting provider of the database and wanted to try to send off all of our data to a server in China. The only reason it broke is because we have geofencing rules in our firewall that when it tried to connect to the server in China, the firewall wouldn't allow it. And as a result, they were just showing up as failures that these things were not connecting to the server. So unfortunately, despite our best efforts, we couldn't get these back up and running. We couldn't point to a different server or anything. So we had to throw these things basically in the trash. So that's an example of a device that was secure that when it came in, that through automatic updates started being non-compliant and trying to talk out to Chinese servers. And since then, we've been very diligent about any equipment that we bring in, surveillance cameras, IP phones, anything along those lines, cell phones, nothing that is on the restricted list. And there's a number of sites out there run by the government. FCC runs it, DoD runs one. They should all be referenced when you're looking for compliance on the government side. There's a tremendous potential for losing data or exfiltrating data when you don't know who actually owns the cloud provider that you're using, which obviously it's one of the risks that you have in cloud computing. Next up, Ralph Narain from Security Week tells us we're stuck in the CVE pipeline. The National Vulnerabilities Database, or the NVD, managed by NIST, is facing growing crisis. A ballooning backlog of common vulnerabilities and exposures, CVEs, has slowed the processing pipeline to a crawl, with submissions outpacing capacity by over 30%. Despite returning to pre-slowdown processing rates after a rough 2024, NIST admits its current workflows, based on outdated formats and manual enrichment, are no match for the surge. The agency is now looking to AI and automation to help clear the jam, but in the meantime, the delay is widening the gap between vulnerability discovery and actionable intelligence, putting enterprises at greater risk. The consequences are already rippling through the cybersecurity community. The NVD serves as a foundational source of truth for vulnerability management, and its delays are leaving organizations blind to critical exposures. With the 2025 submission rate expected to rise further, security leaders are questioning how long they can rely on a federal database that can't keep up with the threat landscape. And it's worth mentioning that on top of the already strained resources, we've had significant resources cut across the board on all government agencies, which is going to put even more strain on things. So your threat intelligence feeds may be outdated or incomplete. Many security tools ingest CVE data directly from the NVD. Delays in enrichment or validation mean organizations may miss critical or recently disclosed vulnerabilities. Companies should consider supplementing NVD feeds with data from vetted commercial threat intel platforms or industry ISACs. The increased need for in-house triage and prioritization is going to go up. And I think the message that we're getting from the current administration basically told us that already, because they're cutting most federal resources. They want to offload a lot of this to the states and to the commercial industries. And that, I have to say, is music to the ears of adversarial nations out there everywhere. Russia, Iran, North Korea, China, they love the fact that we're cutting back on the defenses that we have in place at the federal level, knowing that because all of their efforts are nation-state level efforts, it won't take much to overwhelm state, local, and commercial resources. So this is going to be a very dangerous time the next few years. With slower NVD updates, enterprises must take a more proactive role in analyzing and classifying newly discovered CVEs. Security teams should develop internal processes for assessing CVE severity and exploitability, independent of the NVD's timelines. Now, if you do subscribe to any serious security provider out there, or if you have SIEM software or RMM software to manage your networks, most of them will provide access to their own curated databases. A lot of those curated databases draw on federal resources, but they're supplemented by commercial and private findings as well. So don't be afraid to lean on your existing relationships if you have to. NIST backlog stems partly from a lack of scalable automation. Enterprises can learn from this by evaluating their own use of AI and automation and vulnerability assessment. Implement tools that can automatically assess risk based on asset context, exploit likelihood, and patch availability. Regulatory frameworks often reference NVD classifications. Delays in assigning CVE details can complicate compliance reporting, and vendor risk management. Organizations should document alternative methods for vulnerability tracking and show due diligence in cases where official MBD entries are delayed. If you don't already have an alternate source for your vulnerability reporting, find it now. There are tons of them out there. Sadly, I had written some of these up in my notes from last week, but I overwrote those notes for this week's show, so I don't have those in front of me. If I dig a few of those up, I'll throw them in the show notes on the website moving forward or on the Twitch site. The last article we have today comes from Connor Jones at the Register. I didn't switch my thing over. There we go. Sorry about that. Connor Jones at the Register. When the hunter gets hunted. I saw this today and had to throw it in here, not to gloat or poke fun at, but basically to kind of bring everyone down to earth and let you know that everybody makes mistakes. Even the most highly trained, most educated, most experienced security professional out there can make mistakes under different circumstances, so don't beat yourself up about it. If nothing else, this story is a great example of what you do as far as transparency and disclosure when you are breached. Troy Hunt, renowned cybersecurity expert and founder of Have I Been Pwned, has revealed he was targeted in a sophisticated phishing attack leveraging MailChimp. The attackers used compromised MailChimp accounts to send malicious unsubscribed links that, when clicked, harvested user credentials, bypassing even Hunt's two-factor authentication. Over 16,000 email addresses were exposed in the incident, many of them belonging to people who had explicitly unsubscribed from Hunt's updates, making the breach especially ironic. This attack underscores how even top-tier InfoSec professionals aren't immune to increasingly creative phishing campaigns. Hunt used the opportunity to publicly dissect the attack mechanics and share valuable lessons for security practitioners. His transparency has reignited discussions about the limitations of two-factor authentication, especially when phishing-resistant methods like FIDO2 aren't in place. Hunt's compromise despite 2FA shows that standard one-time password authentication is no longer sufficient. I know we've been talking that up for some time now, that you need two-factor, you can't just go with passwords alone. That time seems to be coming to an end at this point in time. Enterprises should adopt phishing-resistant protocols like FIDO2 WebAuth whenever possible. The breach stemmed from a compromised MailChimp account used to distribute malware under the guise of trusted messages. Again, undermining the trust system that we have in place to protect ourselves. You should regularly audit third-party service integrations and avoid including sensitive links, like unsubscribed links, that could be spoofed or weaponized. As much as I talk about training and education, this is a clear indication that education isn't the cure-all. Even someone with Hunt's expertise can fall for a well-crafted phish. Complement training with layered defenses, email filtering, link scanning, and domain authentication. Your DMARC, your SPF, your DKIM, and so forth. There are layered securities that you have to take into effect. Defense in depth is what a lot of cybersecurity professionals talk about. There's no one solution to secure your network. It's a combination of various methods, various channels, and various solutions to secure your network. We can't assume passwords will do it anymore. We can't assume the two-factor will do it anymore. You know, we're using YubiKeys at my company, or we're using password authenticators at my company. You have biometrics that you can be using. You can be using facial recognition, fingerprint reading, any number of things out there that will add some layer of complexity that would make it more difficult for someone to just fish that information from you. Something you have, something you know, and something you do, I think was the other saying that we would say. So that's it for the news. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to continue our discussion on artificial intelligence. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Technology. Today we're exploring the foundations of machine learning and deep learning, how these powerful methods got started, how they work, and why they're so crucial for modern businesses. So there's really three main categories of machine learning. We touched on some of that in our last deep dive. So the first we talk about is supervised learning. So in a supervised setup, we train an AI model using labeled data. Think of it like giving the systems lots of samples of input plus correct answer. A common commercial use case is spam detection in email. The system sees thousands of examples labeled spam or not spam, then learns to make the call on new messages. Many businesses adopt supervised learning for tasks like predicting customer churn, detecting fraudulent transactions, and classifying product images. One of the significant advantages of supervised learning is you have a lower number of hallucinations. Your accuracy rate tends to be higher because the input is more direct. You're not expecting the model to train itself. You're not expecting it to necessarily train on questionable data or data that's outside your control. Supervised learning is a very controlled environment, which makes the results tend to be more accurate, but probably less flexible than what a lot of people think of when they think of AI. You have unsupervised learning. In unsupervised learning, the model gets data, but no explicit labels. It's like sifting through a box of puzzle pieces without a picture on the box, trying to group similar pieces together. Enterprises rely on unsupervised learning for customer segmentation, where the AI spots patterns in purchasing data to form distinct market groups. It's also used for anomaly detection, uncovering strange or unexpected behaviors in network traffic, or financial transactions. So in this case here, the unsupervised data is great at doing one of the tedious things in cybersecurity, which is log parsing. Something that's going to go out there and look at those logs on a regular basis. It's going to do pattern recognition. It's going to see when 2 or 3 things have to happen in order to understand that there is a problem, and it's going to pick up on that, flag it, and notify you about it. It's not the sophisticated level of interactions you have, but it also doesn't require as much hand-holding as supervised learning does, which, certainly has its advantages. The third version that we have is reinforcement learning. Here, an AI agent learns by trial and error. receiving rewards or penalties based on its actions. Imagine training a robot to navigate a warehouse, rewarding it each time it moves a package correctly. Reinforcement learning remains somewhat cutting edge for commercial uses, but shows promise in robotics and supply chain optimization, and even dynamic pricing strategies where AI tries different price points to maximize revenue. Now, there is a little bit of controversy surrounding this technique, especially when it comes to price points with sales. One of the things that it's been targeted for and called out for is regional pricing. So if I go to a website and I'm in California, I'll get a different price if I go to Best Buy to buy online than if I'm in New Jersey to get a price, because cost of living is different, clientele is different, shipping is different. So it's getting a bad rap right now for that, but it's not the end of the world. It's a logical step in the right direction. So beyond this, and when we start getting into our chat engines, we get into deep learning methods. So the engines behind these methods. Let's talk about the engines that allow these things to happen, which are neural networks. At their core, neural networks are collections of neurons, in this case, mathematical units. They're arranged in layers that process information. The first layer that you process is the input layer, where data enters, like an image or transaction data. The next is the hidden layers. So the middle layers that transform inputs into more abstract representations, similar to how the human brain processes visual information step by step. And then the final layer is the output layer, where the final decision or prediction emerges. Cat versus dog, legitimate transaction versus fraudulent transaction. In business context, these architectures allow computers to recognize patterns in large data sets, from detecting brand logos in social media posts to forecasting product demand. When you scale these networks up and stack multiple layers, you step into the realm of deep learning, the current powerhouse approach for tackling complex tasks like image recognition, natural language processing, and more. So, the evolution from traditional machine learning to deep learning. Why did deep learning suddenly take off? Several factors converged in this case here. There's a data explosion, and I don't think anyone will deny this. Digital age means companies collect massive amounts of data, far more than older machine learning methods could handle effectively. Then we have the increase in computational muscle. Advancements in cloud computing and specialized hardware, especially in GPUs, made training large neural networks much faster and more feasible. Then we had algorithmic innovations. Breakthroughs like convolutional neural networks, which we talked about in our last segment, for images, and recurrent or transformer-based networks for language have dramatically improved accuracy in real-world tasks. Thanks to these developments, deep learning often outperforms traditional models on tasks like voice assistance or predictive maintenance in factories. Deep learning can spot complex patterns that might otherwise go unnoticed, giving businesses a new edge in automation, personalization, and data-driven insights. So that's a little bit about deep learning there. In our next episode, or next segment, hopefully next week, we'll take a deeper look at large language models and the principles and architectures thriving in that technology. That was all we had. Before we go, I did have some shout outs that I wanted to do. A couple of these were carried over from last week, so if they're a few days older than usual, I apologize, but I want to give folks credit for supporting the show. For Twitch follows this time, we have Brandon Spar 420, Nora Hazel _U, Banana Rama _ Brendan Garner 12345. It almost sounds like a password. And we had Perfect Baby with the B being replaced with an 8. So thank you for your continued support on Twitch and for supporting us and giving us your likes. We had 2 website likes on our WordPress site, on our main site, www.insightsintothings.com. USA Post 24 gave us a couple, and Mark Gray did. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. And it's through the support and continued attention from our viewers and listeners that we reached a major milestone with the podcast. Insights into Technology has reached and surpassed our first 1,000 downloads, which is almost twice as fast as any of our other shows have gotten to that point. So thank you to all of our loyal listeners and viewers for making this podcast such a success so early on. I appreciate it. I would love to hear from you. If you're shy and don't want to get on the show, you can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We can give you a shout out, or we can discuss whatever topic you want to email in about. If you do want to get on the show, give us a call. Leave a voicemail for us at 856-403-8788. That's 856-403-8788. You can also find high-res versions of all the shows on the network on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free Twitch Prime subscription monthly. We would appreciate it if you threw that our way. It helps us keep the lights on around here. You can find all this and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Thank you again. And that's it. Another one in the books.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Technology, a podcast exploring the latest in computers, networking, home automation, mobile computing, and all things technology related. Our hosts will take a deeper dive into the latest and greatest in tech trends and give you the information you need to enable your tech-centric world.
This is Insights into Technology, episode 21, Hacked, Tracked, and Fact-Checked. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and this is your tech news of the week. First up today is an article from Serge Gatlin at Bleeping Computer, The Backdoor Brouhaha. It tells us that Apple has discontinued its advanced data protection feature for iCloud in the United Kingdom, following a government demand for backdoor access to user data under the Investigatory Powers Act of 2016. ADP, introduced in December of 2022, provided end-to-end encryption for iCloud data, ensuring only users could decrypt their information As of February 21st, 2025, new UK users cannot enable ADP, and existing users will be required to disable it to continue using iCloud services. Apple expressed disappointment, emphasizing the increasing need for robust data security amid rising breaches and privacy threats. Despite this change, end-to-end encryption remains for services like iCloud Keychain, Health Data, iMessage, and FaceTime. The removal of ADP in the UK has significant implications for businesses relying on Apple's ecosystem for secure data storage and communication. Organizations may need to reassess their data protection strategies, especially those handling sensitive information subject to regulatory compliance. The potential for government access to corporate data could deter businesses from using iCloud services, prompting a shift toward alternative solutions offering robust end-to-end encryption without backdoor access. So this brings up the entire discussion around data sovereignty and compliance. How does the UK's demand for backdoor access affect multinational companies' compliance with data protection regulations? Well, ironically enough, this is one of the main reasons why TikTok was pending a ban in the United States, because China had this level of access to users' data and it was deemed a national security threat. How the UK now demanding this access isn't a national security threat is kind of questionable. So companies must navigate conflicting laws between jurisdictions, balancing UK requirements with obligations under regulations like GDPR. So the suggestion here is really to implement data localization strategies and consult legal experts to ensure compliance across regions. This is where things tend to get a little gray here, and you're going to need to bring in more legal savvy, less tech savvy people to sort some of this stuff out, I think. This also draws into question the trust in cloud services. There's been this massive push to move everything to the cloud. Now, for my company, because we're a DoD contractor, one of the requirements that we have is all of our data needs to be housed within the United States and only accessible to staff members that are in the United States. And in our case, we do a lot with Azure. So although Microsoft, it must be, American-based servers and employees that are dealing with it for us. But the question remains, will the removal of end-to-end encryption impact trust in cloud providers? And I think the answer is absolutely. You're not going to find commercial or enterprise companies that are going to trust their data to cloud providers in areas where you could potentially have backdoors to the data access. And the fundamental problem with this whole philosophy is that as soon as you break encryption, or as soon as you put a backdoor in for the purpose of the government using it, that is immediately available for the bad guys too. And the bad guys are already getting in the data left and right as it is. You don't want to make it easier for them. Businesses may question the confidentiality of their data stored in the cloud, leading to potential shifts towards on-premises solutions again. Now, we run a hybrid solution at my company, so I'm less concerned about this than I would be under normal circumstances. But the lack of trust in cloud services that this is going to garner is going to have significant impact on cloud adoption. Cloud providers should enhance transparency about their data access policies and invest in security measures to rebuild trust. The problem is that the genie's out of the bottle with encryption. You can't make it go away at this point. You've got political wrangling, you've got law enforcement agencies, you got all these people who are up in arms about encrypting your data. But, it's funny if you go to these lawmakers and you tell them, well, give me your social security or whatever the equivalent is in the UK, and give me your home phone number and your home address and your bank account information. I'll guarantee you they don't want to give it to you, but they're asking everyone else in the country to give it to them. That's a bit of a quandary that they're in there from a hypocritical standpoint. I don't know if this is going to fly. It's certainly going to have far-reaching repercussions on the industry itself. And, I think it's going to have a significant impact, more of an impact politically than I think anything else. Because I think you're going to find the politicians who are pushing for this may find themselves out of a job when users realize they're losing these rights and these privacy battles to politicians. We'll see where it goes. Should be interesting. Next up is a story from the Record's Suzanne Smalley. When AI pranks go toe-to-toe with security. On February 24th, 2025, employees at the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, were met with an unexpected display. An AI-generated video depicting President Donald Trump kissing Elon Musk's feet, accompanied by the caption, quote, "Long live the real king," unquote. This video looped for approximately 5 minutes on screens throughout the HUD headquarters before staff managed to unplug the displays to halt the broadcast. The incident coincided with the mandated return to office work and ongoing tensions within federal agencies due to proposed workforce reductions and recent directives from Musk, who leads, or does he lead, the Department of Government Efficiency? That seems to be up in the air right now as to whether or not he leads it. A HUD spokesman, Casey Lovett, condemned the event as a misuse of taxpayers' resources and indicated that appropriate actions would be taken. This event underscores the vulnerabilities present in organizational IT infrastructures, even within the federal agencies. The unauthorized broadcast of manipulated media highlights the potential for similar attacks in commercial and enterprise environments where the dissemination of false information could lead to reputational damage, operational disruptions, and security breaches. It emphasized the necessity for robust cybersecurity measures, including regular system audits, employee training on security protocols, and the implementation of advanced threat detection systems to prevent unauthorized access and content manipulation. So obviously when a breach like this does happen, you have to look at enhancing your security protocols. What you have in place obviously is not getting the job done. So how can organizations strengthen their defenses against unauthorized access to internal communication systems? Regular audits, strict access control, and continuous monitoring are essential to identify and mitigate vulnerabilities. But organizations need to implement multi-factor authentication and conduct regular employee training to recognize and report security threats. Now, this kind of highlights the risks of AI-generated content. We've seen some of these risks already in the wild. What challenges to AI-generated media, such as deepfakes, pose to organizational integrity? We've seen deepfakes being used for fraud, to con people out of money, and for various other things. Deepfakes can spread misinformation, damage reputations, and erode trust in official communications. Organizations need to develop and deploy AI-based detection tools to identify and flag manipulated media content promptly. Well, as far as I know, this video in question was also transmitted and broadcast across several social media platforms as well. So it's obviously wasn't restricted to just the HUD system. This also requires organizations to take a look at their incident response planning as well. Are current incident response plans adequate to address unconventional attacks like unauthorized media broadcasts. Many plans focus on data breaches, but may not account for attacks on communications channels. Now, in the event of a breach, your communications channels are really the most vulnerable at that point in time because they're the most required. There's a need to notify victims, the public, contractors, customers. If your communication channels are under attack, or worst case scenario, they're being manipulated like this, the messaging that you send out in a breach could be a real issue. Expand your incident response strategies to include protocols for handling and mitigating the impact of information manipulation attacks. The effect, I don't know how much in this case here, but there is an effect on employee morale and internal communications as well. You start to question the official channels and the official communications that come out. How does such security breaches affect employee trust and morale within an organization? I think it's a valid question. Exposure to unauthorized and potentially offensive content can create a hostile work environment and diminish trust in the organization's ability to protect itself and its staff. Organizations that are victimized by this need to maintain open lines of communication, provide support resources, and involve employees in developing security practices to foster a culture of trust and resilience. Now, this is, I would say, almost a harmless example of a breach like this, but it certainly can be an embarrassing one. And, some people may have found it offensive. I think the content itself was relatively tame and obviously taken for its satirical nature. But the fact of the matter is there was a breach internally. I know in investigations going further, there was an announcement today that the perpetrator had been identified. I don't know if they had been apprehended or what the status is on that. We might follow up on that in a future episode to kind of close the gap on it. But what do you think? What are your thoughts on somebody obviously disgruntled at what's going on with the changes in the government right now and possibly a bone to pick with the current administration? What are your thoughts on someone doing something like this that was not costly from a breach standpoint, but was certainly a violation of security protocols? Do you think they should be, the full extent of the law should be brought against them? Do you think a disgruntled employee should have the right to make some kind of protest statement like this? Is this a protest statement, or is this just a straight up hack? I'd love to get your thoughts on it. Next up, we have an article from Carly Page at TechCrunch. When the screen door breaks. Nadisa Global Solutions, a prominent U.S. employee screening and drug testing firm, has disclosed a data breach affecting more than 3 million individuals. The breach, discovered on February 9th of 2024, allowed hackers to infiltrate the company's network and access sensitive personal information, including social security numbers, dates of birth, and medical histories. The unauthorized access remained undetected for over a year, raising significant concerns about data security and monitoring practices within the organization. This incident underscores the critical importance of robust cybersecurity measures in organizations handling sensitive personal data. And I don't know of any organization that doesn't, on some level, handle personal sensitive data. For enterprises, especially those in sectors like employee screening and healthcare, the breach highlights vulnerabilities in data protection protocols and the potential for prolonged undetected intrusions. The financial and reputational repercussions of such breaches can be severe, emphasizing the need for continuous monitoring, regular security audits, comprehensive incident response plans. the fact that this was such a lengthy undetected period. Now, they're claiming that they just detected this now, but that's over a year that this has been in the wild or been breached. The hackers maintained access to the DISA network for over a year without detection, which raises questions about the effectiveness of the company's security monitoring and intrusion detection systems. And, it's very difficult once someone gains access to your system, if they're smart, to detect them. Most attackers are not going to aggressively do anything within the network once they get a foothold in. They're going to come in, they're going to secure their entry points into the network itself. They might erase any tracks, any logs, or anything like that of their breach. And then a lot of times you're just going to sit there and soak up data like a sponge and start exfiltrating it. And once they get into that mode, it's very difficult to detect them. You can throw honeypots in there and use intrusion detection and defense systems. But a lot of systems, if the attacker's smart, will not pick them up unless they do something significant. You look at an excessive amount of data extracted. You look at usage patterns on user accounts that are accessing data they might not normally be accessing, and so forth. The scope of the compromised data was significant as well. The breach involved highly sensitive information, including social security numbers and medical histories, all of which can be used for identity theft and account exposures and so forth. This particular exposure of this data increases the risks of that identity theft and fraud. And it's one of those things where it's been out there for over a year now, which is just flabbergasting. And once it's out there at all, the level of risk to the victims is increased. But when it's out there for that long a time, I can only imagine the various underground markets this data was probably sold and traded on. This also draws into question regulatory and legal implications. Handling sensitive personal data comes with stringent regulatory requirements. This breach may lead to legal actions and fines, prompting discussions on compliance and the adequacy of existing data protection laws. We don't probably need more laws, but the laws that we have, at least in the United States, may need to be revised for their penalty portion. One of the things that GDPR is known for at this point in time is how severe their penalties can be. And that's been demonstrated with a few select examples of very expensive breaches. Something like that may be needed over here in the United States as well and around the world. I mean, if there's no consequences to poor security, no one's going to spend the money and the time and invest the effort to improve it. So what preventative measures can enterprises use? And this incident serves as a reminder for companies to implement advanced security measures, penetration testing, cybersecurity training for your employees, the adoption of a zero trust architecture like we had covered previously. At a minimum, you should be doing your multi-factor authentication, enforcing strong password security. But this is one of those situations where, it's hard to close the door once the horse is out of the barn here. But you have to go back and learn from your mistakes and keep things going. The last thing you want to do is have this type of thing occur multiple times. You're already eroding your trust in your customers and employees. So we'll see where this goes here. Hopefully we will see this type of thing minimized moving forward, but the aggressive nature of the attackers out there seems to suggest against that. We're going to take a quick break now, but before we go, I want to real quick invite folks to reach out, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can also call in, leave a voicemail for us. We'd love to get you on the show. You can reach us at 856-403-8788. That's 856-403-8788. or you can find links to all of our contact points on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. We'll be right back.
Are you tired of your favorite gaming podcast finishing with a play?
Oh no!
Well, check out No Credits Rolled, where we play the games but rarely finish them. How's it going, folks? I'm Sam Whalen, your friendly host at No Credits Rolled, the ultimate gaming podcast, where we dish out the latest scoops and reviews on all your beloved video games.
Hey, listen.
Not only that, but we spice things up with some guest interviews and even give you, yes, you, a chance to have your say. Tune in every other week for a fresh dose of No Credits Rolled, available on all major podcast platforms, and hit us up on social media at No Credits Rolled. So why wait? Let's dive into the gaming world together, where finishing games is optional, but the fun is guaranteed.
Welcome back to Insights into Technology. Our next story comes from Jason Kobler at 404 Media. He tells us the right to repair revolution is underway. In a significant milestone for consumer rights, all 50 states in the United States have now introduced right to repair legislation, aiming to grant consumers and independent technicians access to necessary tools, parts, and information for repairing electronic devices, agricultural equipment, medical devices, and more. While not all bills have been enacted, the nationwide legislative effort underscores a robust grassroots movement advocating for repair autonomy and reduced electronic waste. The widespread adoption of right-to-repair laws holds considerable implications for commercial and enterprise computing sectors. Organizations often manage extensive inventories of electronic equipment, and the ability to repair devices in-house or through third-party services can lead to significant cost savings and extended hardware lifespans. However, enterprises must also navigate potential challenges, such as ensuring the repairs don't compromise device security or violate warranty agreements. So the cost implications for enterprises obviously is significant here. How will the right to repair laws affect maintenance budgets of large organizations? Well, facilitating in-house or third-party repairs can reduce reliance on manufacturer services, potentially lowering cost. A lot of times if you have a device that is out of warranty, you have to go back to the manufacturer. Apple's famous for this, and I'm not going to just bash on Apple, but that's the first company that comes to mind with this. You have to go back to Apple, and Apple charges a premium for the work that they do. So when you go back to Apple to repair a phone or a tablet or a laptop or whatever it is, you're paying Apple fees for that. And there are people out there that don't charge as much as Apple does for labor. As long as you can get the parts for it, you can get someone to fix it. And this is going to significantly open up repair options and reduce costs, hopefully. Enterprises should assess their current maintenance expenditures and explore partnerships with certified independent repair providers to optimize savings. So there are security concerns with third-party repairs. Do third-party repairs pose security risks to enterprise devices? Unauthorized repairs might introduce vulnerabilities or compromise sensitive data. One of the things you run into with a lot of modern technology is you have security features built into them, whether they're secure enclaves or biometric interfaces that you have to deal with. And these components on the devices, take a phone, for instance, that might have a fingerprint reader on it. The fingerprint readers themselves are oftentimes keyed to the other hardware there. So when you replace a piece of hardware, you can potentially break some of the security that's built into the devices themselves. The other problem you run into is when you turn your device over to a third-party company for repair, the chance of them having access to data that's on there, if they're sensitive data, is extremely high. So implement stringent vetting processes for third-party technicians and establish clear protocols to protect data during repairs. Make sure your drives are encrypted and you're not giving your passwords out. Or wipe the drives, back the devices up, wipe the devices if you can, and then send them. Sometimes you're just dealing with a broken screen here, and there's ways to get into the device and put it into maintenance mode and do what you need to do. The other issue that you have to be concerned with is manufacturer warranties. Well, if my device is under manufacturer warranty, first thing I'm going to do is reach out to the manufacturer. It should be covered. Parts and labor should be covered under most manufacturer warranties. The only time this becomes an issue really is when warranties are either not comprehensive. You may have an extended warranty on a laptop, but that warranty, for some reason, might not cover a dropped screen, a screen from a drop, and you may have to pay for the hardware for it. That's where you tend to run into these types of issues. Some warranties may be voided if unauthorized repairs are performed, so you may be kind of shooting yourself in the foot there if you go to a third-party repair center to have them fix your devices. If they were under warranty, they might not be anymore. So you need to review your warranty terms carefully and advocate for legislative provisions to protect warranty rights as well. That's probably the next step in this whole thing. The other concern is supply chain and availability of parts. Can the market meet the increased demand for repair parts and tools? I don't think you're going to see a glut on the market or a major run on the market here. I don't think people are going to actively damage their devices just because they can support them themselves now. And obviously, you have to assume that devices need to be repaired as it is now, and the market's meeting those. But enterprises might consider stocking essential components and collaborating with suppliers to ensure a steady parts inventory. If you've got a remote sales force that's standardized on Android phones and you see a high percentage of screens that are damaged or batteries that are dying, you might want to keep those in stock and buy those ahead of time for the devices that you have. And the other consideration here is the environmental and sustainability considerations. How does the right to repair align with corporate sustainability goals if your corporation is concerned about that? Enabling repairs extends the device's lifespan, it reduces electronic waste, and it reduces the environmental impact. That might not be important to your company, but it's definitely a selling point on the entire thing. I think, all in all, we're getting to a point now where these considerations, like you used to be able to repair your stuff, and you used to be able to replace your batteries. One of the earlier smartphones that I had a Samsung Evo, I think it was, HTC Evo. And not only could you replace the battery, but you could put extended batteries on there, and you had a lot of flexibility. You could add additional memory to the devices, and to bring costs down and features up. A lot of this stuff is going away, and your batteries are soldered in now. In a lot of cases, your memory and storage are built onto the board right now. So it's difficult to maintain these things yourself. It's just like automobiles. It's gotten to the point where you need a certified technician to deal with any of this stuff now. So I think we're moving in the right direction. I think having certified third parties handle these types of things is a good move. But obviously, there's more work that needs to be done here, and not all the states have enacted and put these laws into place just yet. But there's movements in all 50 states, which is a good sign. Our next story comes from Zach Bowden at Windows Central. Microsoft Office experiment adds access and aggravation? ? Microsoft has begun testing a free ad-supported version of its Office suite for Windows users in select regions, including India. This version allows access to core applications like Word, Excel, and PowerPoint without a Microsoft 365 subscription. However, it includes persistent banner ads and periodic 15-second video advertisements. Additionally, users are required to save documents exclusively to OneDrive, as local storage options are disabled. Feature limitations include the absence of advanced tools such as drawing and design functionalities in Word, and restricted capabilities in Excel and PowerPoint. Microsoft has stated that this is a limited test with no immediate plans for a broader rollout. The introduction of an ad-supported Office suite could influence software deployment strategies within businesses. While the free version may appeal to small businesses and startups with limited budgets, the embedded advertisements and restricted features may not meet the productivity and security standards required by larger enterprises. Organizations must weigh the cost savings against potential drawbacks, such as reduced functionality and possibly data privacy concerns associated with mandatory OneDrive storage. The idea of ad-supported software in a professional setting isn't new, but it's also not particularly popular either. Can ad-supported applications maintain productivity levels in a business environment? Well, advertisements may distract your employees, potentially reducing efficiency. Businesses should assess whether cost savings justify the potential for decreased productivity due to ad interruptions. What are the implications of requiring OneDrive for document storage? A lot of people may have concerns about that. Mandatory cloud storage raises concerns about data sovereignty, which we talked about already, and compliance with industry-specific regulation. Enterprises should evaluate their data policies to ensure that using OneDrive aligns with their privacy and compliance requirements. How do these restrictions, how do the restricted functionalities impact business operations? Well, the absence of advanced features may hinder tasks that rely on specialized tools, affecting workflow efficiency. You need to identify critical features necessary for your operations and determine if the free version meets those needs. I mean, you're kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel if you're going with a free version of Office at this point. The monthly cost of an Office 365 subscription is fairly reasonable for small businesses, at least in my opinion. Is the free version a viable option for small businesses? A lot of small businesses just don't have a budget for recurring costs like that. Microsoft has all but eliminated the option of buying Office licenses outright now, so you're kind of limited there. While cost savings are attractive, limitations in the functionality and the potential security got to be considered there. Small businesses should conduct a thorough analysis, decide if the free version aligns with their operational requirements and growth plan. You have to kind of question Microsoft's market strategy here. What's the move indicate about Microsoft's approach to software accessibility? Offering a free ad-supported version may be an attempt to reach a broader audience and compete with alternative Office suites. There are numerous free suites out there, OpenOffice and LibreOffice, which I think used to be OpenOffice. So it's hard to kind of justify going with a free limited version with all these downfalls. And the fact that, Microsoft is pushing this is, I don't know what direction they're going. I can't imagine that this is a desired, it certainly isn't a profitable direction, nor do I think you're going to upsell people on licenses by giving them, your free trial treat type thing here, especially when you're throwing ads at them and you're limiting the functionality of anything. You're going to turn people off from using your product. So I don't know where Microsoft is going with this. Monitoring the adoption and feedback from this test could provide insights into market demand for flexible software solutions. I don't think an ad-supported software is something that's going to fly in a professional environment. Home users, sure, I could totally see home users opting to go this route. They don't need the advanced features. Home users tend to be far more tolerant of ad-supported services as it is. And most home users either aren't concerned as much about cloud storage for security reasons, or they just aren't aware that it's a risk. So I could totally see it being more of a consumer side rather than a commercial side. Our next article comes to us from Wes Davis at The Verge. Alexa Plus, your new AI BFF, or just another subscription? Amazon has introduced Alexa Plus. They've talked about it for some time now. It's an advanced version of its voice assistant, enhanced with generative AI capabilities, because everything's better with AI, right? Priced at $19.99 per month or included with an Amazon Prime membership, Alexa Plus offers a more natural conversational experience and expanded functionalities. Users can now order groceries, send in event invitations, and control smart home devices through intuitive voice commands. The assistant also integrates with various applications, allowing tasks like booking tickets and creating itineraries. Additionally, Alexa Plus can analyze documents and generate music in collaboration with AI partners. This upgrade signifies a significant leap from the original Alexa, positioning Amazon competitively in the evolving AI-driven assistant market. The launch of Alexa Plus highlights the growing integration of AI-driven assistants in both consumer and enterprise environments. For businesses, this development opens avenues for creating more interactive and personalized customer experiences. Enterprises can leverage Alexa Plus to streamline operations, enhance customer service, and develop innovative applications that utilize its advanced capabilities. However, the introduction of a subscription model may influence how businesses adopt and integrate these technologies, potentially affecting budgetary and strategic planning. So the subscription model itself isn't really appealing to most people. With it priced at $19.99 a month, it's a little expensive compared to what the other full functional AI subscriptions will get you. Will the inclusion of the service in Amazon Prime drive higher engagement? Probably. I could see a lot of people who are running Amazon products at home for smart home use and so forth that have Prime memberships already taking advantage of this. I don't know if that's going to help with adoption in the commercial or enterprise space. I don't think there's a lot of adoption already for AI assistants or assistants in general, I should say, technical assistants, virtual assistants. What are these AI enhanced capabilities? The ability for Alexa Plus to perform complex tasks such as document analysis and itinerary planning showcases some of the AI enhancements, but I have an Amazon A in my studio here, and clearly she's listening to me say her name over and over. I don't think that's a selling point because you get those types of services with Copilot and ChatGPT and various other already best of breed solutions out there that you don't need to have a special device to interface with. The integration with third parties is probably one of the higher points from the consumer side of things. Collaboration with partners like OpenTable and Uber indicates a trend towards more seamless service integration. But the real question comes down to data privacy and security, as always seems to be the case. As they become more integrated into daily life and business operations, what measures should be in place to protect user data to ensure compliance with privacy regulations? Already people are complaining that your virtual assistants are listening to them. My wife swears when we have a conversation about something and the next day she's getting advertisements on her phone talking about those things that, our assistants around the house are snooping on us. You don't really have control. I know current Amazon settings allow you to go in and remove searches and stuff like that. But if you're involving documents here or itinerary plans or travel plans or anything like that, that's all information that's going out there to the cloud that obviously, number one, is going to be used and sold and exploited however possible, because that's the way information is these days. But it's entirely possible that that information can be used for malicious stuff. If, for instance, you plan your entire trip through your AI assistant and somebody gets access to that, they know when people are available, when the house is empty, when you're going to be out of town. So security like that is definitely a significant concern. I don't see this going too far commercial and enterprise-wise, at least not in its current form. I could see this being adopted enthusiastically on the consumer side, but people need to know what the risks are, and you need to take proper precautions. And we'll see where this goes, and this may be another nice to have thing that isn't adopted, and Amazon may cancel it moving forward, as they did with some other services they did recently. We're going to take another quick break here, and then we're going to come back and finish up our deep dive on password security.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insights into things. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
So what is the future of authentication? Well, all things being equal, it looks like we're going to be moving beyond passwords. I think there's a need for it. I think the technology is finally there. And I think the idea of username and passwords has already come and gone. Just a lot of people haven't recognized that and accepted it. The traditional username password model is increasingly seen as insecure and inconvenient, prompting a shift toward more advanced authentication methods. The future of authentication focuses on passwordless security, behavioral biometrics, and AI-driven enhancements, while addressing challenges in usability and adoption. Passwordless authentication, or eliminating passwords for stronger security measures, replaces traditional passwords with more secure and user-friendly methods. These could include biometric authentication, such as fingerprints and facial recognition. Think Apple's Face ID or Windows Hello. It could include iris scanning and voice recognition. We have hardware security tokens, physical devices like YubiKeys, which my company recently started to adopt, or the Google Titan security key, which provides cryptographic authentication. You have open standards like FIDO2 and WebAuthn. These are open standards allowing users to log in using biometrics or security keys instead of passwords that aren't. These are non-proprietary and available to anyone. The other option you have that people are exploring now are magic links or one-time passwords, your OTPs, where users receive an email or an SMS with a temporary login link or code. Why does all this matter? Well, passwordless authentication reduces the risks of phishing, credential stuffing, and brute force attacks by eliminating password reliance. These are all things that we talked about in a previous episode. What place does behavioral authentication have? Well, security based on behavioral authentication continuously analyzes how users interact with their device rather than relying on static credentials. It looks at keystroke dynamics, your typing speed, your rhythm, your pressure. It'll look at mouse and touch patterns. How are users navigating an interface? It'll look at location and device recognition, identifying logins from unusual locations or devices. It's AI-driven anomaly detection, where machine learning flags suspicious activity based on user behavior. A couple of use cases would include banking and finance to prevent unauthorized transactions, enterprise security, detecting compromised employee accounts, and on e-commerce and payment platforms, preventing fraud without disrupting user experiences. Behavioral authentication provides continuous security monitoring, making it difficult for attackers to replicate a user's behavior. So what's the role? We talk about AI on this podcast a lot. What is the role of AI in password security moving forward? Well, artificial intelligence is transforming authentication through adaptive security measures and real-time threat detection. AI-powered threat detection identifies and blocks credential stuffing and phishing attacks. It recognizes bot-driven login attempts that mimic human behavior. AI-powered password managers create secure, unique passwords. Adaptive authentication adjusts security levels based on risk assessment. And predictive security and risk-based authentication detects compromised credentials in breach databases. AI models predict potential security threats based on login patterns. So AI enhances authentication by making security more proactive, more intelligent, and resistant to cyber threats. Now, of course, as with any technology, there are limitations and challenges to passwordless systems. Despite all the benefits, there are several hurdles to face. Adoption and compatibility obviously is one. Legacy systems still rely on passwords, requiring a gradual transition. And I would go even further there and say that it doesn't just require a gradual transition. There's an uphill battle in a lot of cases, not so much with the technology side of the business, but with senior management that has to sign off on the funding for projects like this. There's this perception that what we have is good enough and we don't need anything better. So it's important to try to sell the risks involved in password management as legitimate risks to the business and what those potential outcomes could be. There's also device dependency. Losing a hardware key, which I had a user thought they lost one this week, or a biometric device can result in lockouts, which, we talk about security and convenience. And when you're starting to lock users out for losing a piece of technology, you can cause disruptions to work patterns. You also have privacy and biometric security. Unlike passwords, biometric data can't be changed if it's compromised. If somebody gets your fingerprint or your iris scan or has a facial scan of you, you can't go in and change that. And that's a real issue. So this is where multi-factor authentication comes in, where your biometric security is just one aspect of it. There's also user resistance. We've talked about that uphill battle with users. Nobody likes change, right? And I think a lot of IT people have come to that conclusion. Some users are hesitant to adopt new authentication methods due to unfamiliarity. People don't want to carry a fob around with them. They don't want to have their biometrics scanned for something for the company. Then there's obviously the cost and the implementation complexity that has to be dealt with. Enterprises must invest in new authentication infrastructure, new hardware, perhaps new tokens that have to be given out to people. You have to deal with replacement of those, failure of those, and so forth. In general, organizations need to balance security, usability, and accessibility, ensuring backup recovery options for users who lose access. You have to have this plan in place before you try to implement anything, and really before you try to even sell the idea to your senior management. You need to be able to answer these questions. So what is the future of passwordless? Well, passwordless authentication is going to become the new standard and relatively soon, reducing the risk of stolen credentials. Behavioral authentication and AI will enhance security while improving user experiences, hopefully. Relying on password managers to generate and secure credentials securely is certainly a key to help the process. We talked about that previously. You need to be aware of phishing scams and double-check suspicious login requests. You need to enable your multi-factor authentication everywhere possible. And that's not just for internal, that's for external as well. A lot of us have to manage vendor accounts, vendor portals. When that happens, you need to make sure you're employing all the same security protocols externally that you do internally. You have to act fast if your password's compromised. You can get dark web notifications now with password compromises for popular accounts. When that happens, you need to make sure you get out there and get your accounts changed or deactivated if you have to. By following these recommendations, you can dramatically reduce the risk of cyber threats while keeping your online accounts safe. So we're stuck with security by password for right now. There are methods to deal with it, to improve it, to enhance it. But ultimately, it's not going away anytime soon. But when it does, we need to be ready for the newer technologies, and you need to have a plan in place to implement them and get your company on board with them. So I think that was all that we had today. I think that finishes up our password discussion. We can move on to some other topics from now. Before we do wrap up the episode, I had one shout out to do to Bananarama, who followed us on Twitch this week. Thank you very much for that. Before we go, I want to once again implore our listening and viewing audience, if you don't already do so, subscribe to the podcast. You can find links to audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Technology. You can find audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. We're anywhere you get a podcast these days. I would also invite you to give us your feedback. Tell us how you're doing. What's your take on some of these stories? What's your take on our take on some of these stories? You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can call in and leave a voicemail for us at 856-403-8788. That's 856-403-8788. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insights into things. If you're an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get, not only do you get Alexa Plus now, you also get a free monthly Twitch Prime subscription. If you threw that our way, we'd be grateful. You can find us on Blue Sky as Insights into Things. You can find us on LinkedIn as Insights into Things Productions. We're also on Facebook as Insights into Things Podcast. Instagram as Insights into Things, or you can go to our website and get links to all that and more at www.insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the books.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Technology, a podcast exploring the latest in computers, networking, home automation, mobile computing, and all things technology related. Our hosts will take a deeper dive into the latest and greatest in tech trends and give you the information you need to enable your tech-centric world.
This is Insights into Technology, Episode 13, U.S. Under Cyber Siege and the Year in Review. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and here's your cyber news of the week. White House blames telecoms lack security on Salt Typhoon. This comes to us from Cyberscoop. In a statement released by the White House, it was revealed that the Salt Typhoon cyber espionage attacks targeting U.S. telecommunications companies occurred largely due to inadequate cybersecurity measures in the sector. The attacks, attributed to Chinese state-affiliated actors, compromised 9 telecom firms, exploiting weak system configurations and poor access management. Alarmingly, in one case, attackers accessed an administrator account managing over 100,000 routers and erased critical activity logs, obscuring the full extent of the breach. Ann Neuberger, Deputy National Security Advisor for Cyber and Emerging Technology, emphasized the pressing need for improved cybersecurity practices, including robust configuration management, vulnerability mitigation, and network segmentation. The Biden administration is urging telecommunications companies to adopt stringent security controls and has shared new threat hunting guidelines. Comparisons with similar regulations in the UK and Australia highlight the potential for improved detection and mitigation of such attacks if stronger frameworks were in place. The hackers reportedly targeted individuals in Washington, D.C., including government officials, underscoring the espionage's strategic intent to gather intelligence for follow-up operations. So, the kicker here really is interesting. So the federal government is criticizing these telecommunications companies for not adhering to basic cybersecurity practices, when in fact it was the federal and local governments that forced the telecommunication companies themselves to basically put backdoors into their system to make wiretapping easier. And now you've got malicious actors who are utilizing those backdoors that the federal government forced them to put in. So this is kind of a case of the federal government making their own problems at this point in time. Cybersecurity as a competitive and strategic necessity is an absolute must. The fact that the federal government is getting involved at this point in time, it's a case of closing the barn door after the horse has gotten out. The hacks reveal the critical vulnerabilities in commercial telecommunications, some of which were mandated by the federal government. They highlight basic cybersecurity measures are often overlooked. And that's true in, I think, every company out there. And the problem that you run into is that security and convenience are mutually exclusive. The more security you impose, the less convenience you have. And when most people turn to technology for its convenience, when you start siphoning off that convenience for the sake of security, the technology itself starts to lose the advantages that it was originally employed for. From an enterprise standpoint, enterprises need to adopt security as a core component, not bolted on after the fact. When you build a system, you need to build that system with security in mind. You need to build it as part of your core infrastructure. And you need to keep that philosophy in mind the entire time life cycle, because as you progress through the technology life cycle, you're going to have replacements of network hardware. You're going to upgrade your operating systems, obviously, your hardware for your servers. Security has to be forefront in the mind during all of those phases. The telecom's weaknesses is an industry-wide threat because very few companies out there don't rely on some form of internet provider or telecom provider. When those core services become corrupted or co-opted, you're now spreading that downstream to all of the clients that are using those services. It demonstrates how a single point of failure at a telecom can have a cascading effect on multiple organizations and their customers. As an enterprise, we need to consider those downstream risks posed by third-party providers. There's a lot of third-party providers other than telecoms that are now in the mix. We talked a little bit about it last week, in last episode, where most companies operate in a hybrid environment. You've got some cloud-based components. You've got some local components. Your local components obviously are dependent on your local ISPs. You might have a managed service provider that has, hooks into your system for management and monitoring. We've had situations in the past where tools that MSPs use have been compromised, and that in turn allows them to compromise those MSPs' clients. So when you look at this from a security standpoint, you have to look at it from a holistic standpoint and understand all of the moving components that are involved in making your average business work today with telecommunications and technology. Whether it's a outsourced development house that you're working with, or your managed service provider, or an outside consultant, anybody who has access into your systems is a potential threat. That's why a lot of companies, a lot of enterprises are moving towards the zero trust architecture model, which isn't bulletproof, isn't foolproof, but it's definitely an improvement. It would certainly help mitigate some of these supply chain risks that we're running into here. So we'll see how this plays out. The last I heard on this was the telecoms still don't know if they got them out of the systems yet, which is frightening, really. I mean, they don't know the extent of the breach. They don't know the extent of the damage, what data has been released entirely. Nor do they know if they're out of the system yet. And that's more alarming, I think, than anything. So we'll see how that plays out. And we'll see how it's going to impact commercial and enterprise computing moving forward. Needless to say, it's not a good sign, but the federal government getting involved now and trying to mandate cybersecurity fundamentals at these telecommunications companies is a move in the right direction, even though it may be a little bit late. Next up, we have an article from Security Week talking about Cisco confirming their data leaks now. Again, this goes back to third parties. People depend on hardware vendors like Cisco for security. Cisco's confirmed that 4 gigabytes of data leaked by the hacker known as Intel Broker is authentic and tied to an earlier security incident involving its public-facing DevHub environment. The DevHub is a resource center for source code and scripts. It was not breached, but some files not intended for public access were stolen. The leaked data includes source code, scripts, and digital certificates, and configuration files related to Cisco products, raising concerns about potential misuse. While the hacker initially claimed to have exfiltrated 800 gigabytes of data, subsequent leaks in December brought that total to over 4 gigabytes. Cisco maintains that no production or enterprise environments were accessed and has not identified sensitive personal or financial data in the leaks. However, its decision to remove earlier assurances about compromised sensitive data has drawn attention, highlighting the complexity of managing post-breach communications and trust in enterprise security. So again, the implications of public-facing development resources. We talked about this a few weeks ago. There's been a push in recent years to move to GitHub and other public repositories. The advancements in development procedures and development techniques employ a lot of shared libraries. Those libraries can be compromised if they're not centralized and controlled by the individual corporation that's using it. These all increase the likelihood of a breach or at least the vulnerability. This also raises questions about how development platforms, like those intended for customer resources, can be secured against malicious actors. Organizations need to scrutinize their public-facing resources, implement tighter access controls, and ensure that sensitive files are separated from publicly accessible data. Data tagging or data labeling is a technique that's in use now to determine what should and shouldn't be public, but it requires discipline. It requires an effort to accomplish this. And for a lot of companies, it's a massive change in operating procedures to tag all of your data. The federal government's been dealing with this for years with classifications on their data, and obviously they've got a system that works for the most part, unless you ship your files down to Mar-a-Lago and they sit in the bathroom. But, something like that in-house. We're working on something like that already in my organization, where we need to be able to tag data. We need to be able to exercise on those tags so that certain data can be made public. And even internally, you need to restrict your data, right? You're going to have situations where some aspects of your user population doesn't need to have access to data. Your general rank and file employees, you don't want them having access to your financial data or your human resources data. So internally, most organizations have things in place to control these types of things, and you have to take that to the next level so that information doesn't get out to the public. The other thing that this situation highlights is the mismanagement of communications in these incidents. Cisco initially claimed that no sensitive data was compromised, but later removed those assurances. The evolution of this type of communication erodes trust among enterprises. Your customers are not going to trust you anymore. Your clients rely on transparency in communications. It minimizes exposure to them. If they know that their data has been compromised, they can take actions to mitigate it, or at least implement damage control. And when you start, pulling back on your statements It's one thing to make a statement that's vague because your investigation is ongoing. It's another to make a very explicit statement with the purpose of reassuring your customers if you don't have the data to back that up. The absence of evidence of a breach or of a breach of a certain type of data does not mean that that data hasn't been breached. And that has to be with every statement that's out there. As of right now, no personal data has been breached. That's the first thing that you say. You have to manage expectations. It's difficult. Nobody wants to go out there and admit that they've been breached. There's a liability associated with it from a legal and financial standpoint. There's a trust concern that's associated with that. But by trying to conceal that information or by trying to present too much of a rosy front up front in the face of a breach, only to find out that reality is a lot different than that, that does more damage, I think, than the breach does sometimes. There's a lot of lessons to be learned from this. We look at the technical side of it. Data segmentation is certainly one thing. Monitoring, there's a lot of push now for AI monitoring of network traffic so that you can detect when something's being exfiltrated from your network. Fortunately, technology is rapidly evolving from a security standpoint to help us patch some of these holes and to have insight into the traffic itself so that when something is happening, you can be aware of it. So we'll see how Cisco weathers this storm here. I'm sure they'll come out of this stronger, if nothing else. But, they're Cisco. Nobody got, just like IBM, nobody got fired for picking IBM. Nobody got fired for picking Cisco. I think that rule still stands for the most part. Our next story comes to us from Reuters. They tell us that U.S. Treasury says Chinese hackers stole documents in, quote, major incident. Chinese state-sponsored hackers breached the U.S. Treasury Department systems in what officials describe as a major incident, compromising documents through a vulnerability in third-party provider BeyondTrust remote support product. Using a stolen key, the hackers bypassed security protocols to access workstations and unclassified documents from Treasury Department offices. The breach was attributed to an advanced persistent threat group linked to China. BeyondTrust identified the breach in early December and has been cooperating with the FBI and U.S. Cybersecurity and Infrastructure, CISA, security agency, and the Treasury to mitigate the impact. China denied responsibility, dismissing the accusations as baseless. Cybersecurity experts noted the attack follows a pattern of exploiting trusted third-party services, a tactic increasingly favored by China-linked groups. BeyondTrust has since addressed the vulnerability and notified affected customers. The incident highlights the growing risk of supply chain vulnerabilities and the importance of securing third-party services in critical government and enterprise infrastructure. So again, we look at supply chain infrastructure here. This is another situation where you're dependent on an outside company, and that company basically disappoints you and falls down on the job. The vulnerability of third-party service providers has to be a concern. You don't have much control over their vulnerabilities, but you need to be aware of what those vulnerabilities could potentially be. In this case, the hackers exploited BeyondTrust remote support product, which highlights the risks enterprise face when third-party service providers are compromised. The breach underscores how attackers can bypass direct defenses by targeting weaker links in the supply chain. And like with any chain concept, the weakest link is the one that you have to worry about the most. So we can't have every link in the chain be as secure as every other. Identifying the weak links or identifying the risks allows you, if you can't mitigate those risks, you can monitor those risks for exploitation. And ultimately, you can accept those risks as part of the risk management process itself. But you can't accept risks that you can't monitor. That's the scariest thing out there. This growing reliance on external vendors for IT and cybersecurity services offers an ever-increasing threat surface to attackers to exploit. Everyone was concerned years ago about putting all your eggs in one basket and dropping everything into a single provider or hosting yourself. In a way, while that makes you more vulnerable to catastrophic failures, it also allowed you to at least have a single point to monitor and know when things were going on. Now, so many of our services are spread out over so many different providers, none of which you have control over, and all of which seem to adhere to different security practices. And even when you find a provider that adheres to security practices that adhere or coalesce with your security concerns, that isn't a constant state of security there because of staff overturn and technology migrations and so forth. So even though you may find a provider today who is secure and adopts a cybersecurity framework that you as an organization are comfortable with, that situation changes rapidly. And you may lose that level of security as they go through staff cuts or staff turnover, or they upgrade their systems, their firewalls, their software. New threats are introduced, and it's got to be a situation of constant vigilance. In this case here, an exploitation of privileged access happened. Something like that should never happen. You should always be following least privileged access premises and philosophies to minimize that type of thing. The other issue we run into is because these state-sponsored attacks are so well funded and so well organized, it's very difficult for a single IT organization or your provider to monitor, mitigate, and defend against these things. They just don't have the same resources to. This is where I rail against unfunded mandates from the government all the time. I think the federal government needs to be stepping in to provide some level of security on a national level here. It's getting to the point where we're literally under cyber siege at this point in time. We are a pilgrim in an unholy land when we have so many adversaries that are trying to attack us, and the federal government just wants to basically dictate how we should deal with it, and are spending not nearly as much in the way of resources to providing it. Everyone criticizes China for having the Great Firewall of China. The United States is getting to the point where we're going to need to do something like that to protect our critical infrastructure. I think it's going to irk a lot of people by jeopardizing your net neutralities and your freedoms and things along those lines. And it's true, it will. But sometimes the only way to protect it's either that or you don't protect yourself. You either assume you're going to get attacked or you protect yourself, and that protection takes away some of the rights that you enjoy now. There isn't really much of a compromise that can happen there. We'll see how the federal government decides to move forward with that. We're going to take a quick break here. Before we do, let's real quick invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things pretty much anywhere you get a podcast these days. Apple, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, not Stitcher, Stitcher's out, Amazon, Buzzsprout. I would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing. Are there topics you want us to cover? Do you just have comments on some of the stories that we've done here? You can email comments at insightsintothings.com. You can find us on X at X, I guess it's x.com/insights_things. You can also call in, leave us a voicemail. We'll get your message on the next available podcast if possible. Our number is 856-403-8788. That's 856-403-8788. You can also find all of our links, our contact links, on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. We'll be right back.
Are you tired of your favorite gaming podcast finishing with a play?
Oh no!
Well, check out No Credits Rolled, where we play the games but rarely finish them. How's it going, folks? I'm Sam Whalen, your friendly host at No Credits Rolled, the ultimate gaming podcast, where we dish out the latest scoops and reviews on all your beloved video games.
Hey, listen.
Not only that, but we spice things up with some guest interviews and even give you, yes, you, a chance to have your say. Tune in every other week for a fresh dose of No Credits Rolled, available on all major podcast platforms, and hit us up on social media at No Credits Rolled. So why wait? Let's dive into the gaming world together, where finishing games is optional, but the fun is guaranteed.
Next up, we have the record reporting that HIPAA to be updated with cybersecurity regulations. This one it's rather close to the belt here since we just had our deep dive into HIPAA frameworks. The White House announced plans to update the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act with new cybersecurity regulations, marking the first revision in the 20-year-old rules since 2013. These changes aim to enhance the security of healthcare by requiring measures like data encryption to prevent breaches and mitigate potential risks to patients. Deputy National Security Advisor Ann Neuberger highlighted the urgency of these updates, citing citing the rising frequency and severity of healthcare data breaches, including ransomware attacks on major institutions like Change Healthcare and Ascension Hospital Network, which expose sensitive data and cause significant financial and operational disruptions. The proposed regulations will also mandate healthcare organizations to monitor networks for threats and conduct compliance checks, with implementation costs estimated at $9 billion in the first year and $6 billion annually thereafter. Backed by Congress, this effort seeks to address an alarming 89% increase in large-scale breaches since 2019, emphasizing the critical need for stronger safeguards to protect patient data and prevent disruptions to essential healthcare services. Public comments on the draft rules will be solicited through the Federal Register, underscoring a collaborative approach to strengthening the nation's healthcare cybersecurity framework. So this is another one where the federal government's getting involved. They're mandating changes, and the changes themselves are extraordinarily expensive. This is being labeled as a game changer for data security. Mandating encryption of healthcare data, which seems like a no-brainer at this point in time. How any of your data out there isn't encrypted at rest, in use, and in transit, which is one of the most fundamental cybersecurity principles that's in practice, is just mind-boggling. Doing so obviously will significantly raise the bar for data protection. It'll likely drive widespread adoption of enterprise-grade encryption solutions, not only in healthcare, but also as a best practice for other industries, which, newsflash, it already is in most other industries. The fact of the healthcare industry is so far behind when they already have a framework for securing your data. Honestly, it just demonstrates how slow the federal government is to respond to any kind of serious threats, which is why relying on the federal government to mandate security in such a rapidly changing threat environment is really a bad idea. Enterprises that are managing sensitive data may preemptively align with these standards, which many of them already have. The cost of compliance is going to have a ripple effect, and we've seen this across the board. My industry's been dealing with this from a government manufacturing standpoint for quite some time now, where cybersecurity is expensive. There's no way to get around that. Between equipment and software and licensing and paying for the expertise, it's an expensive proposition. And when you only do it when you're forced to do it by the government and the government doesn't provide any funding, that cost is absorbed by the companies. And like with any cost that a commercial entity has to endure, it doesn't handle it itself. It passes it down the line. So in the coming years, you're going to see these prices passed down through the healthcare system, through your insurance companies. You're going to see your insurance rates go up. You're going to see your healthcare costs go up. And I can't say they shouldn't do this. They definitely need to do it. But again, this is one of those things where the federal government should be offering some level of either service or compensation, providing tax incentives of some sort, providing federal funds for these types of things, or developing their own cybersecurity solutions and using those solutions to deploy in these areas that they're requiring it. There has to be a better way to do this. This is almost the same type of issue that we're running into from an infrastructure standpoint with our highway systems and bridges falling apart. And the federal government does nothing about it for decades until you literally have bridges falling, and all of a sudden that cost needs to be eaten by the taxpayers. They're running into the same thing here with cybersecurity. It's a ticking time bomb waiting to happen. Enterprise risk management and ransomware is something that's going to be employed during all of these types of things. The report underscores the devastating financial and operational impact of ransomware. There are cases where $850 million in losses for Change Healthcare. It's just, that's small compared to what their revenue is. But no company can absorb an $850 million loss and it not have some kind of impact. And that impact ultimately gets passed down to the consumer. The consumer pays for it all. Sometimes it gets tied up in the shuffle. It gets a little bit murky and foggy, but by the time it's all well and done, it's the users, it's the client or patients in this case that are footing it. The impact on governance, IT governance, and workforce training. You're going to see what we're running into right now with CMMC in my industry is we have an upfront cost to determine where your gaps are. And then there's a cost to mitigate those gaps. And then there's a cost to the documentation. Then there's an ongoing cost to maintain that level of security. But tertiary or adjunctly, I should say, to that is the fact that every one of your employees needs to be trained to use the new security systems, to be aware of the risks, and they need refresher training that happens on a regular basis. All this has a cost associated with it. And a lot of companies that start down this path don't realize just how costly it is. A lot of companies want to dump some money into it, be done with it, and walk away. But there are operational changes, operational costs, and efficiency costs that happen. Just give an example for CMMC. So a company that handles controlled unclassified information, which is basically information that's generated that needs to be protected. For my company to protect that information, we use an a third-party source for that provides us with a secure enclave. So users that previously would work on a job, we would get drawings on a job, that those drawings would be maybe printed out or dropped on a plotter or whatever, and, tacked against a board on the wall that people would reference or engineers would reference. Well, with the requirements that I have now, I can't print the document. I can't have a hard copy of it. Anybody who needs to access that document needs to do so through this third-party secure enclave that's multi-factor authentication, and it's encrypted, and all these other controls. So I have a limited number of licensing that I can deploy that to, but I have a number of users that have to touch the document, maybe 5 times the number of licenses that I have, and I have to accommodate that with additional licensing. Everything, just a consultation on one aspect of a drawing now becomes a very long, drawn-out affair to do it securely. Now, I'm not saying we shouldn't do it securely, but organizations that move to these secure practices need to understand the impact. It's not just a matter of your data sits on a server and it's encrypted and that's secure. Everything from how you generate the data to how you edit it to how you consume it completely changes when you're talking about securing that environment. And a lot of companies don't understand that. They don't have a position in place to even compensate for that. So it's a much bigger impact than I think than just policy changes and the cost of it actually play out. And a lot of companies that are going down the path of doing this don't fully appreciate how big of a task this is. And I think it's going to scare a lot of companies out there when they get to that point. Next up, the BBC tells us that Trump urges the Supreme Court to delay the TikTok ban. Now, before I get into the nitty-gritty of Trump's not wanting the TikTok ban to go through, it's important to note that it was Trump who was the first one to propose that TikTok be banned and actually wound up enacting a executive order along those lines, which was then fought in court and eventually rescinded by the Biden administration. And Trump's reason for it was for national security. So he's coming back into office now, and he wants the ban delayed. You have to ask yourself, why would you want it delayed now when you've been pushing for it for 8 years, better part of 8 years now? The devil's in the detail. President-elect Trump has asked the U.S. Supreme Court to delay a looming ban on TikTok, seeking time to resolve the issue through political means after he takes office. The Supreme Court is set to hear arguments on January 10th about a law requiring TikTok's Chinese owner ByteDance to divest the platform to a U.S.-based company or face a nationwide ban starting January 19th, the day before inauguration. The legislation, rooted in bipartisan concerns over national security and allegations of Chinese government ties to ByteDance, has been met with legal challenges from TikTok, arguing it infringes upon free speech protections. In the court filing, Trump emphasized the complexity of balancing free speech rights against the national security concerns and expressed a desire to avoid a court-driven solution, even though he initiated it himself. Despite publicly opposing the ban and meeting with TikTok CEO Shou-Zi Chew recently, Trump's position contrasts with bipartisan support for the legislation. As the ban deadline approaches, the case underscores the broader tensions between technology, governance, and geopolitical concerns, with nearly 24 state attorneys general backing the divest or ban requirement. So this is a classic example of a double take here of why Trump doesn't want the ban to happen now. But there's heavy speculation on it being politically motivated, to monetarily motivated, to several other theories that are out there that I'd rather not get into. But the problem here is you have all this bipartisan support of all our other elected members. You have all these attorneys generals who were backing this, and it was set to go. In fact, the courts have overturned all the appeals and fights to prevent it. The last active appeal here is obviously the Supreme Court, and now you've got Trump stepping in to want to stop this. Now, Trump told you, 7 years ago that this was a national security concern. Everybody else who wanted this ban is telling you it's a national security concern. At what point in time is national security thrown by the wayside? Is it a free speech thing? Something tells me that Trump really wouldn't care too much about it being a free speech thing. That's just my take on it. So there has to be some other motivation here. This is going to have an impact on other social media and app ecosystems. A forced divestiture introduces significant uncertainty for the app ecosystem out there, especially for anything reliant on the U.S.-China collaboration. The other problem that you run into is when you start banning companies that you label as nationalist companies, what happens when those countries start banning U.S. companies or European companies? What happens when that retaliation on a national level starts? You're going to start, again, a cyber war. This is another war of the U.S. being under cyber siege here. I think sometimes our politicians propose legislation for the sake of making headlines and pushing their own agendas without really thinking things through. They're really not probably the most qualified people to be making decisions like this from a technology standpoint, and it sets a very dangerous precedent. We'll see how this one plays out. This one, we're going to get the results of this one fairly quickly within the next couple of weeks. So we'll see which direction it winds up going in. The last story for today comes to us from GeekWire. Can Microsoft avoid the ghost of Clippy? And this is in the interest of not doing all cybersecurity on a technology podcast. So GeekWire tells us that Microsoft's rollout of its AI-powered Copilot assistant to Microsoft 365 personal and family subscriptions in select regions has sparked mixed reactions, reminiscent of the infamous Clippy assistant from the 1990s. Initially offered as an optional $20 a month pro service, Copilot is now being integrated by default into Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and other Office apps. While the AI tool can generate drafts, analyze data, and create visuals, some users have criticized its intrusive behavior, with comparisons to Clippy highlighting its tendency to disrupt workflows. Despite these challenges, Microsoft has seen substantial success with its AI initiatives, with projected annual AI revenue exceeding $10 billion. Company executives have defended Copilot's effectiveness, noting widespread internal adoption by Microsoft. I'm not sure that's really the precedent you should be citing here for internal adoption. However, the backlash underscores the delicate balance required to integrate new technologies at scale without alienating users, as Microsoft seeks to maintain its leadership in enterprise and consumer productivity tools amidst evolving user expectations. So Yeah, I mean, sometimes Microsoft tends to implement these things without really thinking them through, and certainly without doing any kind of focus group analysis or anything like that. Copilot, with like any other AI tool that's out there now, can be very useful when you're not jamming it down my throat. I love the analogy to Clippy here. I actually was a fan of Clippy. I thought Clippy, actually, I got rid of Clippy and I always used the Einstein model. Seeing Einstein scroll from the corner of my screen, groggy with a cup of coffee in the morning, always entertained me. But it's the same type of thing. Clippy was supposed to be that early version of artificial intelligence to help you. But Copilot now is embedded into everything. I just downloaded Microsoft Office to put Outlook on my iPad, and it's jamming Copilot down my throat there. I can't log into a Microsoft application without getting some kind of tutorial or solicitation for Copilot. It is getting to the point where it's ridiculously annoying at this point. And you're going to turn people off. Now, you're making $10 billion off of this now. Do you really want to risk alienating people from using that and not getting a large portion of that share? You know, and it's not just about making money. It's about making the user experience, or at least it should be about making the user experience better. I think Microsoft they lost that sight of that a long time ago. We'll see where this winds up. I don't see Microsoft letting up on the propaganda machine for Copilot anytime soon. They just have too much money invested in it. They're in the process now of trying to divorce themselves from OpenAI because of the controversy there. And they're looking to build out their own in-house AI. So this, if anything, this is going to get worse before it gets any better. That's just my take on it. But I think this is going to be a big issue in the coming year. We're going to take our last break. And when we come back, we're going to take a look at the top technology and computing trends and issues of 2024. We're actually going to take a break from our deep dive. We have one more deep dive session into our frameworks to do our year in review. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
In 2024, the technology and computing sectors experienced significant advancements and challenges that shape the industry's landscape. We're going to talk about, I've got 5 stories and I've got 5 honorable mentions. We'll see how long we go with this. So the first thing up is advancements in quantum computing. Some of these we actually covered on the podcast itself. We did talk about Google unveiling its new quantum chip Willow, capable of solving complex problems at unprecedented speeds, highlighting the transformative potential of quantum computing. Now, when we covered this, the one concern that I had was that all of the benchmarks that they were judging their performance on were homegrown benchmarks, and they took the performance increase that they had, and they kind of muddied the waters with it when they tried to pitch it as proof that there are multiple universes, because it performed a task that was so complex that it would have taken longer than our universe existed in order to complete. That's kind of a stretch there. I think they were really just trying to grab headlines. Quantum computing, no doubt, has come a long way. It has a very long way to go. I don't think 2025 is going to be the year of quantum computing. The technology is a little too far off from that, but I could be wrong. The next up was AI integration in consumer appliances. Microsoft tested the integration of its Copilot AI assistant into Microsoft 365 Personal and Family. We just talked about that. They're aiming to enhance user productivity across applications like Word, Excel, and PowerPoint. A lot of companies integrated AI. Adobe did it into their products. They're pretty revolutionary what they're doing from a media standpoint with AI, generating images, taking existing images and enhancing them with AI. They're even generating videos at this point in time entirely through AI. I'm a big supporter of AI myself. I use it for assistance in supplementing writing, idea generation. I even use it to a certain extent for the podcast to summarize articles and stuff like that. I think it's a great thing. And I think it's just going to be even bigger in 2025. 2024, it really, hit its stretch, but it's got a lot of potential there. Some of the breakthroughs in generative AI models achieved remarkable feats, outperforming experts in various tasks from medical diagnostics to weather forecasting, demonstrating AI's expanding role across different sectors. The fact that it's gone from just being a chatbot to standing up next to legitimate subject matter experts, I think, has been incredibly impressive. The other thing that we saw a lot of were cybersecurity breaches in government agencies. The government that is mandating cybersecurity for all of the industries that it does business with seems to be exceptionally fragile and susceptible to cyber attacks. The U.S. Treasury Department just reported recently significant security incidents involving Chinese state-sponsored hacks that underscore the persistent threats to national security. And then, when we look from an industry standpoint, we look at Intel, who, by all accounts, have suffered their worst year since their IPO in 1971. Intel's market value plunged 61% in 2024, marking its worst performance since going public in 1971. While rival chipmaker Broadcom saw shares surge 111% on AI advances. Broadcom is now valued at $1.1 trillion, leveraging its custom XPU chips and networking gear from major cloud providers, including Google, helping companies build AI infrastructure. So again, AI is having an impact not just from a usability standpoint, but from manufacturing and from hosting and, so many different other areas. NVIDIA is another company that has benefited tremendously. Its chips are powering a lot of AI solutions that are out there right now. So there's a lot of stuff going on with that. Apple has run into its own challenges with its product launches. Apple faced hurdles with its Vision Pro headset, which, at $3,500, it's a very hard sell for people to get into. Apple tried to get into AI, and they kind of flubbed that. They've trickled out their AI solutions, not wanting to call it artificial intelligence. They named it Apple Intelligence. Well, when you implement an AI solution, you do it worse than everybody else who has, and then you refuse to call it what it is, and you want to label Apple Intelligence, you can't help but look bad. Consumer reception did not meet expectations for any of these things, and the company has to reassess its strategies with its emerging technologies. I heard rumor that they're coming out with potentially new wearables, a fitness ring, goggles. I I think Apple's having a very difficult time trying to find its niche moving forward right now, which is very unusual for Apple. Our debate over TikTok, TikTok's future in the U.S., that's going to be resolved soon, but that's been an ongoing concern for quite some time now. Political discussions have intensified regarding the ban, implications for data privacy and national security, despite the fact that nobody still produced a single ounce of evidence to suggest any of these things. We talked about regulatory developments in cybersecurity. CMMC 2.0 just officially released December 16th. That's in effect now. We just talked about today the federal government regulating, making changes to the HIPAA framework for cybersecurity now. So I think the federal government, even though they seem to be victims more than they are partners in cybersecurity at this point in time, they recognize the difference, the dangers. And they're coming to the table a little bit late with a lot of the things that they are trying to do. And I think the transition to another administration is not going to help that moving forward at all. The other thing that we haven't had a chance to talk about here all that much is the expansion of edge computing and Internet of Things. The proliferation, say that 5 times, of Internet of Things tech devices and the need for real-time data processing fueled the growth in edge computing. The trend enables faster decision-making and reduces latency by processing data closer to the source. I see this with, I'm a big fan. I've got 2 different camera systems at home here because I'm kind of paranoid. But my Wyze cams, just seeing how the technology for facial recognition and package recognition has increased significantly with the increase with AI, and the devices themselves don't typically have the computing power to handle that. So the edge computing that's been put in place now to handle that has been a significant improvement. And, cybersecurity in general, the data breaches that we've run into. This past year witnessed significant cyber attacks and data breaches, underscoring the critical importance of robust cybersecurity measures. My world is knee-deep in cybersecurity these days. It's complex, it's exhausting, it's frightening to some degree, but it's necessary. There's too many attackers out there that are getting progressively more and more sophisticated. When your attackers are state-sponsored, there's almost unlimited resources for them to take advantage of. So if you don't take it seriously, it's going to be an issue. And I think 2025 is going to see this trend continue. One of the things that 2024 did see, and past years have seen, is an overall lack of resources and trained professionals in cybersecurity training. We need to address that. We can't have that lack of resource, that lack of knowledge, and still expect to compete on the world stage. So these were 10 topics that were recurring themes that sadly I don't think are going to go away in 2025, at least not the regulatory and cybersecurity ones are. But if nothing else, it gives us a chance to reflect on where we were, where we are, and hopefully where we're going. So in our next podcast, we'll finish up with our framework discussion, and then we just got the research and slides finished for our next deep dive, but I'm hoping to line up 1 or 2 interviews in between then and now. That was all we had for today. Before we go, I want to once again invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. We're on Apple, Spotify, Google, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, anywhere you get a podcast. We would also invite you to give us your feedback. You can write in or call in. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can call us, leave a voicemail for us. We'll try to get you on the next available podcast. You can reach us at 856-403-8788. That's 856-403-8788. We also do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are a Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free monthly Twitch Prime subscription. If you threw that our way, we'd greatly appreciate it. It helps us keep the lights on. You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. Or you can find links to all that and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the books.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Technology, a podcast exploring the latest in computers, networking, home automation, mobile computing, and all things technology related. Our hosts will take a deeper dive into the latest and greatest in tech trends and give you the information you need to enable your tech-centric world.
This is Insights into Technology, episode 16, AI, Lies, and Cyber Spies. I'm your host, Joseph Wayland, and this is your tech news for the week. GNOME vows to keep DHS out of disinformation efforts. This comes to us from Cyberscoop. At her confirmation hearing, Kristi Noem, President-elect Trump's pick for President Trump, at this case, President Trump's pick for Homeland Security Secretary, pledged to remove the agency from efforts to combat disinformation and misinformation. She criticized the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency as having gone, quote, far off mission and promised to make it smaller and more nimble. Noem's stance aligns with her conservative concerns that federal agencies have curtailed free speech by influencing social media platforms, particularly on election security and COVID-19 narratives. Republican senators, including Rand Paul and Josh Hawley, backed Noem's position, with Paul even suggesting limiting or dismantling CISA. The agency has already rolled back its disinformation initiatives, and the Supreme Court recently rejected conservative attempts to curb government involvement in content moderation. Noem also cited Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg's claim that the Biden administration pressured platforms to remove certain COVID-19 posts, some of which were later deemed accurate. Her comments signal a major shift in DHS policy under the incoming administration, potentially reshaping how the government engages with online information security. So, yeah, this is one of the flurry of signed orders that came down from Trump on his first couple of days in office. And this also has the potential for weakening both election security and supply chain security. CISA's played a crucial role in securing elections and protecting critical infrastructure, including the private sector. Rolling back of disinformation tracking could make it easier for threat actors to manipulate public perception, influencing markets and business operations. Yeah, the increased risks for businesses with CISA no longer playing the vital role that it's been playing, between disinformation campaigns, which serve as a precursor typically for cyber attacks, phishing schemes, and financial fraud. If CISA scales back its focus, will enterprises need to fill the gap in identifying and mitigating disinformation-driven cybersecurity threats? The government and private sector obviously are at risk with their coordination efforts at this point in time. CISA's partnerships with businesses, particularly in sectors like finance, healthcare, and energy, have included intelligence sharing about cybersecurity threats linked to misinformation campaigns. There's a wealth of knowledge that was transferred from the government to the private sector as part of this effort here, and that seems to be going away at this point. Will companies lose access to crucial federal threat intelligence, or will they have to rely on private sector alternatives? And who's going to rush in to fill those holes, those gaps that need to be filled now with CISA out of the picture? There's going to be an impact on social media and content moderation. We've already started to see that with X or Twitter changing to community notes, and Meta now announcing that they're following that. Gnome's criticisms of CISA's involvement in content moderation aligns with platforms like Meta shifting away from their external fact-checking. Could this create an environment where misinformation about cyber threats or fraud or business risks spread more easily, complicating enterprise security efforts? Probably. Then we have the regulatory uncertainty with CISA's questionable future. Senator Rand Paul suggests reducing or eliminating CISA entirely. There's uncertainty over federal government cybersecurity mandates. There's a number of initiatives that were started under the Biden administration, and would justifiably so, to deal with the clear and present danger to our infrastructure that countries like Russia and China and North Korea have proven to be with their hacking efforts against our infrastructure. Should enterprises expect more state level or private cybersecurity initiatives if federal agencies scale back their oversight? I think the problem that you're going to run into is this is another one of those things where it's just not a priority for the Trump administration. And you can speculate on why it's not a priority, but the fact that it's not is putting the nation and all of our interests, commercial and government-wise, at risk. So this is one of many stories we're going to talk about today that are a slap in the face to cybersecurity and really just a reckless demonstration of power for the sake of power. There's no legitimate reason, there's no evidence to suggest that there's a widespread problem. I can understand if you think that there's an issue with impartiality or censorship or anything along those lines, but fix it. You don't do away with the organization that's defending you against these very serious and very persistent threats just because you disagree with how they go about things. You fix them. That's what you do when you're in power. You don't take your ball and go home like a 5-year-old. This is going to be an interesting one. We'll see how this goes. Like I said, there's a couple other similar or related items that we're going to talk about today to kind of really paint a picture of where we're going from a cybersecurity standpoint, and it's not a pretty picture. So if you have comments on this, if you disagree with my point of view, or you just want to give us your point of view, and if you agree with me, I'd find that entertaining. Not many people do, but let's talk about it. Let's address the issues. Our next story comes to us from Bleeping Computer. HP Enterprise investigates alleged data breach by Intel broker. Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, or HPE as they're known, is investigating claims by the threat actor Intel broker that it stole sensitive data including source code, credentials, and API access. HPE stated it has found no evidence of a breach but has activated its cyber response protocols. The hacker claims to have accessed HPE systems for 2 days, stealing information related to WePay, GitHub repositories, and Docker builds. Intel Broker has a history of high-profile cyber incidents, including breaches of Nokia, Cisco, and the U.S. House of Representatives healthcare system. This latest claim follows previous alleged attacks on HPE, including a 2023 breach of its Microsoft Office 365 email environment by Russian-linked APT29. As HPE investigates, the incident highlights ongoing cybersecurity challenges for major tech firms. Yet there is a growing risk of source code theft. Intel Broker claims to have stolen HPE's Zerto and ILO source code, which could lead to security vulnerabilities being exploited by attackers. These are low-level applications, low-level programs that allow for remote administration. If legitimate, how does this impact companies using HPE's enterprise backup and server management solutions? It's kind of scary thinking someone can hack into my ILO interface and basically do whatever they want to my hardware. API and credential security in enterprise systems is also a problem in this case here. This alleged theft of API access, credentials, and tokens underscores the critical need for robust API security. Everyone is working with APIs these days. It's pretty much how the internet talks. It's how your applications talk. It's how a lot of your smartphone applications communicate. How can enterprises better protect API endpoints to prevent unauthorized access? Are you in a hosted server? Are you in the cloud? Are you running your own server? Where are these protections that need to go in? Are your developers thinking security first? That's always seems to be a real challenge. There's also a challenge in detecting and mitigating these breaches. We talked a week or two ago about the number of telecom companies that were known to be breached. They were aware of the infiltration. They tried to mitigate it. And even weeks afterwards, they didn't know if they got rid of them. So detecting and mitigation is very difficult in these cases. HPE denied finding evidence of a breach, but that's not the first time Intel brokers claimed access either. How can organizations improve breach detection and response when attackers operate covertly? And one of the biggest problems you're running into is that these are some state actors that have a tremendous amount of resources behind them. They're very determined. They're very talented. And you have a lot of people that there's a lot of target ripe environments out there for them to attack. They're not just trying to do this for money. They're trying to do this to exfiltrate information, to gain privileged access. So the intent that they have tends to be a lot more nefarious than somebody coming in with crypto malware just to make a few bucks. This is also a sign of the supply chain security domino effect. HPE serves a vast number of enterprises and government clients. If source code and credentials were leaked, how might third-party organizations be impacted? What lessons can be learned from the last past breaches, like APT29's attack on HPE's Office environment? If you sit down and you take a look at these things, you're probably going to find a pattern of intent here. They're attacking the soft targets now. They're trying to get access. They're trying to put in remote access Trojans. You're going to see a lot of deep, persistent threats that can be targeted at some point in time later and activated. We just have to be careful about these things. Unfortunately, the federal government now, under the new administration, seems to be turning away from the cautious approach that we were taking before. So all of these things are kind of adding up to that cyber siege mentality that I talked about a few weeks ago, where the enemy's at the gates at this point in time, and they keep bringing reinforcements at this point, and all of a sudden we want to just open the gates and let them in at this point. They don't even need the Trojan horse. We'll see where this goes. Again, I can't imagine it's going anyplace good. Our next article comes to us from Info Security Magazine. They talk about Zendesk subdomains being exploited for phishing attacks. Security researchers at CloudSec have uncovered a vulnerability in Zendesk's platform that allows attackers to register legitimate-looking subdomains, enabling phishing and investment scams. In 2023, nearly 2,000 Zendesk subdomains have been flagged as potential phishing risks. These fraudulent subdomains can bypass spam filters, making phishing emails appear more authentic, while fake customer support pages add another layer of deception. Crafty of them, isn't it? Zendesk's lack of email verification for added users increases the risk of impersonation and data theft. While no large-scale campaigns have been detected, organizations are urged to act proactively, using phishing detection tools, blocking suspicious subdomains, and training employees on social engineering threats. As phishing tactics evolve, businesses may stay ahead to protect their customers and operations. So this is a great example of the risks of software as a service-based phishing attacks. Attackers are leveraging trusted SaaS platforms like Zendesk to bypass traditional email security filters. How can enterprises protect themselves when phishing attacks originate from legitimate corporate tools? Training is probably the first one that I would lean on. There's a number of technical solutions out there, DMARC and DKIM and so forth, that are built into email systems now that will help. Impersonation threats to customer trust are also an issue. Fraudulent Zendesk subdomains allow scammers to impersonate real brands, leading to customer data breaches and reputational damage. One of the things that Zendesk does, and we use it as well, is you brand your Zendesk experience with a subdomain.zendesk.com. Zendesk then itself is a trusted domain by most of these companies. You're sticking your mydomain.com.zendesk.com on there. That's a subdomain. So when they impersonate you, they're sending an email from that subdomain, which one, looks like it's coming from your company, and two, looks like it's coming from Zendesk. And most people whitelist Zendesk emails because so many companies out there right now use Zendesk and several other alternatives, obviously. But it lends a certain level of legitimacy to these phishing emails, and that's becoming a problem. The importance of email and domain verification in SaaS security is another thing to discuss. Zendesk's lack of email verification for added users increases the risk of unauthorized access and phishing campaigns. And this is actually a problem that we've run into ourselves with my company using Zendesk when we had a domain change and we ran into some problems with it. Should enterprises push SaaS providers to adopt stricter verification protocols? Why wouldn't you? The more security you have, the better off you are. And yes, there is a trade-off between security and convenience, but at this point in time, you need to have some level of inconvenience just to slow some of these attacks down. The biggest thing, and I harp on this all the time, and I can't speak enough to it, is employee training and phishing awareness. Phishing tactics are evolving, as we've seen in this case here for sure. And even well-trained employees may struggle to detect phishing emails from legitimate platforms. you inject AI into the formation of these phishing emails now, and it gets even more difficult. We've talked about an incident in which an entire conference call with the board of directors or C-suite was a deep fake and done on the fly. If you can convince somebody in a conversation face-to-face over a Zoom like that they're legitimate, using AI to pass an email off is not difficult at that point. Should enterprises increase investment in AI-driven phishing detection tools? Well, I think there's a lot of options that you could do before you get to there. There's KnowBe4, there's Fishline. There's a number of services out there that are training. Their purpose is to train. So they'll send you false flag emails, and anyone who opens them or clicks on them, they can be tracked statistically. They can get additional training right on the fly from that. And you can create your own training campaigns through these. So having access to a service like that for your company to keep people trained and run campaigns on a regular basis is probably the best way to go. The other aspect is the regulatory and compliance risks for businesses. Companies affected by phishing scams using Zendesk subdomains could face compliance violations under GDPR, CCPA, or other data protection laws. Nowadays, it's very hard for any business to operate without being under some type of regulatory requirement. What role should cyber insurance play in mitigating financial risks from SaaS-based cyber threats? Should that be covered under insurance, or is insurance for when you've been compromised from that type of thing and you've got a breach? Kind of a slippery slope to go down on that one there with cyber insurance. So all these and more are scary signs of attackers being much more innovative in recent weeks and months. We're going to take a quick break here. Before we do, I do want to pester my listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find all of the network's podcasts listed as insights into things anywhere you get a podcast these days. I'd also invite you to give us your feedback. We're hitting more political topics this week than I normally do, so I have to imagine that I'm probably going to get somebody's ire up at me with my opinions here. So feel free to give me an email. Send me an email. Let me know what you think. Let me know if I'm wrong. Argue with me. Feel free to give us a voicemail. You can call in to 856-403-8788. That's 856-403-8788. Leave a message for us and we'll get you on the podcast. I welcome debate on these topics. You can also find links to all these and more on our official website at www. Thought I had too many in there. insightsintothings.com. We'll be right back.
Are you tired of your favorite gaming podcast finishing with a play?
Oh, no!
Well, check out No Credits Rolled, where we play the games but rarely finish them. How's it going, folks? I'm Sam Whalen, your friendly host at No Credits Rolled, the ultimate gaming podcast, where we dish out the latest scoops and reviews on all your beloved video games.
Hey, listen!
Not only that, but we spice things up with some guest interviews and even give you, yes, you, a chance to have your say. Tune in every other week for a fresh dose of No Credits Rolled, available on all major podcast platforms, and hit us up on social media at No Credits Rolled. So why wait? Let's dive into the gaming world together, where finishing games is optional, but the fun is guaranteed.
Welcome back to Insights into Technology. Now for tech news that's maybe a little less doom and gloom. The FTC warns of surveillance pricing raising consumer costs. This comes to us from The Record. A preliminary report from the Federal Trade Commission suggests businesses may be using consumer data ranging from demographics and shopping habits to even mouse movements to adjust pricing dynamically, potentially leading to higher costs for certain consumers. The report, based on data from companies like MasterCard, Accenture, and McKinsey, highlights concerns that businesses are leveraging AI pricing tools to target individuals with different prices for the same products. While some firms denied offering surveillance pricing services, the FTC remains concerned about its potential impact on fairness and transparency in consumer pricing. Outgoing FTC Chair Lina Khan called for continued investigation, while the agency is seeking public input on how these practices affect consumers. The report's findings could shape the future regulatory actions on algorithmic pricing and data privacy. So the one thing that this does is it puts AI-powered pricing under some scrutiny here. Businesses increasingly rely on AI-driven dynamic pricing to optimize revenue, but the FTC's report suggests this may lead to unfair pricing discrimination. The closest thing I could equate this to is insurance companies, auto insurance companies that have you put an OBD device in to monitor whether or not you exceed the speed limit, and you're braking and things like that, and then they adjust your rates based on that. Ostensibly, they say they do it to give you a discount, but let's be honest, the insurance companies aren't in the business of giving discounts, are they? And you're going to find the same thing here. They're going to track geographically where you're at. Are you in an affluent neighborhood? Do you drive a certain car? Do you have certain spending habits? All things that they can get, from your browser. If you're looking to buy cars online, they can tell what kind of income that you're in. All these types of things. And it's almost a racket that they have at this point in time where they're not getting enough money out of you, so they're always trying to find a way to get more out of you. Fortunately or unfortunately, the FTC did notice this. The unfortunate part to that is that's not the FTC that we're going to have moving forward. There is risks for enterprises when you get into the whole data privacy and compliance. The FTC is signaling increased oversight on how companies collect and use consumer data for pricing strategies. I doubt that's going to happen, at least for the next 4 years, so they're probably going to get away with it at this point in time. But the United States isn't the only place that you have to worry about. With the global privacy laws coming into play, like GDPR and CCPA, will businesses need to reassess their data practices to avoid some regulatory backlash? Maybe, everyone was hoping the FTC would take care of that, but there's other agencies out there that can impose fines as well. Then, there's some questions about the ethics and transparency of algorithmic pricing. Everyone's always complaining about the algorithms, if it's a search engine one, or it's social media, or the algorithms for your Twitter or your TikTok. It's always the algorithm that's a problem. Well, now they're applying that algorithm to spying on us and taking that information that they get from that and basically charging us what they think they can get away with. Consumers may not realize that price changes based on personal data. This could cause rising concerns over privacy and transparency. And these are topics that are already at the forefront of people's considerations. Should businesses disclose how prices are determined? Will there be future mandates for pricing transparency in e-commerce? These are questions that we're going to have to answer in the coming months and years. What's the role of third-party AI pricing vendors? We're adding more people to the mix here. The report highlights key firms like Accenture and McKinsey, which provide AI-driven pricing solutions. Could enterprises face legal risks if regulators hold them accountable for the pricing tools that they adopt from third-party vendors? Where does the buck stop there? Who has the responsibility? There's a lot of gray area going on with this stuff. And this also could signal a potential shift in enterprise pricing strategies. If stricter regulations emerge, businesses may need to shift from individualized pricing models to more standardized market-level pricing. Will companies opt for subscription-based models or other alternatives to mitigate regulatory risks? I don't know, but you can guarantee that the businesses are going to do what's in the business's best interest, and ultimately the consumer is the one that's going to get burned on it. I think history has kind of proven that theory through. We'll see. Next up, Trump announces a $500 billion private sector AI investment. Elon Musk expresses his doubt. This comes to us from CBS News. President Trump announced a massive $500 billion private sector investment in the U.S. In our AI infrastructure. And this is led by OpenAI, SoftBank, and Oracle under a new venture called Stargate. The initiative unveiled at a White House briefing with executives Sam Altman, Masayoshi Son, and Larry Ellison. It aims to accelerate AI development while keeping critical infrastructure within the U.S. Trump's America First policy. Ellison confirmed 10 data centers are already under construction in Texas, with more planned nationwide. Trump pledged to fast-track regulatory approvals, citing AI as an economic and national security priority. However, Elon Musk has cast doubt on the investment scale, claiming SoftBank has secured, quote, well under $10 billion, prompting a sharp rebuttal from Altman. The Stargate project is expected to create 100,000 jobs and advance AI-driven healthcare innovations, but details on funding sources do remain unclear. With major AI players involved and political support secured, the initiative could mark a turning point in U.S. AI competitiveness if the promised capital materializes. We have a story, another AI-related story after this, so I don't want to dwell on this one too much until we get to that. We can talk about them together. But this does signal a bit of a game changer here for U.S. AI compute capacity. With 10 data centers already under construction in Texas, the initiative could bolster AI processing capabilities. Could this reduce dependency on NVIDIA-dominated AI cloud services, most of which are based in Asia right now? Could it encourage competition in enterprise AI infrastructure? It might, but again, this is one of those things that it's going to benefit these companies first. They're going to invest $500 billion. They're going to want to get that money back plus a lot more. So don't expect any of this to come cheap. Expect it to come, a certain amount of this to come from your tax dollars. They're certainly using government land for this. Is fast-tracking AI development a good thing without any regulation attached to it? Trump plans to use emergency declarations to bypass regulatory hurdles, making AI infrastructure easier to build. Will it streamline enterprise AI deployment? Could it lead to long-term security and environmental concerns? We talked last week about the allocation of federal lands without environmental or water plan considerations. You've got a president in the office now who is a climate denier, so you're not going to have any climate consideration with this. Probably not. I certainly don't Don't know what he's thinking, but you can kind of guess. Is AI-driven healthcare going to be a major business opportunity? Sam Altman and others highlighted AI's potential to revolutionize disease treatment. Well, if it can treat diseases, could it also be used to help in germ warfare or chemical warfare? Being the paranoid individual that I am, I always look at what the other side of the coin could bring. And in situations like this, I can't help but reflect on the moral of stories like The Terminator and other apocalyptic movies where the technology has taken over. I think we're going down a slippery slope. Then there's the funding. Even Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, is skeptical. Is $500 billion realistic? Musk claims SoftBank hasn't secured anywhere near that much, which casts doubt of the scale of the project. If funding falls short, will enterprises still benefit from expanded AI infrastructure, and will projects stall? And what is that benefit? What is aside from the enterprises that are involved in this investment, what is the benefit that we expect to see for enterprises, for consumers, for companies? That's not immediately clear here because we're certainly not getting the services for free. It's not going to be a federal government-run program that taxpayers pay for. It's going to be a for-profit endeavor with these companies being partners. So how does that benefit us? It certainly benefits them. Then you have competitive and geopolitical implications, which I think it probably is the biggest takeaway from this. Trump emphasized keeping AI infrastructure and innovation within the U.S., framing it as a national security issue. Well, at the same time, we're signing bills that would compromise that security if that's the case. So you have a lot of contradictions going on right now. Will this push the U.S. enterprises towards domestic AI solutions, or could it spark tension in global AI providers? It's a good question. I don't think anybody has the answer to that. In fact, I don't think anybody has even asked that question at this point in time to even start looking for the answers. And that's really the scary thing. I don't know. I mean, this is scary stuff. And our next story here tells us that Trump revokes Biden's AI safety order, prioritizing innovation over regulation. This is an article from Reuters. President Trump has revoked a 2023 executive order from Joe Biden that required AI developers to report safety test results for high-risk AI systems before public release. Biden's order aimed to mitigate national security, economic, and cybersecurity risks from AI, but Trump's administration argues it hindered innovation, which, we talk about security and convenience being mutually exclusive. Security and innovation, not so much. You can still have innovation while having security, and I think you have to, because the more you innovate, the more security you need to protect that innovation. The repeal aligns with the Republican platform's stance that AI should be free from restrictive government oversight. I don't know if I agree with that. I think given the already significant influence and power that AI has demonstrated, I think anything that's that powerful held in private hands needs some level of regulation to avoid abuse. While Trump rolled back safety measures, he did not repeal Biden's recent order supporting AI data centers' energy needs, signaling a continued focus on expanding AI infrastructure. With export restrictions on AI chips tightening and lawmakers struggling to pass AI legislation, the repeal shifts AI governance away from federal oversight, leaving regulatory questions unanswered for enterprises and developers. So the question of AI innovation versus regulation, what does this mean for businesses? Without mandatory AI safety testing and reporting, companies may face fewer regulatory roadblocks, speeding up AI product releases. This deregulation drive U.S. AI leadership, or could it lead to increased security risks and ethical concerns? And as we've seen in the past, chances are it's the latter. We're going to see significant security risks. We already do. And ethical concerns, well, you can argue how much ethical concerns are at the forefront of Trump's mindset at this point in time, but I don't think that's going to be a real consideration for him. Enterprise liability. Who takes responsibility? I think that's a really good question to ask. With federal safety standards rolled back, companies developing AI models may face higher legal risks for their systems' harms. Should enterprises self-regulate? Will they wait for state-level or industry-driven guidelines? I think you need some level of control. I think if you take all the safeties off of the AI genie here and you let the genie out of the bottle, this is potentially as powerful, if not more powerful, than nuclear weapons. Yes, it's not destructive power, but it's certainly a level of technology that potentially could unlock that kind of destructive power, but it can work with more nefarious intent. It can influence elections. It can undermine government agencies. It can compromise infrastructure. It could literally bring the country to its knees and let an aggressor nation walk in here and take over whatever they want. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean they have to walk in here with guns blazing. They could very easily come in here and acquire property. They could acquire industries. They could acquire utilities. And eventually, they'll control the country that way through osmosis, practically. So there's definite cybersecurity and national security implications here. What is the impact on global AI competition and the U.S. market impact? With China ramping up its own AI development under heavy government oversight, the U.S. is taking the opposite approach. Will this help U.S. enterprises compete globally? Or could it lead to fragmented AI regulations across international markets? These are the things that probably needed to be answered before we made a decision like this. And I'm not even convinced that these questions were asked, and that's saying something. So again, we'll keep an eye on this, but I don't have a particularly good feeling about the direction where this stuff is going for the next few years. And we'll get into that a little bit more after our next break. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Technology. So we were scheduled to continue our deep dive into Zero Trust this week, but we had so many articles come up that I think we have to take time to go over some of the more impactful ones, most of which we've hit so far, but there's one very significant one, I think, that does not bode well for the industry. It does not bode well for the country. And I kind of wanted to spend this last segment talking about that. There's an article that comes to us from TechCrunch, and it tells us that the Trump administration fires the Cybersecurity Review Board members. The Trump administration has fired all members of the Cyber Safety Review Board, the CSRB, and other DHS or Department of Homeland Security advisory committees, a move critics call, quote, horribly short-sighted, and I would tend to agree with that. The CSRB, which included private sector and government cybersecurity experts, was responsible for investigating major cyber threats, including Chinese-linked breaches of U.S. telecom networks and government email systems. A DHS statement justified the decision by citing a commitment to national security, which I think is laughable, and preventing agenda-driven misuse of resources, which is exactly what this was in terminating it. However, cybersecurity experts argue that dismantling the board weakens America's ability to understand and respond to cyber threats, especially with ongoing Chinese cyber attacks. With AI, telecom, and emergency preparedness committees also impacted, the decision raises concerns about the future of U.S. cybersecurity policy. So we're in a cyber war right now. It's an undeclared war, but it is not a cold war. This is a war where instead of shooting bullets at each other, we're hacking each other, and we're causing financial issues. We're causing infrastructure issues. We're not, at least by all accounts, but other countries are doing it to us. They're attacking us. And dismantling this advisory board is kind of akin to basically dismissing the army in the middle of a war. It's disastrous. It's idiotic. It's dangerous. It's short-sighted. It's reckless. And there's no productive end to come out of this, because any alleged affronts that this cyber advisory board is accused of has zero evidence presented against it. And, you know, you can get into the argument that evidence isn't really something that concerns Donald Trump all that much. But the fact of the matter is that what he's doing here is dangerous to the country. Now, whether that's because he's trying to cozy up to China or because this is more convenient for Elon Musk and his tech buddies, it's hard to tell. But the problem is that these things are in place from a defensive standpoint, and whatever issues you might have with them, you don't do away with your frontline defenders until you have a replacement for it. It's stupid. I mean, there's no other way to describe it. You know, the enterprise security impact of Trump's administration firing the cybersecurity board members is significant. The Trump administration's decision to fire all members of the CSRB and other DHS advisory committees is a major shakeup in federal cybersecurity strategy, raising concerns about enterprise risk exposure, national security, and industry best practices. The only reason he did this is just a blatant show, in this case, an abuse of power. There was absolutely no justifiable reason for this, and there's nothing positive that can come out of this for the nation. If anything, it may be something positive for him as a political win, or for his tech buddies that don't want the regulation that may have been proposed around some of these things. You know, there's going to be a significant increase to cyber attack exposure for U.S. businesses. The CSRB was actively investigating major cybersecurity breaches, including attacks linked to China on U.S. telecoms and government email systems, Why would you want to stop that? What is it you're trying? Are you hiding something? Do you not want those investigations to reveal information that may be incriminating to you or that may embarrass a foreign dignitary that you're trying to cozy up to? Why do you not want to do these things? I think, normally my cry is to follow the money. And usually that leads you pretty much to the root of all evil. But in this case here, I think there's a lot of motivational evil out there to result in this kind of decision. Katie Masouras, a cybersecurity expert, criticized the decision, saying, quote, "The people who serve as government advisors should be judged by skills and merit, not by political affiliation." Amen to that. Trump and the Republicans are doing everything they can to disrupt the government that they seem to hate with a passion. And yet they want to stand up in front of everyone and call themselves patriots when everything that they seem to be doing is damaging the safety and security of our country. Without top cybersecurity experts advising the DHS, U.S. businesses could be left more vulnerable to sophisticated state-run threats and ransomware attacks. Large companies relying on federal threat intelligence, like banks, healthcare, and critical infrastructure, may now need to invest in private cybersecurity intelligence services like CrowdStrike or Mandiant, both of which are very good at what they do when they're doing what they do, but they're also very expensive. Where do you think that expense is going to go? President Trump campaigned on the promise of bringing prices down. This is going to drive prices up. Prices to security providers, prices to businesses, to enterprises. Where do you think those costs are going to go? You think they're going to eat the cost? No, they're going to pass it all down to the consumer, which is going to cause everything to go up again. So how critical was the CSRB's work? A former member warned that, quote, "You can't stop what you don't understand," referencing the Salt Typhoon attacks that targeted critical infrastructure in the U.S. How true is that? They also investigated the Microsoft email breach linked to Chinese hackers in 2023. That report was widely praised for helping enterprises understand the vulnerabilities involved. With the board gone, who's going to conduct the high-profile investigations now? Nobody that's qualified from Trump's cabinet, that's for sure. There are other countries like the UK and EU that have dedicated cybersecurity agencies with long-term advisory boards, ensuring continuity of security oversight. This shouldn't be a political thing. Cybersecurity is not political. Hackers aren't political. They're not going to stop attacking us because Trump's in office. To think that's just idiotic. Trump's going to get up and, at a press conference every 5 minutes and threaten everybody. You think it's going to make these hackers back down? You think China's going to back down from that? No, of course they're not. Cloud providers like Amazon, Google, and Microsoft may face increased pressure to self-regulate security breaches without federal oversight. We've talked numerous times about breaches that happen here that companies have nefariously tried to cover up or play down or mislead the people because they don't want the bad press. With the advisory board gone, they've got nobody that's going to keep an eye on them at this point in time. So you're going to get a lot more cloudy information, I think, from your providers at this point. The DHS statement suggested that the advisory boards were pushing an agenda, implying that Trump's administration prefers a different approach to cybersecurity. If anyone's pushing an agenda here, it's the people that are doing away from the people that are trying to find the facts. You already had companies like Meta come out and say, oh, well, we're not going to do fact checking anymore. Ironically, that happened shortly after Zuckerberg met with Trump. So apparently Trump had enough of a threat to Zuckerberg that he didn't want fact checking. Now, why wouldn't you want fact checking? Why wouldn't you want an advisory board that's out there protecting us from foreign attackers? What's the motivation for that? It's important to note that the members of the board were unpaid, which raises questions about the justification for dissolving the board. Wasn't costing the taxpayers anything, and it was providing an incredibly valuable service. Many tech leaders, including Google's former security lead, Heather Adkins, have warned about political interference in cybersecurity policy. There is a tweet from cybersecurity expert Jake Williams who said, quote, dismissing cybersecurity experts from critical advisory roles right as China ramps up cyber ops is like firing your lifeguards during a hurricane. Companies may lose confidence in government cybersecurity collaboration. I can't imagine that happening, which might lead to more fragmented and decentralized cybersecurity industry. You know, we've spent Lord knows how many episodes of this podcast talking about standards and frameworks and the right way to do things and best practices. And the federal government walks in and they want to throw the whole thing out the door under Trump. Some businesses may seek alliances with international cybersecurity firms rather than relying on domestic federal oversight. What kind of impact is that going to be on national security? It boggles the mind. It really does. Is cybersecurity becoming a partisan issue? Trump's campaign and platform have emphasized removing bureaucratic oversight, arguing that cybersecurity should be handled by the private sector. Well, the problem with that is the private sector is for profit. And when you're for profit, you're not for the people. This is Trump talking. Trump is a, industry tycoon. He's a real estate guy. He's a private citizen, basically, with an empire. And he thinks people like him should have the power. And that's just not the way this country was designed. Some experts warn that cybersecurity is becoming partisan rather than a national security priority. You can't tell me on one hand you're worried about national. You want to ban TikTok. Trump wants to ban TikTok. He wanted to ban TikTok back in 2020, and he wanted to ban it for national security. Well, now he doesn't want to. Why is that? What's changed? Is he pandering to some group of TikTokers? Is he trying to cozy up again to China? That's what it looks like to me. Is there a silver lining here? Could this push the private sector to innovate more in cybersecurity? The removal of federal oversight may accelerate private sector investment. It might, but again, it's not going to be for the betterment of society. It's going to be for the profit of the company. Cybersecurity startups could benefit from increased demand for independent security audits and AI-driven security solutions. Makes me wonder at that point in time, follow the money mentality. Did Trump invest in some cybersecurity companies he plans on cashing out on after they get all these contracts? Large corporations may lobby for a replacement advisory board. I wonder who would be on that. I'm guessing probably someone associated with Tesla and Elon Musk, probably someone associated with Facebook, and probably somebody associated with OpenAI, all people who seem to be cozying up to Trump right now. Gee, I wonder if that's going to happen. So how do other nations handle cyber threats? Since we're kind of ignoring them at this point in time under this administration. Well, the European Union Agency for Cybersecurity is an example of a stable, and I can't emphasize stable enough, long-term cybersecurity body with cross-industry and government collaboration. The UK's National Cybersecurity Centre takes a hybrid approach, partnering with major enterprises while maintaining a strong advisory role. So now that the U.S. has eliminated its primary cybersecurity advisory board, it puts a greater risk on us compared to the global powers in general. Why would we do that? That is a burning question that really needs to be answered. Global corporations operating in the U.S. may shift security operations to regions with stronger cybersecurity oversight. You know, one of the things that we at my company have a requirement to do is to not offshore our data for security reasons. It has to be handled domestically. Well, under these conditions here, domestic servers may not be the safest. We may need to offshore it to somewhere in Europe that actually has an advisory board that actually takes cybersecurity seriously and isn't undermining cybersecurity for the sake of partisan politics. That's pretty messed up. That we would have to offshore our stuff to somewhere else because the U.S. isn't secure anymore because of policies that our government has chosen to follow. So what's next for cybersecurity? With the elimination of the Cybersecurity Advisory Board, it raises serious questions about national security, enterprise risk, and cybersecurity policy in general. While the administration justifies the move as eliminating bureaucratic waste after they create a new government agency headed by two people, which doesn't seem very efficient at all, but okay. Cybersecurity experts warn that this could weaken America's defense against cyber threats, particularly from China. So, all right, big picture stuff. What is the potential silver lining here? And this is me really digging deep to try to come up with something positive. So there's private sector innovation that may accelerate, leading to a boom in AI-driven threat detection. But since we're not regulating AI anymore, that boom in AI could turn around and really bite us and be the end of human civilization. So silver lining. Enterprises may take a more proactive role in cybersecurity, leading to a more market-driven approach rather than government regulation. I, for one, can tell you that's not going to happen because the last 5 years or so that I've been dealing with CMMC for my company, the only thing that we've seen in the industry that has motivated anybody to do anything about cybersecurity has been pressure from the federal government. You take that pressure away, nobody's going to want to go through the expense of dealing with cybersecurity until they get bit, and then it's too late. So that's wishful thinking. Cybersecurity startups may benefit from an increased demand for independent security solutions. Well, kudos to them, but when you're not pushing it at the top, you can't expect it to trickle down anywhere. The real test will be how the U.S. responds to the next major attack. Without the board's expert analysis and government-private coordination, the response could be delayed, uncoordinated, and more costly for enterprises and national security alike. So, yeah, I mean, this is not even the first full week of him in office right now, and we're in a lot of trouble. There's really no way to sugarcoat that. And this appears to be the tip of the iceberg, and I expect things to get much worse before they get better. And I hate to be a Debbie Downer, but that's just the reality of things. The country voted for him for office, and now we're getting what we voted for. I didn't vote for officially, but we're getting it as a collective country now. So, hey, thanks to all those people out there who voted for him, and don't come complaining when your bank gets hacked or your credit card gets hacked or your telephone company gets hacked or you don't have power because of an attack. That's what you voted for. Congratulations. Okay, political rant is over. I think it's time to wrap things up before I get any more hate mail, which I'm sure I'm going to get. Before we do go, I want to take another moment to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find all of our episodes. I'm going to say articles, but they're episodes. You can find all of our episodes listed as Insights into Things. We are on Apple, Spotify, Google, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, anywhere you get a podcast. I would also invite you to give us your feedback. Tell us how we're doing. Tell us how much you dislike my political rants or that you support my political rants. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can call us and leave a voicemail for us at 856-403-8788. That's 856-403-8788. You can find high-res versions of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free Twitch Prime monthly subscription. We would appreciate it if you subscribe to us with that. That helps us keep the lights on here. We are on Blue Sky now. You can find us at insightsintothings.bsky.social. We are also on LinkedIn if you look us up as Insights Into Things Productions, LLC. Otherwise, you can find links to all that and more on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the books.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Technology, a podcast exploring the latest in computers, networking, home automation, mobile computing, and all things technology related. Our hosts will take a deeper dive into the latest and greatest in tech trends and give you the information you need to enable your tech-centric world.
This is Insights into Technology, episode 17, From Llama Drama to Fishy Calls. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and this is your technology news of the week. When AI security goes wild, this article comes to us from Hacker News. Meta's Llama large language model framework recently faced a significant security issue. A high-severity vulnerability identified as CVE 2024-50050 was discovered in the Llama Stack component. This flaw allowed attackers to execute arbitrary code on the interference server by exploiting the deserialization of untrusted data. The root cause was the use of Python's Pickle module for deserialization, which can be unsafe when handling untrusted inputs. Meta addressed this issue by updating the framework to use JSON for serialization, mitigating the risk of remote code execution. The incident underscores the critical importance of secure coding practices in AI development. Deserialization vulnerabilities, especially in widely used frameworks, can have far-reaching implications. Developers are urged to remain vigilant and adopt safer serialization methods to prevent such security risks in the future. So this is a great example of how enterprises need to be exceptionally vigilant when looking to implement their AI environment. We're going through an evaluation period at my company for AI solutions right now, and we're looking at several different models and their performance and how they respond to the type of information that we need to churn through them. We didn't really set out to look at the security implications that much, but that's now changed our game set, given the news of Llama's issue, because Llama is one of the models that we were working with. This incident highlights potential security risks in deploying AI models within enterprise environments. Issues like this could allow attackers to influence your AI processing, leading to data breaches or manipulations of AI inputs. Consider a financial institution using AI for transaction monitoring. An attacker exploiting this vulnerability could alter the AI's behavior, potentially allowing fraudulent transactions to go unnoticed. So the nefariousness of what you can do with this exploit is kind of open-ended right now. It's not just a remote code execution, but if somebody can influence your AI and your AI is driving your business plans and your business models, that becomes an issue. So it's worthwhile to talk about the significant risks associated with deserialization in software. We already know that Python's Pickle module is known to be unsafe with untrusted data. So why would you use untrusted data? Sometimes you don't have a choice. Sometimes the data that you're pumping into something is not necessarily your data, but you need it for market research or for vendor relations or any number of things that you would use an external source to do research for. Exploiting the flaw can lead to arbitrary code execution. I don't know if the article... I'm pretty sure the article did not specifically cite that happening, but the potential is there. In 2024, a similar deserialization vulnerability was discovered in TensorFlow's Keras framework, which could have allowed attackers to execute arbitrary code. So what's the future of open source frameworks in enterprise security if the trust is questionable? Microsoft is leaning hard into open source. A lot of companies are leaning hard in open source right now, and you're getting this embedded deep into a lot of enterprise networks. Open source frameworks like Llama Stack accelerate your AI development, but they can also introduce security vulnerabilities, and that's really where you need to be careful. There's this overall drive to push the technology forward and use it for everything that it's worth. And I think when we get into these mindsets of rush, got to do, invent the next greatest thing, security tends to fall by the wayside. The Heartbleed bug in the OpenSSL library is also another notable example where a vulnerability in an open source component had widespread security implications. That was a little bit different. I mean, the OpenSSL library had been in place for, quite some time at that point. So it was embedded in a lot of systems, and it was embedded in a lot of systems that don't get a lot of attention. IoT devices, servers, people had a tendency to firing up a server, sticking it in a closet and forgetting about it. Fortunately, with AI, it's still kind of in its infancy here. It's not as widespread, so I think the damage probably was mitigated for the most part in this case. It wasn't that bad, but the potential for it being bad is definitely there, especially when you're talking about something as potentially revolutionary as AI. But again, this highlights the importance of prompt patching and updates. I can't overstate that enough. That this has burned so many people in the past. In this case here, Meta was pretty quick to respond. And the response, fortunately, was fairly simple, just switching over from Pickle to JSON for serialization. So it didn't require a significant effort on their part, but the timeliness helps. But the effectiveness of patches like this are only useful if you apply them, right? Despite the availability of patches, the Equifax data breach in 2017 occurred because a known vulnerability wasn't patched promptly. So it's definitely an ongoing problem. And, administrators are busy trying to keep their networks up and upgrade it and patched sometimes things slip through the cracks, and that's where some of these, chinks in the armor come up. So hopefully it's been mitigated. I suspect it won't be the first time that we see this type of flaw or a significant flaw in AI, considering it's kind of in its infancy stage right now. So it's nothing unusual, but it's good to be aware of it. From the Register, Dial M for malware is our next article. In a recent incident, Zach Latta, founder of Hack Club, encountered an exceptionally sophisticated phishing attempt targeting his Google account. The attackers, posing as Google Workspace support, initiated a phone call from a legitimate Google number and followed up with an authentic-looking email from a genuine Google address. They even provided a valid two-factor authentication code, making the deception highly convincing. Latta's skepticism arose when the caller's information became inconsistent, prompting him to recognize the scam before compromising his account. In response, Google has taken action to suspend the fraudulent account used in this scheme and is enhancing its defenses against such sophisticated phishing tactics. The company emphasized that it does not initiate unsolicited calls to users for password resets or account troubleshooting. Users are advised to remain vigilant, be cautious of unexpected communications, and verify the authenticity of any contact claiming to represent Google. So this is a good one to highlight the dangers of advanced phishing techniques exploiting trusted channels. A lot of companies rely on Google. Google has a reputation in the enterprise space as being, I don't know if they're trusted as much as they're simply accepted. In this case, a scam involved a call from a genuine Google phone number, which if you're vigilant enough to look these things up, you could find that out. It also involves an email from a legitimate Google domain. So it was pretty convincing for the average person. It wasn't that convincing, obviously, for someone with these advanced skill sets. So how can enterprises mitigate these increasingly convincing attacks? Well, I've said it before. We'll say it here. And I think there's an article later on in the show that we're going to talk about it. But regular training sessions and sessions that focus not just on the basics of email security, but training sessions that focus on the latest phishing tactics. Every time something new comes out, you need to make your users aware of it. They need to be aware of the tactics, the technology, the targets, the attempts, the intent. And these are all evolving things. We can sit down and we can talk about checking for fraudulent emails all you want, but if you don't educate your users in how these sophisticated attacks are evolving, stuff's going to fall by the wayside here. We should also encourage skepticism of unsolicited communications. There's only so much that your IT department can do to verify and protect you from bad email. It's possible that you get an email, and this happens on an almost regular by my standards is once or twice a week. We'll get an email in from a user basically asking us to check the validity of the email. And, the first thing that I do is I congratulate that user for having the wherewithal to send that over to us. But our ability to confirm that is limited from a technology standpoint. Yeah, we can look at the DKIM and the SPF and all the other signatures that we look for. We can verify, we can look at the message headers, we can see what the point of origin was, we can see where it came from, things like that. But once we go through all of those key checklists and rule out any blatant obvious issues with it, It comes down to the user knowing whether or not the person that sent this is a known good sender. Do we know the organization? Were you expecting this email? Have they sent these types of emails to you in the past? So a lot of it is behavioral. A lot of it is tribal knowledge of whether or not you know these people. All of that stuff is things that have to be done at the user level, and the users need to be aware of that. This isn't a matter of abdicating your personal responsibility for security and just kicking it over the fence to IT. That's not the solution. Both sides, both the IT side and the users, have a certain responsibility here to make sure it's safe. This is also a prime example of exploitation of the legitimate services for malicious purposes. This isn't the first time someone's impersonated a Google or Microsoft or another trusted company. There's many ways to do it. Usually a lot of this is domain hijacking or domain spoofing, where you'll get an email from a Google, but it's really not Google, it's Go0, and they do stuff like that, and they can slip slip through the cracks. But by utilizing Google's own infrastructure, the phishing attempt in this case bypassed most of the traditional security filters, and it demonstrates the need for more advanced detection. And that detection isn't necessarily a technological detection. Users have to exercise common sense at some point. What measures can organizations implement to detect and prevent these? Well, deploying advanced threat detection systems to analyze behavioral patterns. We're kind of getting into that realm now where you can do that in an automated fashion with some of the AI options out there. Implementing strict verification for service usage. Collaborating with service providers to identify and mitigate such abuses. When something like this happens, it has to be reported. In this case, it had to be reported up to Google. And most organizations, when it's reported to them, act responsibly and they will investigate it. It also highlights the fact that service providers have a responsibility in preventing abuse. There's a number of laws out there that prevent online platforms from having to moderate and so forth. But if you're providing a service and that service becomes a danger, there has to be some follow-up, some follow-through. In this case, following the attack, Google suspended the fraudulent account. They also came back and made a public statement emphasizing that they don't initiate these unsolicited calls that were used in this case here. So what proactive steps can service providers take in this case? Well, they can implement stricter account verification. That's one of the things. Everyone has to have some level of forgot password, but if you're not using that in a way that's responsible, if you're not implementing multi-factor authentication for that, it's just a recipe for disaster. ISPs and service providers need to monitor for unusual activity patterns. Something like this, I don't know if an automated monitor would have picked something like this up, but there's plenty of other ways to monitor for this. Providing clear guidance to users, I think Google checked the box on that one with their official communications. And establishing rapid response team. When something like this happens, you need to jump on it. You need to have the right people available, and they need to know what to do. So in addition to having a rapid response team, I would also say having I've beat this dead horse for a while, but having a framework that you follow where everyone knows what the procedures are when something like this happens. People need to know what's going on. They don't necessarily have the time to sit down and figure it out when the problem's happening. So fortunately, no harm in this case here, but it definitely highlights a potential threat to all of us who probably wouldn't have caught on to a lot of these things that he did. So our next article comes to us from Bleeping Computer, the School of Hard Hacks. Education software provider PowerSchool has begun notifying individuals in the U.S. and Canada about a significant data breach that occurred in late December of 2024. The breach involved unauthorized access to PowerSchool's PowerSource customer support portal, leading to the theft of sensitive information from over 6,000 school districts. The compromised data varies by district, but may include, and this is a doozy, full names, physical addresses, contact details, social security numbers, medical information, and grades. You can do a lot of damage with that information. While PowerSchool was not officially or has not officially disclosed the total number of affected individuals, the attackers claim to have obtained data on approximately 62 million students and 9.5 million teachers. In response to the incident, PowerSchool is offering impacted students and educators complimentary identity theft protection services and 2 years of credit monitoring for the adults. Many of whom the students are now, because these records went as far back as 1985, from what I understand. The company has also initiated has initiated regulatory notifications with relevant authorities across applicable U.S. jurisdictions and is in the process of notifying Canadian regulators. Despite these efforts, PowerSchool has yet to release a detailed report on the breach. And investigators, including those by cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike, are ongoing investigations. Sorry, not investigators. So this is another example of supply chain vulnerabilities in enterprise software. We've talked about this. It seems like every week there's another one. Similar incidents such as this happened with the SolarWinds attack in 2020. It demonstrates how infiltrating a single supplier can grant access to attackers to numerous organizations. So how can enterprises assess and mitigate risks associated with third-party vendors? Well, enterprises should conduct a thorough due diligence when selecting vendors. One of the things that my company is obliged to do at this point is to flow down our CMMC 2.0 requirements to vendors. There are certain exceptions to single source vendors for some things, but some of the vendors that we deal with are small businesses that don't necessarily have the resources. They certainly don't have, in many cases, the on-staff technology support to provide the level of security required by CMMC, but we are forced to flow it down to them. These organizations can require regular security assessments, typically done by an outside firm, to come in, do an audit of your systems, of your policies, of your training. You can also implement strict access controls to minimize potential vulnerabilities. The concept of least privilege should be applied across the board, which helps to mitigate a lot of these things. It also demonstrates the importance, again, of multi-factor authentication. The age of passwords, I think, is well past us at this point in time, where multi-factor authentication is an absolute must. In 2021, a major data breach at the Colonial Pipeline was attributed to a single compromised password that lacked multi-factor, leading to significant operational disruptions. So what steps can organizations take to enforce MFA? Well, organizations should implement MFA policies mandating its use. I mean, that's you have to force your employees to do it. I understand that multi-factor is inconvenient, and we've talked about how convenience and security are mutually exclusive. When I sit down and do this podcast, there's probably 4 accounts that I have to log into, and all of which are multi-factor. I don't save my passwords. I don't cache them. I don't install my password management plugins into my browser. So I have to multi-factor authenticate to 4 of these. And yeah, it's kind of annoying, but I feel a little bit safer, and I know my accounts are a little bit safer because of that. You just kind of have to do it. If it's important, you have to do it. Provide training to your employees on the importance of MFA. Give them examples. Let them see what the real world examples are. There's a ton of them out there, and if it doesn't scare your employees into using MFA, make sure they understand the consequences. If their accounts are breached and their accounts are used to violate company policies, company network, in my case, because of the extensive work that we do with DoD contracts, it's not just a matter of embarrassment to my company if the information gets out. It's potentially a violation of federal law. And I think a lot of jurisdictions would look at it that way. Breaches of this nature, and it's important to emphasize this to your employees, breaches of this nature result in significant legal and financial repercussions. Equifax 2017 breach resulted in a settlement of up to $700 million due to a failure to protect consumer data. Now, there are a lot of companies that can absorb that. There are a lot more companies that can't. So keep that in mind that, you could have a breach of your network that costs you your company. So it's important to take that seriously. How can enterprises prepare for potential legal and financial consequence of this type of thing? Well, invest in comprehensive cybersecurity measures is the first thing. Make sure you've got all of your protections on. Make sure your firewall's up to date. Make sure your intrusion detection system is in place. Make sure you have logging and log parsing analysis available. Maintain your cyber insurance policies. Getting cyber insurance is getting progressively more and more difficult with all these breaches and all these payouts that are happening. And lastly, the one thing that I would recommend is develop an incident response plan to mitigate these damages. Now, it's important to note that these incident response plans and your backup and disaster recovery plan, these are all part of a business continuity overall plan that has to be taken into account. You can't ignore these things just because they're inconvenient or because senior management might not be familiar with the technology or the terms. This all has to be integrated into the overall preservation of the company. That's it for the cybersecurity news side of this. We're going to take a quick break and come back and talk about computing news when we come back. But before we do go, I want to take a moment to remind everyone to subscribe to the podcast. You can find us listed as Insights into Things. You can get all of our audio and video podcasts there. And we're available anywhere you get a podcast, Apple, Spotify, and so forth. I would also invite you to give us your feedback. Tell us how we're doing. Tell us what you like, what you don't like, what you'd like us to talk about. Are there any deep dives that you'd like us to do? We do have a couple in the works right now that we're putting together. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can also call in, leave a voicemail for us at 856-403-8788. That's 856-403-8788. Or you can get links to all that and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. We'll be right back.
Are you tired of your favorite gaming podcast finishing with a play?
Oh, no!
Well, check out No Credits Rolled, where we play the games but rarely finish them. How's it going, folks? I'm Sam Whalen, your friendly host at No Credits Rolled, the ultimate gaming podcast, where we dish out the latest scoops and reviews on all your beloved video games.
Hey, listen!
Not only that, but we spice things up with some guest interviews and even give you, yes, you, a chance to have your say. Tune in every other week for a fresh dose of No Credits Rolled, available on all major podcast platforms, and hit us up on social media at No Credits Rolled. So why wait? Let's dive into the gaming world together, where finishing games is optional, but the fun is guaranteed.
Data leaks and legal loopholes. This one comes to us from Cyberscoop. In a significant legal development, a U.S. appeals court has vacated the initial sentence of Connor Brian Fitzpatrick, known online as Pom Pom Purin, the founder of the notorious Breach Forums website. Fitzpatrick had pleaded guilty in July of 2023 to charges including conspiracy to commit access device fraud, solicitation for the purpose of offering access devices, and possession of child pornography, just to round out the trio. Initially, he was sentenced to time served plus 20 years for supervised release. 20 years of supervised release, a decision influenced by his age and a diagnosis of autism. However, the government appealed, citing Fitzpatrick's lack of remorse and violations of court terms, such as unauthorized internet use and discussions about this case on Discord. The appeals court agreed, noting the original sentence failed to address the severity of his crimes. A resentencing is anticipated, potentially leading to a harsher penalty. Breach Forums, launched by Fitzpatrick in March 2022, became a major English-language cybercrime marketplace, hosting over 14 billion individual records, including Social Security numbers and bank details. Despite law enforcement's efforts to dismantle the platform following Fitzpatrick's arrest, similar forums have emerged, underscoring the persistent challenges authorities face in combating cybercrime. So this just goes to show how the persistent threat posed by data breach marketplaces is an ever-growing concern in the cybersecurity market. After Fitzpatrick's arrest, Breach Forums was taken down, but copycat forums quickly appeared, indicating the resilience of such illicit marketplaces. Where there's a demand, there's going to be someone to meet that supply. And as long as there's a demand for the information to exploit people and to break the laws and take advantage, I don't know if there's anything you're ever going to do to stop it completely. What strategies can enterprises implement to protect themselves from data breaches? Well, enterprises could adopt comprehensive cybersecurity measures, including regular security audits, which should be done minimally annually, but probably quarterly or more. Employee training, which I can't harp on enough, on phishing and social engineering, and implementing advanced threat detection systems to mitigate the risk of data breaches. Even the most basic SOHO routers out there now usually have some level of threat mitigation, packet filtering, something along those lines. This does give some legal indication or some indication of the legal consequences of cybercrime. And we've seen some big name people, Kevin Mitnick and other folks that have been caught doing nefarious things. Fitzpatrick's initial lenient sentence was overturned due to his lack of remorse and continued engagement in prohibitive activities. This highlights the importance of enforcing strict legal consequences, and they should be enforced across the board. There should be no exceptions, regardless of who you are, what you do, or what political affiliation you might be. So how do legal outcomes in high-profile cybercrime cases influence corporate security? Well, there's significant legal consequences for cyber criminals, which can serve as a deterrent. Although, given the ever-increasing amount and sophistication of cyber crimes, I don't know if it's much of a deterrent. Encouraging enterprises to strengthen their cybersecurity policies. I think encouraging isn't enough at this point. I think we're past the point of encouraging. I think mandating security policies is really where we're at this point in time. But more importantly, collaboration with law enforcement to combat these types of cyber threats. The federal government here in the United States has a number of programs that you can report these types of cyber crimes to for additional assistance. They can get the federal government involved if it crosses state lines on certain things. So there's a lot of resources out there, and I think administrators and IT professionals need to not hesitate to use these, even though it may be inconvenient at times. This also highlights the fact that there's legitimate difficulty in dismantling these cybercrime networks. Following the shutdown of breach forums, a number of new forums quickly surfaced, continuing the trade of stolen data and services, and it hasn't gone away, and it probably won't, at least not for a very long time. So what collaborative efforts can enterprises and law enforcement undertake to effectively combat the proliferation of cybercrime forums? Well, enterprises can share threat intelligence with law enforcement. They can participate in industry-wide cybersecurity initiatives. I say these things now, but given a lot of the changes from the Trump administration, a lot of the cooperative coordination that the federal government had in place is rapidly evaporating right now, and we'll have to see where the dust settles on something like this. But I wouldn't use that as a deterrent to prevent you from reaching out. And we should also support legislation that enhances cybercrime enforcement. And I say that almost tongue-in-cheek because I don't think combating cybercrime is going to be resolved through legislation. Legislation can mandate adherence to cybersecurity practices, but if you're talking about legislation to prevent or to prohibit this type of activity, these people are breaking the law already. Making more laws for them to break isn't going to stop it. So if you're going to do anything, you need to come up with laws and regulations to mandate the response and the preparation that enterprises take, especially when you're talking about critical infrastructure, carriers, water systems, power systems, that type of thing. There's also an impact to data privacy regulations and compliance that's a potential here. The exposure of vast amounts of personal data on breach forums has led to increased scrutiny of corporate data handling practices. So how should enterprises adapt their data management strategies to comply with evolving data privacy regulations? We've talked about GDPR and California Privacy Act. There's a lot of legislation out there that affects enterprises now. So enterprises should implement robust data governance frameworks. And there's that word again, frameworks. They should ensure compliance with current data privacy laws. I think you don't have much of a choice there. The fines are growing significantly if you don't. They need to stay informed about regulatory changes so they can adapt to their data management strategies accordingly. There's a lot of regulation. There's a lot of local legislation happening. There's things happening at the federal level, but I think we also need to pay attention to what's happening internationally. I think Americans tend to get very myopic, and they don't see or they don't want to see developments and challenges and threats from other parts of the world. Well, the reality is a lot of the cybersecurity threats that we run into don't originate from the United States. So we have to be aware of what the regulations are in different parts of the world as well. So we'll see how things go with that. Our next article here comes from the Register. AI Wars, the fight for global dominance. That sounds exciting. Chinese AI startup DeepSeek has temporarily limited new user registrations following large-scale malicious attacks on its services. The company announced that existing users can continue to log in as usual, but new signups are restricted to ensure service stability. Despite these challenges, DeepSeek's AI Assistant app has surged to the top of Apple's U.S. App Store, surpassing competitors like OpenAI's ChatGPT. The company recently released its R1 large language model as open source, claiming reasoning capabilities comparable to OpenAI's GPT-4. Users are advised that data processed through DeepSeek's online services is stored in China. As a supplement to this, I mean, obviously this isn't that don't think significant. But there is talk already in the Trump administration about investigating DeepSeek and possibly banning its use in the country like they are in the process of doing with TikTok. So I don't know how far that's going to go, but we'll see where it winds up. But this does demonstrate the challenges of rapid scaling of AI amid cyber threats. The company had to temporarily limit new registrations to ensure service stability after experiencing large-scale malicious attacks. Now, they didn't release information on what the source of those attacks were. It's possible it could have been a attack from the U.S. government. I don't know. I just don't have that information. So how can emerging tech companies balance their rapid growth with implementation of effective security protocols? Well, startups should prioritize building scalable security infrastructures from the outset. And I think the important thing to highlight there is building security from the outset. Scalable security, yes, but security isn't something that's done well when you have to bolt it on after the fact. If you build it from the ground up, it's much easier to make it work and to make it work effectively and efficiently. Enterprises should conduct regular vulnerability assessments. There's another one we like to talk about. And establish their incident response plans, which we've also talked about today. This also brings into question the data sovereignty and privacy concerns that a lot of people have about this. Users are advised that the data processed for DeepSeek's online services is stored in China, which may conflict with data protection regulations in other countries, the United States being one of them. If you are a DoD contractor, that's a no-no. So what are the implications for enterprises when user data is stored in jurisdictions with different data protection laws? Well, enterprises need to assess the legal and ethical implications of data storage. We had a recent request come through for a piece of software that was a cloud-based piece of software, and after doing a little bit of research, we determined that it didn't fit our security model, so we had to deny use of that application. And we don't do that in a way or with the purpose of inconveniencing people or making it harder for them to do their jobs. We do it out of the necessity to protect the network and the company. So the big takeaway, I think, from all of this particular article is the impact of AI competitiveness on the industry now. Everyone's getting into AI, different models, different engines. The company's AI assistant app surpassed AI's ChatGPT in the U.S., which was one of the fastest growing fastest adopted app on the App Store in years. So this signals a shift in the competitive landscape for AI, which is now being handled on a national level by several countries, which makes me realize or think that that's where the next landscape is for conflict, for international conflict. So how does the rise of new AI players influence the strategies of established tech companies? Well, the established companies may need to innovate more rapidly. If nothing else, this may push that competition into a constructive phase. They need to reassess their market strategies and potentially collaborate with emerging firms to maintain their competitive edge in evolving AI. You're seeing this type of cooperation. Microsoft and AI and OpenAI have been in bed together for quite some time now. You also have Apple is now in bed with OpenAI. So this cross-organizational collaboration, I think, is going to be a significant driving factor, especially when you're talking about a competitor here that has nation state backing to it. There's a lot of resources China can throw at something like that. And ironically enough, the one big highlight here is that this highly effective AI model apparently was exceptionally cheap to train. Now, if you believe some of the allegations out there, they actually wound up training their model off of OpenAI, which, I guess they didn't have to make that initial investment. So I guess that's a good thing, but I don't know, kind of scary. We're in a very dangerous age right now. Our last article today comes to us from ZDNet. Edge of your seat security. Microsoft has introduced a new feature in its Edge browser aimed at combating scareware. Scareware is malicious software designed to deceive users into believing their systems are compromised, prompting them to download unnecessary or harmful applications. This kind of is near and dear to me because I had this happen to one of my users a few years ago. The enhancement builds upon Edge's existing security measures, specifically targeting misleading pop-ups and advertisements that attempt to exploit users' fears for financial gain. By identifying and blocking these deceptive elements, Microsoft aims to provide a safer browsing experience for its users. Scareware not only poses security risk, but also leads to decreased productivity and potential data breaches if employees inadvertently install malicious software. By integrating advanced scareware protection into Edge, organizations can reduce the likelihood of such threats infiltrating their systems. This move underscores the importance of utilizing browsers with robust built-in security features to safeguard enterprise environments against evolving cyber threats. So this highlights the increased integration of smart screen technology, something that Microsoft implements in Edge. Smart screens have been instrumental in protecting users from malicious websites and downloads, and its integration into Edge enhances the browser's ability to detect and block scareware tactics. So how does how does Smart Screen differentiate between legitimate software notifications and scareware prompts? Smart Screen utilizes a combination of URL reputation services, application reputation services, and heuristics to assess the legitimacy of software notifications, blocking those that exhibit characteristics of scareware. There's a lot of questions surrounding the impact on enterprise security policies with this. Enterprises often rely on browsers as a primary interface for employee interactions with web applications. The enhanced scareware protections in Edge can reduce the risk of employees inadvertently installing malicious software, thereby strengthening overall enterprise security. So should enterprises mandate the use of browsers with built-in scareware protection for their employees? Well, probably. I don't want to say yes. I want to say probably. Implementing browsers with robust security features can serve as a frontline defense against social engineering attacks, reducing the likelihood of security breaches originating from user interactions with malicious intent. Now, it's worth noting that in order to do this, you do have to send some data off to Microsoft or whoever the security provider is that's going to be doing these analysis. So there is a slight chance that you're offloading some sensitive information, some personal information. So that's why I say it's a maybe. In order for this to work, these aren't homegrown solutions. You're not hitting against the database that's inside your network. You're sending these URLs off-site to be analyzed. And that inherently means that you will off-site some data at some point in time that you might not want to. So before you go wholesale implementing this in your organization, you might want to check to make sure that you're not offloading anything of a sensitive nature that you can't do. And if you are, engage with a provider that you can at least have an NDA so you're legally protected. But, that doesn't protect you when that provider might get compromised. So it's interesting technology. It's nice that they're proactively doing things like this. It's not unique. There have been plenty of other things out there that have done this that are not free. And I think that's the kicker here is it's budget friendly for just about everybody if it's right for you. That's all we had for our news this week. We're going to take another quick break, and then we're going to come back and talk about and finish up our talk on zero trust architecture. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Technology. So we're going to talk a little bit about our zero trust. We're going to finish up our discussion here. When we talked about it last time, we kind of went over the history of zero trust. We talked about the concept of trust but verify. We looked at what a castle and moat defense structure was. And then we talked a little bit about the birth of zero trust. So today we're going to talk a bit more about why traditional perimeter-based security models are failing. The reliance on perimeter-based models has proven inadequate due to remote work, which COVID kind of threw at us, and then we've kind of held on to it. Employees accessing corporate systems from various devices and locations create a decentralized attack surface that has to be taken into account. Cloud adoption. Everyone's moving to the cloud now. Even I am at my organization reluctantly after holding out for as long as I could. Traditional perimeters dissolve as organizations move to hybrid or multi-cloud environments. There's advanced threats. We talk about this every week. Sophisticated attackers exploit trusted credentials to breach networks, bypassing perimeter defenses. And finally, one that I've sat through numerous webinars and training sessions over, and that's insider threats. Implicit trust within the network allows malicious actors to move laterally once inside in traditional networks. So as an example, a hacker gains access to an employee's VPN credentials and moves laterally to sensitive systems because traditional models lack internal security verification. Once you're in the network, you should still need to validate and verify your credentials throughout. And you can't, you can automate some of that, but you shouldn't automate everything with that. There needs to be some level of user interaction so that something the user knows or has or is can re-authenticate them, where an automated system wouldn't be able to do something like that. So what are the core principles of zero trust architecture? So zero trust is built on four foundational principles, I should say. Least privilege access, which we've talked about many times. This is the concept of granting only the minimum permissions necessary for users and devices to perform their tasks. For example, a marketing employee doesn't need access to the financial systems, right? Another core principle is microsegmentation. Divide networks into smaller, isolated zones to contain potential breaches. A breach of an IoT device in one segment can't access core databases in another segment. Continuous verification is our next one. continuously monitor and validate user identity, device health, and application behavior. Multi-factor authentication, real-time anomaly detection are a couple of good examples of this. And finally, Zero Trust Network Access, or ZTNA. Replace traditional VPNs with ZTNA to enable secure, granular access to specific applications rather than entire networks. For example, a contractor can access a single app without entering the main network. We've run into that a lot, especially when we have contractors and vendors inside of our network providing maybe access control, key fobs for your doors, could be internal camera access. Even some cases, you've got your fire and security alarms integrated now. All these things need to be segmented off. So in this case, a real world analogy, just to kind of bring everything into focus or into perspective here, is the airport security analogy. So Zero Trust can be compared to modern airport security. At the gate, no one is trusted automatically. Used to be. I mean, I flew before 9/11. I knew what the overall lack of security was. Every passenger must verify their identity and pass security checks. Continuous verification occurs throughout the process. IDs are checked multiple times. Devices are screened. Access to sensitive zones is restricted. Passengers are granted least privileged access. They can enter only specific terminals or gates based on their ticket. And this, theoretically, I mean, you see breaches all the time, but this is just an example. This approach mirrors zero trust principles: no implicit trust, constant verification, and controlled access. So why zero trust matters in today's cybersecurity landscape? The increasing volume of cyber attacks and the high-profile breaches demonstrates the urgent need for zero trust. Data breaches. Over 83% of breaches involve compromised credentials or misconfigurations. Both are preventable with zero trust. We talked about the remote workforce. With more employees working outside traditional perimeters, zero trust ensures secure access without relying on outdated VPNs. Compliance is the next one. The federal government is forcing compliance on a lot of industries and a lot of companies. Frameworks like the NIST 800-207 emphasize zero trust architecture as the preferred model for federal and private sector organizations. So a couple of suggestions for implementation once you get to this stage. Start small. Implement zero trust incrementally. Multi-factor is a great example of that. Identity verification is another way of starting out. Adopt modern tools. Use technology like ZTNA, Identify and Access Management, or IAM, and endpoint security solutions. There's a rich pool of tools out there to pull from. You also need to understand organizational risks. And you need that, certainly from a cybersecurity standpoint, but throughout the organization. This isn't just a technology-specific thing that needs to be done. Tailor your zero trust policies to your company's workflows and data sensitivity. My company, as an example, we do manufacturing, so there's a certain amount of data that comes to us in the form of technical drawings and engineering drawings. Some of those drawings can be stored in-house. The commercial drawings can be stored in-house as long as you do it securely. But we're under federal mandate with CMMC 2.0 to store higher sensitivity things, anything that's CUI, in a secure enclave. That, could be in-house, That could be in a cloud provider. That could be in a specialized vendor. Be aware of this so that when you implement your security features, you're not locking any of these areas out to people and preventing them from doing their jobs. It's a tough thing to have to do. Everything security-wise doesn't necessarily have to be crippling the organization. If it is, then you're going to run into problems with your management, with the company not being able to do its job. Zero trust architecture is no longer a buzzword. It's the necessary evolution of cybersecurity in an increasingly complex digital environment. By embracing principles like least privileged access, continuous verification, and micro-segmentation, organizations can secure their systems against evolving threats. As businesses modernize their networks and adopt cloud-first strategies, Zero Trust will serve as the cornerstone of a secure and resilient cybersecurity posture. So, we didn't do a deep dive into Zero Trust. I think it was important for us to kind of just introduce it here, introduce the concepts, give you a little bit of security. We may come back and touch on this later with specific implementations. There's a couple of examples that I use myself personally. There's a couple of examples that are in place professionally for me as well. So we could talk in greater detail, but I think it's important to get these concepts down first. So that's all we had for today. But before we do go, I want to take a moment to invite you to subscribe to the podcast. You can find links to all of our podcasts on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. High-res versions of all of our shows can be found on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We're on Blue Sky. You can look us up as insightsintothings.bsky.social. We're on LinkedIn. Just look for us as Insights Into Things Productions, LLC. And I would invite you to write in, give us your feedback, ask questions. We're happy to answer any questions that we can here. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can call us, leave a message, a voicemail for us. We can get you on the show if you want. You can call us at 856-403-8788. That's 856-403-8788. And that's all we have for today. Another one in the books.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights Into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights Into Technology, a podcast exploring the latest in computers, networking, home automation, mobile computing, and all things technology related. Our hosts will take a deeper dive into the latest and greatest in tech trends and give you the information you need to enable your tech-centric world.
This is Insights Into Technology, episode 19. Elon, AI, and election security. What could possibly go wrong? I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and this is your tech news for the week. Our first story comes to us from Cyberscoop. Musk's Doge and the federal data dilemma. Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, has rapidly integrated into federal agencies, aiming to reduce government spending. However, This aggressive approach has raised significant cybersecurity and privacy concerns. Experts warn that DOJ's actions may be compromising sensitive data and violating established federal protocols. Notably, DOJ has accessed the Treasury Department's payment systems, which manage disbursements like Social Security and Medicare. Additionally, at the Office of Personnel Management, DOJ installed a private server without proper security vetting, potentially exposing personal information of millions of federal employees. Critics liken these actions to an ongoing data breach, emphasizing the risks of bypassing decades of established laws and procedures. So, let's talk about the potential legal violations here briefly. DOJ's unauthorized access to federal systems may breach laws such as the Federal Information Security Management Act and the Privacy Act. These statutes are designed to protect sensitive government data and ensure proper handling. Working for a company that is working in the DoD space, we do contracts for federal contracts for the government. There are very strict and very well-defined rules on how to handle the small subset of data. What we deal with is covered unclassified information, which is not nearly as sensitive as some of the information in these federal agencies, actually. And if we violate these, we're talking about significant financial penalties. We're talking about jail time. We're talking about loss of government contracts. And the fact that Elon Musk and this new, I don't want to say fictional organization, but this new made-up organization, the Department of Government Efficiency, is now going in here with individuals employed by them that are known hackers, that are people that very well could wind up in jail for some of the things they've done in the past. And they've got access to everything in the government now, which is frankly terrifying. If I was a federal worker, I would be doubly terrified because they've got access to all of your personal information. And there seems to be no checks and balances in place. There seems to be no security procedures in place. The fact that they can drop a server in here without having it properly vetted is ridiculous, really, if you ask me. There's obviously a potential impact on public trust with this as well. The perceived overreach of DOJ could erode public confidence in the government's ability to safeguard personal information, especially considering breaches in the past like the Office of Personnel Management hack from 2015, which already ate into that public trust with the exposure that came from that. And the cybersecurity risks themselves, like installing an unvetted private server, granting access to individuals who don't have proper clearances, and probably, given the history of some of the people involved in this, they wouldn't even be able to get a security clearance if it was done properly. All these things introduce vulnerabilities into a system that's already under attack and already vulnerable to numerous avenues of infiltration. This increases the risk of malicious attacks on critical government infrastructure, and this is all public knowledge. So adversarial nations that were already aggressively targeting our federal systems are most likely going to double down on this now and really come after the federal government, because now there's no one protecting it at this point in time, and we're literally stripping away the protections that we did have. So where's the oversight and accountability here? Who's responsible for this when it gets hacked and when this information leaks out? The situation underscores the need for robust oversight mechanisms that ensure initiatives aimed at improving efficiency don't compromise security or violate established protocols. The government has a bureaucracy, and I've criticized the federal government a lot about how slow they are to react, to deal with issues, to innovate, to integrate new technologies. All of that's true. However, it's true because the bureaucracy that's in place right now for the federal government is something that's been built from years of dealing with attacks and issues and privacy concerns. These layers and layers of protocol that are put on top of this to provide legal protections and information protections are there for a reason. These aren't inefficiencies in government that need to be done away with. They're protections that we need more of, not less of. And I think we're going in the wrong direction with this particular initiative, I guess we'll call it, that the Trump administration is currently going through. And we're seeing it across the board on various things. Election interference committees have been removed. CISA has been affected by this. They're doing away with entire departments. They're trying to buy employees out, and you're getting tens of thousands of employees that are going to be leaving the government that have the tribal knowledge that our government depends on. And when you start upsetting all these apple carts in the name of efficiency and cutting costs, you expose the government to a lot of different exposures of threats that they don't need any more help being threatened at this point in time. So the future does not look bright right now for cybersecurity in the federal government, and it's only getting progressively worse. Our second story comes to us from Cyberscoop as well. Misinformation mitigation ceases unexpected intermission. The U.S. Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, or CISA, has placed several members of its election security team on administrative leave. This action primarily affects employees involved in combating misinformation and disinformation related to the elections. The move coincides with the Department of Justice disbanding its Foreign Influence Task Force, which was established to counteract foreign interference in U.S. elections. These developments have raised concerns about the federal government's commitment to addressing election-related misinformation. This basically piggybacks on top of the story we just have, is that we're dismantling departments that are put in place to protect the government. Why any elected official, and you could speculate why, obviously, but why would you want to disband a committee or a task force that's designed to deal with foreign influence? Is it you want foreign influence? That's the only thing that I could take away from it, is that when you're doing away with these protections, it's because you plan on violating these protections. There's no other logical reason to do away with these protections at this point in time. What's the impact going to be on election security? The administrative leave of the CISA election personnel, particularly those addressing misinformation and disinformation, could significantly weaken support for smaller election districts that depend on federal assistance to counteract online propaganda and foreign interference. Maybe that's what the Trump administration wants. Maybe they want to do away with the ability to crack down on misinformation. Why would you want to do that? It sounds like election tampering to me, if you want to know my opinion. Kim Wyman, the former election security lead at CISA, emphasized that without federal support, these jurisdictions may struggle to manage the complexities of modern election threats. And it's true. Again, this is one of those things that was put in place because of clear and present threats to our elections. And it makes absolutely no sense to want these things to go away unless your intention is to try to game the system. And given all of the hype and all of the baseless accusations about election fraud and elections being fixed and stolen and all that stuff, which to this day, from the 2016 election till now, There's been no supporting evidence to corroborate any of that. That tells me that you're deliberately trying to manipulate the elections and you're taking away what protections were put in place when you were doing it before. So, what's the future of federal misinformation efforts? Well, it's uncertain right now, obviously. This may signal a potential deprioritization of combating election-related misinformation at the federal level. Now, you would think a president who's in office now, who spent the last almost 10 years complaining about election misinformation and tampering with elections and stealing with elections, you would think somebody who went through that allegedly would want to strengthen those protections, not weaken them. Why would you want to weaken them? There's been no conceivable explanation as to why you would want to weaken these things, unless you have nefarious intent in mind. And I don't know what the American people can do to combat this. You have a few judges that are trying to interfere with some of the policies of the new administration. But so far, no one's really been doing anything about the cybersecurity side of things, and it was weak already. We were probably 10 years behind where the threats really were, and now we're just going to fall even further behind, which is terrifying. I don't know how you're going to recover from something like this. You're literally leaving the entire infrastructure of the country open to foreign attacks, and those attacks are going to happen. They're already happening. You're going to see advanced persistent threats embed themselves inside key systems in our government and in our infrastructure. And if there is a shooting war that happens, they'll basically be able to push a button and shut the entire country down and shut the entire defense down. Is that really what Trump is trying to go for here? I hope not. I wouldn't put it past him, but I hope not. I don't know. They've yet to come out with any plausible explanation for their actions. And until they do, you have to assume the worst. That's just the nature of cybersecurity. Dark reading takes us to our next article here. DeepSeek or Deep Leak? It seems like DeepSeek's in the news every week now. Recent evaluations by cybersecurity firm AppSoc have revealed significant security vulnerabilities in DeepSeek, a Chinese-developed generative AI model. The model failed multiple critical security tests, including susceptibility to jailbreaking, prompt injection, and malware generation, with failure rates ranging from 19.2% to 98%. Notably, DeepSeek was convinced to create malware in 98.8% of tests and generate virus code in 86.7 cases. Due to these vulnerabilities, experts advise against deploying DeepSeek in enterprise environments, especially where handling personal information, sensitive data, or intellectual property is involved. Now, to say that that is an alarming rate of failure in security tests would be a massive understatement. DeepSeek's alarming failure rate is in generating malicious code highlights the model's lack of robust security measures, which I don't think anybody was disputing that going into this, but seeing these numbers is really overwhelming. The vulnerabilities pose significant risks if the model is integrated into business applications without proper safeguards. I don't even know how you could safeguard against that many failure rates. That's literally to the point of throwing the entire thing out and starting from scratch. When you're barely mustering a 2% accuracy rate, that's pretty bad. So what are the implications for enterprise adoption? Well, obviously, you shouldn't integrate with it. I don't think you need my advice on that one to kind of understand the problems. Implementing the models, given the model's susceptibility to security breaches, organizations must exercise caution before considering DeepSeek and any AI. The security posture right now for AI should be one of cautious optimism. assume the worst, but hope for the best. We've already seen that there are numerous. We talked about Meta last week with their AI and the flaws that were found in it. It's just too new a technology at this point in time to put too much faith in it. It's one of these things where you can go in, you can prototype with it, you can pilot with it, you can play around with it, but you need to be very cautious of what information you put into it. Businesses obviously should refrain from deploying DeepSeek. They should continue monitoring, and they should have rigorous testing of all AI models, which is essential to ensure they meet security and ethical standards. Until you deploy these things, you don't know what kind of impact it's going to have. You don't know what kind of vulnerabilities it's going to have. You can do all your internal testing and make sure that it functionally works. But if you don't have a dedicated staff of gray hat, white hat hackers that are trying to tear it apart, you're not going to know how it's going to fare in the real world. Most tests that are done in an enterprise environment are functional testing. They're not malicious or break testing. And that type of information, those types of vulnerabilities, tend to not come out until it's been exposed to the world, and you have very intelligent or very crafty people trying to take advantage of the software. So I think everyone understands the risks of DeepSeek right now, especially given their association with Chinese companies. But given these vulnerabilities that have come to light here, I wouldn't even use it personally to play around with at this point, regardless of how cost effective it may be. What is a cheap alternative AI solution now could prove to be incredibly expensive later on if a breach results from it. So we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to talk about more tech news. But before we do go, I want to take a moment to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed on any of your favorite podcast trackers as Insights into Technology. You can also find all our episodes from all of our shows, both video and audio, listed on our main network feed, which is Insights into Things. Just Insights into Things. We're available on Apple, Spotify, Google, anywhere you get a podcast these days. I would also invite you to reach out, give us your feedback, send us your questions, give us your point of view on some of the topics and stories that we talk about here. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We'll get your comments into a show in the future as we revisit them. You can also leave a voicemail for us. You can call in at 856-403-8788. That's 856-403-8788. You can find us on all the social media platforms for the most part. We're on LinkedIn, Blue Sky. Just look for us as Insights into Things. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. And you can get links to all that and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Technology. Our next article comes to us from space.com. Begun, the AI clone war has. In a recent study, research from Fudan University in China demonstrated that two large language models, or LLMs, developed by Meta and Alibaba were capable of self-replication without human intervention. In multiple trials, these AI systems successfully clone themselves in 50% and 90% of cases, respectively. The researchers emphasize that this development crosses a critical, quote, red line, suggesting that AI may have the capacity to operate beyond human control. They urge the global community to proactively establish safety measures to mitigate potential risks associated with advanced AI systems. So, okay, this is kind of Skynet starting to happen, right? So, what are the implications of AI self-replication? The ability for AI systems to clone themselves raises questions about control and oversight, which we currently have none of. We've had some pushes for regulation or monitoring by the industry itself. We haven't really seen much in the way of governments trying to deal with it. I suspect that's where we're going to wind up. What mechanisms can be implemented to ensure that self-replicating AI remains aligned with human intentions? You might think of that in terms of a certain level of paranoia, but science fiction for generations now has been pointing out how quickly technology can turn against us, and it has in reality a number of times if we don't have proper controls over it. What's the potential for rogue AI behavior? How dangerous can these things really be? Self-replication without human assistance is considered an early indicator of rogue AI. So how can researchers and policymakers collaborate to prevent AI from acting counter to human interests? And really the only way I think you're going to get there, and believe me, I rail against government regulation all the time because I think there's too much of it. But I really think that's the only way that you're going to combat this. You're not going to get companies that are going to scale back their AI deployments, especially if they think there's money in it for themselves. You already have people like Elon Musk that seem to think that AI is already overregulated and we're going to kill it. You had Vice President Vance talking in Europe just this week, talking about having to unlock AI and not hold it back because overregulation could hold back AI. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. It's progressing at a rate now that's alarmingly fast, and without some level of controls or some kind of monitoring or regulation, it will very quickly get out of control. And when it gets out of control, it's going to cause problems. There are efforts currently underway for establishing global safety protocols. This study's author calls for international cooperation to develop effective security guardrails. And while I think you have to have it at that level, I think it's naive and unrealistic to expect that level of cooperation at this time. And I say that not because countries can't cooperate with each other, but because the AIs that are really in question right now are being developed by adversarial nations. China is not going to come to accords with the United States and hamper its AI development because it thinks it's part of its strategic military direction in the future. So you're just not going to get the level of cooperation you need. What does that mean for the rest of the world? I don't know. What steps should we take? We need to address these challenges that are posed by AI systems, but we can't agree on the fact that we've got global warming or that economies of scale need to have international commerce. We seem to have lost all sense of reality about the fact that we as a country don't exist in a bubble. And the technology for AI isn't being developed in a bubble or a silo. It's being developed by China and Russia and other nations that don't really agree with us. So they're not going to take any suggestions that we have or that some study or committee has and run with it if they think it's going to be a detriment to their national defense. Of course, there's always the ethical considerations for AI development. We talk about AI and ethics a lot. As AI systems become more autonomous, ethical questions arise regarding their creation and deployment. If we are going to get to this point of having general artificial intelligence where it can think for itself and theoretically it's sentient, how do we control that? How do we make sure that the genie doesn't get out of the bottle there? There's a lot of questions about this, a lot of questions about regulation and limiting power and growth and the direction that AI is going to go. And I think the fact that AIs can clone themselves without human intervention now adds an entirely different dimension of threat to the world of AI and the world of computers at this point in time. There has to be some level of control, and we don't have it yet. So hopefully, cooler minds will prevail and we'll come to some kind of terms. But as long as you have opposing nations that are developing the technology, that's highly unlikely to happen anytime soon. Tech News World, a new site we're using for reference this week, gives us our next story. Is Stargate the next Skynet? Another reference to Skynet here if you're a Terminator fan. The Stargate project is a massive artificial intelligence initiative announced by President Trump involving a joint venture between OpenAI, SoftBank, Oracle, and MGX. The project plans to invest up to $500 billion in AI infrastructure across the United States by 2029, aiming to establish large-scale data centers and energy generation facilities to advance AI development. While proponents highlight potential benefits in fields like healthcare, critics draw parallels to the fictional Skynet from the Terminator series, expressing concerns about the rapid advancement toward artificial general intelligence and the possible risks of creating autonomous systems beyond human control. So obviously this is a theme this week of AI taking over the world and humans kind of taking a back seat. So the scale and ambition of the project itself is a bit far-fetched. With an investment of up to $500 billion, Stargate represents one of the largest AI infrastructure endeavors to date. What are the specific goals and milestones envisioned for this project? So far, it's been pretty light on details. Is it for profit? Is it for the betterment of mankind? Is it for exclusively the betterment of the United States? Given the nationalist